Let me feel your love again, 'cause I've been running round in circles screaming out your name.
What's going on, Papa Fam? Welcome to the stream.
Just the two of us and we can
Tinder 2.0 with React Native. Papa Fam, you know how we do it. We don't let any of this stuff be us. We are in this for the long run. We are gonna absolutely crush it today. So smash that thumbs up button if you're excited. I have the best build I have done on this channel coming up for you guys right now, and I'm not quitting until this thing is on YouTube and it's there forever for you guys to go ahead and land, get a job, learn React Native, all those good things from. Check this out, guys. Tinder 2.0 with React Native. Boom. Look at this app right now. We have swipeable cards, we have the context API, we have Google sign-in, we have the matching algorithm, we have one-to-one messaging. Everything is inside this app. Let's check it out. You can swipe nope, you can swipe match. Let's go ahead and swipe. Let's go ahead and do a few things right here. Let's go ahead and say nope, no, 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 Mark, no. We got a few things here. Oh, my girlfriend's on here. Wait a sec. We planned this. So I'm gonna go ahead and swipe right on my girlfriend. And now let's imagine my girlfriend's on this phone. Okay, so this is her account right now. So she better be swiping no, 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 no. And I can also do this one as well, but she sees me. So at this point, I've matched with her and I can see, you know, she hasn't matched back yet. She should have, but let's go ahead and check what happens when she goes ahead and swipes match with me. Boom, we get a match. Now that is sick, okay? So there's a match, which means if I go into my phone now, I can see Mehban. And if she goes ahead and sends a message, boom, she can also send a message to me. So we have full one-on-one chat right now. So let's go ahead and say, let's check this out. So let's do, hi, Mehban. And then she can go ahead and say, hey, Sunny. And this is real-time chat between two phones right now. All of this you're gonna learn in this build. So all you need to do to go ahead and enjoy this build is smash that thumbs up button for the YouTube algorithm. Because if you didn't know, we're having a few technical issues, but we don't let it beat us. But as you can see right now, this is the app we're gonna be building, okay? So you have a real-time chat, even to the degree where this bit gets updated. So if I go and say holla, look at that, it gets updated over there. So everything works so sick. I'm going to be teaching you so many new things in this build. We're even going to have this nice little pop-up modal over here. And I'm going to have Google Authentication. So I'm going to show you guys how to go ahead and have Google sign in with an Expo device. Now, to let you guys know, this is on iOS and Android natively, okay? So this is not a web app that we're building today. It's a fully functional iOS and Android app using React Native. Get that, let that settle for a second. Fully functional React Native app, okay? Now this video has only been made possible by our amazing friends over at Tabnine, okay? So this video is sponsored by the beautiful people over at Tabnine. Now Tabnine, what is it and why do you need it to keep up with today's build? Okay, so Tabnine is an AI assistant. Right? It's going to be the thing that allows you to keep up with me in today's build, and it allows you to have code completion when you are coding along in your IDE, right? So I like to use VS Code. That's where it plugs beautifully into, okay? So if you want 50% off their monthly plan, so you get 6 months off, right? First link in the description, first 100 people are going to get it off. Now, in order to get that, all you need to do is go ahead and race to that first link in the description before somebody else gets it. It makes your workflow really efficient with AI code completion, okay? So as I mentioned before, you can go ahead and use this yourself to keep up with me, or you can use this in a team of about 50 developers or so, right? It works with that many people. It supports all the modern programming languages. It is honestly something I'd really recommend. Now, I have used GitHub Copilot and I'm not a fan. I don't like it to do the job for me. So I like to use something like Tabnine to just go ahead and extend my coding ability. It's really quick and it works really well. They have a free forever plan. I highly recommend you check it out, and that's GPU powered. But the pro plan is GPU powered, right? And that allows you to have better predictions, and you can use their deep cloud model, however the guys do it over there, but it works really damn well. So if you want 6 months free, or 6 months half price, sorry, not free, half price, then use that first link in the description, go check it out, okay? That's going to help you keep up with me in today's build. Make sure you do it. It has a really good team learning algorithm, which actually reads your GitHub repo and it does the suggestions for you. It can be inline or it can be a little pop-up like you see in IntelliSense. Works great. Okay, so make sure you go ahead and check that out. All right, now that we're past all the frustrating things in today's build, we're going to go ahead and jump into this build. And we're going to have fun with this one, okay? Because it's going to be a lot to consume, a lot to take in. Before we do that, I am going to go ahead and digest what we're going to learn in today's build so that you guys can get an understanding and break this one down. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. This one is going to be tiring, okay? This one is going to be tiring. So make sure you've got your water nearby. You've got all the things that you need nearby to go ahead and get started with today's build. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen brush and I'm going to go ahead and check this out now. So I'm going to go ahead and write down all of the things that we're going to be covering in today's video. So let me just see if that sticks. We're just going to have fun with today's video. Okay. So check this out, guys. We're going to be learning React Native, right? And smash the thumbs up button if at any point I write something here which you do not know. If you don't know something on what this screen right now that I'm about to write, smash the thumbs up button and let me know. Okay. So we're going to learn React Native today. We're going to learn Tailwind CSS. Okay, we're going to learn authentication. And this is not normal authentication. It's Google sign-in with React Native. Okay, trust me when I say it's a little bit more that you need to do to get that working. Right? We're going to get the swipeable Tinder cards in play. Right? We're even going to have the matching algorithm. Now, this is the one that I'm really excited to teach you guys. When I say the matching algorithm, I mean, how do we go ahead and get that to work? How do I get somebody who I've swiped right on to then go ahead and firstly swipe right on me? That's just, you just gotta post a nice picture. But secondly, how does the actual algorithm work whereby you can then chat together because it knows that you matched? How the hell does that work? How did I get the thing to pop up to say it's a match? How does any of that work? You're gonna find out today. So as I mentioned before, get your water and everything ready because you're gonna need it, all right? I'm gonna show you guys how to do one-on-one messaging, and I'm gonna show you guys how to do React Native navigation. So we have so much good stuff to go ahead and dive into today. We've been facing issues, but remember, like I said, if any of this is, if any of this is good to you and you want to learn this right now, don't worry. This is going to be up forever. You have timestamps. You can go ahead and skip to where you want to get to. It's going to be what you need, right? This is what you need. We have over 200 viewers right now. We're killing it with the likes. Smash the thumbs up button if you're excited for today's build. This is one of the biggest builds I've ever done on this channel, by the way. Okay, so that's why we're bracing ourselves, right? We're going to learn the use context API. And in fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and even show you how to create a custom hook to use with the use context API. So this will allow us to have our authentication neatly wrapped around our app. Okay. All of this will be done with Expo. Okay, so we're going to be doing Expo React Native today, which allows us to go ahead and have a nice, environment to go ahead and run our app in. You can then deploy it. You can do loads of fun stuff with it afterwards. But remember, if you do want to follow along, Tabnine to go ahead and keep up with me. It will help you be fast and efficient when you're coding. And if you don't, can't keep up, or you just want to enjoy the stream, just feel free to tag along right now, smash the thumbs up and enjoy. And you can go ahead and watch it back at your own speed. Andy B started the donations, $5 donation, starting on my third week at a new job. Doing all your YouTube clones has definitely paid off. Thanks, Mailman. Appreciate you, dude, for always tuning in and having my back. Thank you so much, man. So let's go ahead and kick this off, guys. We're going to first start off with a new song, okay? Because I've added some new songs to this right now. We have Kamal Barada. He goes, thank you for the knowledge and energy that you share that help us getting better coders. Love the Puffer fam. That's what I'm talking about, guys. You guys wake me up. I appreciate that. Right? I need this energy. I need an injection of energy after the technical issues we face. But we don't quit here, okay? We do not quit here. So let's go ahead and get into a flow state right now. I'm going to open up a terminal. I'm going to go over to Expo to get this set up. Let's open up Expo. Oops. Oh, that's Expo Dubai. That's not the one. Okay. That's because I was looking at Dubai. So let's go ahead and type in Expo right now. I'm going to have to type in Expo React Native. Okay. So I want to show you guys how you can do it as well. Check this out. Expo.dev is the one we're looking for. Okay. Now, once this is open, you want to click on getting started. And their documentation is really great. And if you don't know what Expo is, it's kind of an environment or framework for how you can use React Native. Now you can use React Native, you know, by itself with the CLI tools, but I would honestly recommend that you don't. I'd recommend you do it with Expo until you need to use the native CLI tools, because it actually handles a lot for you. Okay, so check this out. So what you first want to do is npm install global CLI. And I'm probably going to have to do sudo in front of this because it's a global install. I've already installed this, so I'm not going to do that. What we want to do instead is grab this. I'm going to do expo init my project. Now I'm going to be moving at quite a nice speed today. So that way, if you do fall behind, or if you need to, you know, suddenly slow down, relax, then I want you to go ahead and, you know, rewind this afterwards and take your time with the build, but don't freak out if you're getting left behind. Okay. So we're going to go and do expo init. And for the third argument, we're going to go ahead and type in the name of the project. So I'm going to say Tinder2, and we're going to say YouTube. Okay. I'm going to hit enter. And this will go ahead and set up a template for our application. Now you're going to get a couple of options at this point. You're going to see managed workflow or bare workflow. You want to go ahead and get the first option blank. Now, don't worry, I will be covering a lot of this on the channel. And if you want to learn even more about this stuff, we cover pretty much all those options in Zero to Full Stack Hero. There's a link in the description right now, third link in the description, to join my community, the Popup Fam's community, and, you know, constantly level up. All of our students are getting jobs in there, so it's absolutely crushing it. Okay, let's go ahead and hit enter. So we're going to start with a blank app. This gives us like a blank app or a blank canvas to go ahead and you know, get started off with this thing, right? We just pumped over 200 likes. That's what I'm talking about for a stream which it dipped in likes to come back that many times. That is what I'm talking about, guys. Destroy that thumbs up button. And we're going to go to 1,000+ because today's build is going to go off the rails. I'm telling you. Okay. And we're just going to have fun with this one. I'm telling you, I know a lot of people have been asking for React Native, so we're going to deliver today. So this will go ahead and install the dependencies and get everything ready. And in the meantime, something that I do want to mention is we will be covering Firebase version 9 today. So if you've been trying to go ahead and get into, you know, Firebase, and then you saw they've done a massive upgrade from version 8 to 9, where there was this whole modular introduction, right, with the dependencies and the way you use them, I'm going to cover it all today. So that means authentication, that means Firestore, all that good stuff is going to get covered today. Also, welcome Nikhil Isaac. He just clicked the join button and he is part of the Papa Fam special tier. That's awesome, man. Welcome. All right. In the meantime, we're going to wait for this to go ahead and get kickstarted off. Okay. Now, while we wait for this, I'm going to introduce you into how it works, right? So I've actually got it running on a different sort of IDE right now. So I've got VS Code open on another screen, and that's how I can pretty much go ahead and check it out. So, oh, somebody, Matt Morvi goes, I just bought the first month of Tabnine. Nice, dude. So once you've actually gone ahead and got it open, right? So I will show you how we do this. Oh, there we go. Screw it. We can do it now. All right. So once that's done, we're going to click on CD Tinder to YouTube. Okay. So I'm going to do Tinder to YouTube. I've got 2 open there. And then once we're here, we're going to do code dot. And what this will do is it will open up VS Code on our machine inside of that directory. Okay. And you can see there's some options there. It says you're on Start, you're on Android, you're on iOS, and you're on web. I'm going to show you which one to go ahead and do in a sec. Okay. Now you can see we've got this open, so I'm going to close my terminal and I'm going to just prepare my screen. Whenever you do any of this work, I really do want you guys to have a clean workflow, okay? So try not to get scruffy with your screens, have some stuff over here, have some stuff over here. Set it up however you want. If you've got several screens, it's even better. It's going to help you out a ton, okay? Ishan says, is this live? Yes, this is live. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at what Expo sets us up with. So in this case, you can see we've got app.js on the left. So here you can see this is pretty much similar to what we're dealing with when we use, something like Next.js or when we use React by itself, okay? As you can see, this is React, right? But it's just slightly different. Instead of divs, we have views. And this is because we are now building for native devices. So rather than a div, which is for the web, we're actually using something like a view. And a view go ahead and compiles down to the relevant code for iOS, the relevant code for Android, and also actually the relevant code for web. So that is why we need to use these special components when we're doing this sort of stuff. Okay, so you can see here we've got styles container, and all that good stuff. Now we are actually going to be using Tailwind as well today, as I mentioned earlier, right? Tailwind is an awesome CSS framework, and we are using something called Tailwind React Native. Now it doesn't have every Tailwind utility class, but it is goddamn beautiful, and it works really nice. Okay, And I'm going to show you guys how to do that in just a sec as well. We have this open right now. And you can see typically the way you actually apply styling, for example, here is you go ahead and have something called a style sheet. I don't like this approach. We will be using it a little bit in today's build, but I will be showing you a nicer way when we use React Tailwind, right? Oh, sorry, Tailwind React Native. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and actually install that right now. So if I go into here and I type in Tailwind React Native, and we should be able to see this pop up. So you can see the top one comes up, Tailwind React Native, and you want to go down here. And it's simply an npm install Tailwind React Native. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy the dependency name, go back to my code, and you can see I've got a yarn lock file. Because I've got a yarn lock file, now what I need to do is go ahead and do Command J, and I'm going to do the following. So we've got a terminal open here, and I like to have two terminals open, okay? We'll make this a little bit smaller now. So we're going to go ahead and pop open a second terminal. My left terminal, I always like that to be the one that is running my app. Okay, and then the right one, I want that to be an extra terminal where I can go ahead and install my dependencies. So in this case, on the left hand side, I'm actually going to kill my terminal that I've got running elsewhere. So we're no longer going to see this dummy application. I've taken a couple of screenshots we can refer to, and I'm going to type in Expo start, right? Now, as I mentioned before, Expo is the framework we're using to build our React Native application today. Another really interesting thing about Expo is if you didn't have a Mac previously, you couldn't build iOS apps, but now you can, right? So now you can with Expo, and it's really awesome because most of us tend to actually have an iPhone or something similar, and you can actually go ahead and scan the QR code once we run Expo start. So as you can see here, we've got this nice little QR code. And if you point your camera on your phone, it will actually prompt you to download the Expo Go app. Once you've got that, it will go ahead and actually run on your phone. So you can develop on your computer as well as preview it on your phone, which is damn awesome when you're coding, right? It's actually a lot of fun to show off to people. Okay, so we have this open right now. And what I'm going to do is let's get familiar with the commands that you can run in the terminal. So make sure you have actually selected the terminal. So I've clicked inside the terminal right now. And if I press I, so you can see there's a bunch of different options. I is for opening the iOS simulator. A is for opening Android. Okay, what I'm actually going to do right now is I'm going to close my iPhone 11. So I only have one device open. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and hit I. And it says opening on iOS. And as you can see, I've got an app running here right now. So what we're going to do is hit R to refresh in just a second. We need to go ahead and wait for this. And you can see it's opening the project and reloading. And in fact, to go ahead and make our workflow a little bit easier, I'm going to make this on the same screen. There you go. Now we've got a nice workflow. So we can go ahead and code with our app next to it. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so we can see everything in one go. Okay, I'm going to keep it at a good pace. Go ahead, smash the thumbs up button if you're enjoying it right now. It's going to be a bit of a jam session today where we just go ahead and build out an entire app in one go. As you can see here, it says building your JavaScript bundles. You just need to wait for that. And you can see here that number aligns with that. So it's actually sending over that information to our emulator as we do it. Okay, so while that's happening, what we're actually going to do is clean up our workflow. We're going to put over our screen over here. And we can have the Metro button. Now we don't actually need that. So I'm going to throw that to the side, right? We need it, but as in I'll show you a nicer way that we can use it. And over on this side, on the extra terminal, I'm going to install Tailwind React Native. And the way I do that is I type in yarn add Tailwind React Native. And you can see here, that's installing on the bottom. And you can see open up app.js to start working on your app. So it's actually working. At this point, you can actually see that our app is over here and it works. So I can go ahead and say, just change this to see if you can get the same thing. I can say, hello, Papa Fam. Akash says, is this recorded? Nope. Hello, Papa Fam 1, 2, 3. And if I hit save, boom, there you go. Hello, Papa Fam 1, 2, 3. So you can tell it's not fake. Okay. Yes, this video is going to be uploaded onto YouTube after the stream finishes. So do not worry, guys. We're almost at 300 likes. Smash that thumbs up button if you're enjoying the content and you're looking forward to building this amazing app today. Okay. So we've got this running on the left now. So you want to keep that open. And on the right hand side, we have our sort of dependency installer. Now we just installed this Tailwind React Native. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import it like so. I'm going to show you guys how we can, get rid of these nasty style sheets, which there will be a use case later, but we don't need it right now. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and change this to TW to make it short. And that just means that whenever we want to use Tailwind, we just use that TW. Now, instead of using styles.container, what I can actually do here is I can do TW parentheses, and I can actually start putting in my utility classes from Tailwind. So at this point, I can actually go ahead and say something like, let's just do flex. You don't even need to know. Let's just do justify center, and I want to do items center, and that repeats what essentially is happening here. If I go ahead and do that now, you can see that it's disappeared for a sec. So let's actually go ahead and save. I'm going to make this also a flex 1 container, and there you go. That way it takes up the entire width, sort of height of the screen. Right now, important fact to know. In web development, when you use something called Flexbox, if you don't know Flexbox, stop the video right now, go to flexboxfroggy.com, do that game up to level 24, I think it is, and then come back to this video and hit play, okay? And smash the thumbs up while you're at it, right? Now, once you've done that, you'll understand that in the web, Flexbox by default puts everything, so all the items in a div, puts it in a row, okay? But on any kind of React Native development, by default, it's in a column. And the reason why it's in a column is because, think about it, it's in a phone. So naturally, things should be in a column view as opposed to a row where we have more real estate on the desktop or website, okay? So in this case, this is why we need to do this. Okay, so with that said, let's continue on. So you can see now our utility classes are working, all right? The status bar simply represents this top bit. For now, we don't actually need it, so we can get rid of that. But if you want to style your status bar, that's how you do it. Okay, so what we're going to first do is we're going to go ahead and break up our application into different chunks. Okay, and remember guys, if this isn't, if it's late for you or whatever you need to do, pause the video, come back another time, finish it off. All right, and Jay, you should be modding. So at this point, what I'm going to do now is go ahead and also guys, let me know where you're watching from right now. Let's get the energy up in this place because I can see that it's just a bit too chilled out right now. I'm going to try and get my music back. There we go. I'm trying to get into a vibe right now. And I'm wondering if people are coding along, and that's why it's kind of quiet. Luke, what's up, dude? Good to see you in the house. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and start off our build. So I'm going to go ahead and first start off by introducing 2 pages into our screen. So typically the way it would work previously in applications is you would have something like React Router to navigate between, let's just imagine your home page and the contact me page. In React Native, you have something called stacks. And what you do is you simply define what these stacks are, and then you navigate to the different pages. And when you do this navigation option, you can actually have that nice kind of swipe back activity, like that kind of swipe back action that we get on a iPhone. Wow, we have loads of people. We have India, China, Morocco, Punta Cana, Mexico, Canada, Maldives. What's up, guys? Worldwide, this is awesome. Okay, let's go. 300 likes just came in. We're gonna keep getting that number back up, and the video is looking great right now. Okay, so what I want to do right now to get things kicked off is I'm going to have a button, and when I click this button, so button title, and when I say click me, I want to go to the second page. Okay, so I'm going to be teaching you guys a ton of different concepts today. I'm going to import this from React Native. Now, what you can see is it says unterminated. Oops, there we go. So it says click me, right? Now, when I click this, I want to go to another page. So how the hell do we do that? So I'm going to teach you guys React Native navigation. So let's get into our flow now. React Native navigation. All right, it's like a warm up, it's like we warm up and we get into this. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and click read docs, and I've actually already done all this stuff, but we can go ahead and do this. So we need to install React Navigation Native, React Navigation /native, okay? And again, I'm using Yarn. If you're using NPM, feel free to use NPM. And this is just the error that we experienced before. So Command K to go ahead and clear that. Let's do yarn add react. We're going to install that package I just showed you, okay? So once that's done, you can go down here and it says Expo install, right? So this is a bit where you have to kind of read a bit more carefully, right? So there are going to be bits where you might miss out. It's okay. We're going to go ahead and cover it all today. So I'm going to grab this Expo install. I'm going to copy this. And then you can see this is for an Expo managed project, and it's not for a bare React Native projects. Okay, so we want to do this one, not the bottom one. Okay, so let's install that one as well. And let's go down, and you can see we can actually continue on once we've done this. You can now continue to Hello React Navigation. Okay, cool. So we need to install some more things. A native stack navigator library, okay? If none of this makes sense, don't worry. By the end of today's video, you're gonna be so confident and comfortable with stack navigators. In the beginning, I remember I was super confused with it, but it makes sense now. And you guys are gonna even be able to do modals and all sorts of stuff. At the end of this, you're just gonna be swarming around with React Native content, right? So don't worry about it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab this and say yarn add React Navigation native stack. I can't even speak today, right? Let's do this yarn add. So we've added that in. And then you can see we can pretty much jump into it. So, and if we haven't installed anything, don't panic. Or if you did a little mistake here, don't worry about it. There's going to be times where this happens. You just have to do a yarn add what the package is missing and you can fix it. But don't worry about it. We'll get into that. All right. So app.js is our highest level in our app. Okay. So I want to go ahead and make this where the Stack Navigator lives. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a Stack Navigator file. And there's a reason for this, right? Because I'm going to be using this later on. So outside of here, I'm actually going to create a Stack Navigator.js. Okay. And this I'm going to do React Native functional exported component. Whoa. Okay. Where's it? There we go. Yeah, there it is. And guys, remember, if you haven't already, Tabnine, first link in the description. If you want to keep up with me coding today, that's going to help you out. Nikki says, haircut is too fresh and super clean. Thank you so much. All right. So let's go ahead and we've got our Stack Navigator here. And if you're wondering how I did those snippets, by the way, you want to go to your extensions and all you need to do, we've got quick access down there. All you want to do here is go ahead and actually add in the snippets. So it's actually going to be called ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. So make sure you get this, helps you out. Okay. So with that said, oops, I just closed something very important. Okay. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it. That's fine. So I opened up my own stream by accident. Sorry guys, I've got some inception going on right now. Okay. We are nearly at 400 likes. Just keep smashing that thumbs up if you're enjoying this, guys. All right. We are back. We've got our Stack Navigator here. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and implement those stacks that I talked about. Now stacks are essentially going to be the different screens inside of our app and how they live inside our app. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is go up to the top and we need to go ahead and say const stack. We need to create our, what is called a Stack Navigator. And if we start typing it in and we say create Stack Navigator, it's not actually here, create native Stack Navigator. There you go. It automatically imports. Now, this is the special function which gives us access to all of those kind of routing capabilities within React Native navigation. Okay, so what we're now going to do is rather than views and all that good stuff, over here, we're actually going to have the following. So we're going to say that we have a stack.navigator, right? And if you're wondering, Sonny, I don't want to copy this, right? Is there an easier way to do this? And instead, what you can do is go over to Hello React Native Navigation, and you can actually go ahead and jump into this example right here. So let's go ahead and copy this one for a quick sort of reference, okay? So this one will go ahead and help you out a bit more. So you can see navigation container, blah, 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 and then we can go ahead and do it. So in fact, I'm going to show you what I like to do instead because I think I have a cleaner way of doing this, right? I'm going to say stack dot. Oh, what's up, Frank? He goes, let's make that Tinder clone. This might help someone's dating life. Let's go. $10 donation, kicking it off, dude. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Get my energy up. Let's do stack.navigator. Okay. And that's basically going to be our parent component. And then what we do is inside of here, we have different stack screens. Okay. So as you saw in that example, they have a Stack Navigator and then they have the stack screens. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and you can see here. Now this is an example very similar to how we have roots in React Router or a root in Next.js, okay? Although Next.js uses file system, it's okay. Now in this case, we need to give every screen a relevant name, okay? So in this case, what do we go ahead and connect to the home screen? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and create a home screen and then we're gonna go ahead and connect it over here. So let's go ahead and create a folder at this point called screens because we want our code to be nice and neat. And inside of here, whoa, Marianne Stoica dropped $24.99 RON. I'm not sure what currency that is, but thank you so much. He goes, wish I could use Tabnine. Unfortunately, it messes with styling of the GitLens extension inline annotations. I'll let the team know about that, but try it because they did upgrade it recently and it's actually fixed a lot of bugs that I had too. But it's really awesome, guys. Trust me on that. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and add in the home screen, homescreen.js. I'm going to do React Native functional exported, and you can have S for style sheet, but I'm going to go ahead and pop that one in. So in this one, I'm going to say, I am the home screen. Hit save. And I'm going to go back to my Stack Navigator and I'm going to import my home screen. Now I just hit Control Spacebar at the end of the piece of text and it imports it like so. And you can see I gave it the name of home. Okay. Now this stack navigator, I want to render it. So if I go to my home screen, and we can go ahead and you clean these up afterwards. I'm going to go back to my app.js, and rather than render this out now, what I'm instead going to do is have that stack navigator at the top level. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to say stack navigator. And you see how Tabnine just came in clutch there, right? So I can go ahead and import my stack navigator. And you can see what the nice part is about this. Your app.js is your highest level component, all right? So you need to make this clean. I cannot stress this enough. Do not have a messy stack navigator, okay? You want that to be super clean. Do not have a messy app.js. You want that to be clean. My words are getting twisted today. Right, now you can see it says, couldn't register the navigator. Have you wrapped your app with navigation containers? So that's the next step, right? We have this stack navigator, but we need to basically tell React that it can support it and there's like, and give it the sort of power it needs. So what we do is we go ahead and we import the following. We import a navigation container and we need to wrap our app inside of the navigation container, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap our stack navigator in this container. So as you can see, now we get this nice little beautiful header. Okay, so it looks very, very nice at this point. And check this out. Kevin says, about to take the plunge and join the popup fam. Let's go, Kevin. Come on, man. If you can enjoy this build today and any of the builds I've done, just think about what is inside Zero to Full Stack Hero. That's what we pride ourselves on. Join us, dude. And I would love to see you in tomorrow's coaching call. All right. So we've got the stack navigator here. And you can see, you should see this point right now where you have your home screen up on the screen. So you see, I am the home screen. Now that's rendering because it opens up it goes into the stack navigator and it pretty much shows the first screen. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and have two screens now. So if I go ahead and pop this out, so stack screen, another one, what can we have as a second screen? So let's go ahead and have maybe, let's call it the chat screen. Okay, because we are going to build the chat screen at some point. In fact, we're going to build this. So I'm actually going to open this up. And what I've done is I've taken screenshots of this to make our life a little bit easier so that we can refer to it when we're building it. So this is going to be the home screen, right? This is actually going to be what we end up building. And the chat screen is going to be this one, right? So on the home screen, when you click this button up here, I want to go over to the chat screen. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and set the standard for that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say chat screen. Right? And in order to build a chat screen, I need to actually create the component. So chat screen.js, and I'm going to do React Native functional exporter component. There you go. And I'm going to say, I am the chat screen. Sunny has mad love for the billionaire Musk. I do, man. I'm not even going to hide it. I love that guy. All right. So let's go ahead and go back to our stack navigator. And I'm going to go ahead and import it like so. And here I'm going to say chat. Right, because you can't have two screens with the same name, okay? Has to be very clear. I'm gonna go ahead and hit save. Now, you can see I'm the home screen comes up first, but if I was to go ahead and reorder this, you should see I am the chat screen if we refreshed. Now, I wanna show you a little trick. On the sort of part of the terminal where you're running your app, if you press R, it will actually refresh the application, okay? So I need to go ahead and just check why this isn't working. Let's do R. I mean, Command F for that one because that didn't work. But let's go ahead and do Command D, reload. Or you can do Command D, reload, and that will work too. Not quite sure why mine isn't working, but you can see I am the chat screen, okay? And if I go ahead and swap that around, it will become I am the... okay, then I'm going to go ahead and start this one again. So Control C. Would you like to upgrade? Oh, strange. Expo Go on iPhone 13. No, let's just do Expo start again. Because I want to show you that it's actually a very handy thing to have when you can basically type in letters on that terminal and it will actually do little commands, for example, R to refresh and so forth. So if I type in R right now, you see it says reload, it's reloading the app. So that's really important, right? John Snow says, you taught me to think the Flexbox way when creating responsive layouts. Thank you so much for that. Dude, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the support and that's awesome that you learned something new. All right, so you can see we actually have, by the way, guys, nearly 400 likes and nearly 400 people watching right now. So you guys are incredible. Thank you guys for always pulling through. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and swap this over. You can see right now, the point is that the top one gets rendered first, okay? It just didn't refresh. If you want to see a refresh, hit R in that command line and you can go ahead and refresh it, okay? So at this point, we've got the chat screen. So I'm going to go to my home screen and I'm going to go ahead and put that button back, like I said, okay? So we're going to have a button. Buttons are self-closing components, and in this case, look at tab 9, it's so good. right? So I'm gonna have on press and it's beating me to it. We're gonna click on chat. So go to chat, I'm gonna say go to chat screen. Okay, and then you can see now we should have a button in just a second. Right, cannot find variable. There we go. We need to import React Native, a button. There you go to chat screen. So when I click this, I need to do something. Okay, now we do not have on click. Remember, we're using React Native. It's slightly different. It's going to be on press this time, which resembles when we press the button. So in that case, thank you, Bahram. What's up, man? He goes, which side do I swipe? Swipe when it comes to my picture, dude. Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate you, man. So at this point, we're going to say on press. And then we're going to go have an inline arrow function. And I want to navigate at this point. So how do I get navigation in React Native, right? Now we are using the React Native navigation library. So what we can do here is we can use a special hook. I can say const navigation equals use navigation. And you can see that this one right here pops up. This imports it from the library. And what this does is it gives me access to the navigation object. Now with this, it's basically like a router, right? So I can go ahead and say navigation dot navigate, okay, and then I can go ahead and pop in parentheses, and here you can see screen. Now screen corresponds to our stack navigator where we gave these names. So if I want to go to the chat screen, all I have to say is navigate to chat, okay. And with that said, now if I go ahead and click go to chat screen, aha, I am the chat screen. And look at this, guys, I get this beautiful nice like app feeling where I can even swipe back between the screens. Right? Really, really lovely UI. So that is as simple as it is to actually put in React Native navigation. So it's actually not as hard as you might think. Okay, it's actually as simple to go ahead and do modals as well, but we're going to get into the modals in just a bit. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. Damn, we're already passing the 400 like mark. Let's go, guys. Make sure you stay hydrated. Okay, so you can see the navigation is actually fairly simple, right? It's not hard to go ahead and get started with that. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, hi from Armenia, what's up? Oh, Marian Stoika, another Ron, 50 Ron, and she actually went ahead, or he said, Angular developer here, used to use classes 99% of the time. Would there be any performance downside if you use classes for all components in React? For now, roughly $6. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. I would recommend you use functional components. I'm not going to get too far into it, but if you want to know why, check out my React Basics, the second link in the description for free. I explain what the benefit is over using functional components over class base. So you can go ahead and check that out, dude. Okay. All right, so you can see we have this nice little navigation now. Okay, so that's all good, but we actually need to build an app now. All right, so if we go back to our app, you can see at the very high level, we have the app looking pretty decent, right? So the first thing I actually want to do is I want to have it so that, you know, if you're logged in, then you should see the home screen. Otherwise, I want to show the user a login screen. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and create a login screen, right? And then we're going to implement the flow, and then we're going to have all the authentication part. So I'm going to say login screen.js. Okay. So what we're doing right now is the login screen. So I'm going to say React Native functional export, and you can see login to the app. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and go back to our stack navigator. I'm going to change this to login screen like so. See how Tabnine quickly beats me there? I'm going to change this to login. So now we've created a screen. So very simple to go ahead and get this stuff up and running, right? So now that we have this open, what I actually want to do is I want to protect the app, right? So I want to say, if you're not logged in and there's no user present, then what I want to do is I actually want to go ahead and not show you the rest of the app. I only want to show you the login screen. This way we protect the app from unauthenticated users. Only if you're authenticated do you get access to the rest of the app. Okay, so you should have something like, if the user is present, show these routes or show these stacks or pages. Otherwise, show the login page. Okay, so that's what we're going for here. So something like this, it will say const user equals, I'm just giving this an example right now, const user is false. And then what we would have is we'll say something like, if the user is present, then we would have these screens, right? And we'd have to wrap it in a fragment because you're not allowed sibling components. And then I want otherwise render the login screen. So what this is saying now is that if you're logged in, then you'll get access to the screens. Otherwise, you're going to get shown the login screen. So if there was a user right now, so user true, then you can see I'm actually through to the app. Okay, if the user at any point goes to false, then I'm thrown to the login screen, right? So you see how that's locking me out of the app if I do it that way. Okay, so that looks pretty good so far. Kennedy says, absolutely love what you're doing, Sonny. Thank you so much, dude. We're almost at 500 likes. I think we're gonna break a couple of thousand today, guys. So let's go ahead and smash it. All right, so now what I want to do is connect this user up to some real authentication. So this is where I introduce you to the world of the Context API. The Context API is basically like a global layer around our app. So imagine we have the React Native app in the middle of our sort of screen right now, okay? Now imagine if I want to store some variables, but I want to use them globally, right? Or I want to use them within a bit of scope that I define, right? So let's imagine if I have my app on app.js. So imagine if I had this right here. If I wrapped this entire app, okay, if I wrap this entire app in something called a AuthProvider, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm wrapping it with this global layer. Now this global layer can be powered by, you can use something like Redux, but Redux is considered heavyweight. Why not just use something which is built into React, like the Context API? And that will allow us to store all the authentication variables in this global layer and then access them whenever we need to. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to very neatly create your own provider. Okay, so it's going to be really nice once we actually get this done. So what we're going to first do, and this is the bit where I need you to dial in, focus, because this is going to be a little bit more of concentration needed. So once we're in app.js, we're actually going to go ahead and create a folder here called hooks. Okay, and we are going to create a custom hook, and inside this folder we're actually going to create our custom AuthProvider, but I want to store it in hooks because eventually what I pull out is only going to be pretty much the custom hook to access things. So inside of it I'm going to say useAuth.js. Now the benefit of what I'm about to teach you guys is that it doesn't matter what authentication provider you can use. Once you see what we do today, you're going to get extremely familiar with how to go ahead and customize this, whether it's Firebase, whether it's AWS, whether it's any login provider, Passport.js, whatever you want to use, it's plug and play up to this point. Okay, Edison Smith says, is Context API better than Redux? I'm used to you teaching in Redux. So one, I like to teach everything so you get nice exposure, but the Context API is incredible for this use case and you'll see why. Okay, so check this out. So we have useAuth. So at this point, I need to go ahead and get everything set up. So the quickest way to this is React Native functional export. And instead of useAuth, I'm actually going to say that this is now called AuthProvider. Okay, and we're going to get rid of a default export. So this is actually just going to be, we're going to say export const AuthProvider, and then we're going to start refactoring this. Now we did get a lovely €10 donation by Nick Parkin. Thanks for the content. Just to shout out to say your Firebase stuff recently has been a big save for me, especially the V9. Well, you're in for a treat, dude, because today we have a ton more good V9 content coming. So I appreciate you, dude. And yeah, you're going to enjoy this one. Thank you so much for the donation. All right. So we have AuthProvider, okay? Now, this provider is essentially going to sit around the entire app. So the end goal would be something like this. I actually want to have it within the navigation container. There's a reason for that, which I'll explain very soon. But the goal is that we eventually wrap it like this, right? It's going to be AuthProvider, and I want to basically have it like so, okay? So we're going to have something similar to this. Keaton Mandalek, thank you for the donation. He goes, thank you so much, Sang. I'm grateful to have an instructor like, I'm grateful to have amazing students like you guys. So thank you so much. Nearly at 500 likes, guys. All right, so this is the end goal, right? Now, what we call this is a HOC, okay? So this is typically called a HOC, or a higher order component. Okay, so learning curve, right? Learning time. So higher order component is essentially a pattern in coding where we have a higher order component. So it's at a higher level. And essentially what it's doing is it's just wrapping some kind of child component. Okay, so this is considered the children of the higher order component. And the goal here is that the parent basically injects all of the authentication power. So authentication, let's just say, passes down the core auth stuff to children, right? So anywhere below this tree now, you'll get all the core auth stuff once we've set this up, okay? So, and then again, the navigation container is a higher order component. Anywhere below it, below that point in the tree gets all the navigation stuff. Hence why we needed it for the stack navigator. Okay, so I hope that clears that up. Right, so now we're going to create our first higher order component using the context API. Okay, and then I'll click save on this file, otherwise it will error out. Okay, so at this point inside of AuthProvider, we have Juicy says, hello from USA, you've become my favorite teacher, would love to see more backend, especially Django. All right, if I get enough requests, maybe we can do a bit of Django, we'll see. Now this AuthProvider is nothing special. Okay, you can use, you can use state, you can use user, you can use effects, you can use anything that we typically use in a functional component. We can use it here as well. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing in this case. So at this point we have the AuthProvider, and this actually takes some props, and one of those props, which you may have not been familiar with, is actually children, and this is present in actually every React component. Okay, so children, as I explained before, is anything which sits underneath that level. So in this case, we've embedded Stack Navigator inside of AuthProvider, so that would be considered the children. Okay, now what I simply want to do with this is go ahead and say the following. So eventually I just want to render out the children. Okay, I want to render out the children. So it's going to simply just pass through, right? So whatever is in there, it's going to be passed through. And right now it's surrounded in a view. Okay, but I'm going to go ahead and check this out. So Badam says, did you self-learn? I have a whole master screen. Don't know things as thorough as you do. It's honestly through teaching, it's things like community. That's why I try and push over to you inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So check out third link in the description if you want to join our amazing community, and I can show you the way, my friend. Okay, so at this point, we need to create something called an auth context, right? So as you guessed, this is where we introduce the use context API, all right? Also the context API. So as I mentioned, everything I teach, I do recommend you go over to the React docs afterwards, give it a thorough read, go ahead and check it out as well. Rather than just kind of taking my word, I always recommend you double up the knowledge. But in this case, what we're going to do is say const, and we're going to call it the auth context, and this is essentially that thin data layer for all the authentication stuff. Now you can have loads of these things. You can have a user context, you can have an auth context, you can have a basket context, similar to Redux slices, right? So you can see there's a similarity here, hence why all these guys do it the same way. So we're going to say auth context equals create context. Okay, so create context, and you can see this is actually built into React, which means it's going to be extremely performant. Now, the first argument here, this is actually going to be the initial state of the context, right? So initial state of the context, right? So this is kind of similar to slices. If you've ever done any Redux work, you really know what's going on at this point, right? But the initial state in this case, we don't care. We want it to be blank, right? Initially, it's empty. The auth context is empty. That's fine, okay? But at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and wrap our children over here in something called the provider. So we're going to say auth context dot, okay? And you can see I get consumer and provider, okay? So the first thing that we need to do is wrap our children in something called a provider, and then the value that we pass through, this is going to be like some kind of data store, okay? So we'll set this up in a second, but for now I'm going to say no. And then anything in the children to access this data store, or like this kind of information in this slice, then what we can do is use something called a consumer. But I've never liked that pattern. I'll be honest. I've always thought it's a bit of a weird way to do it. So I'm going to show you how to do it with a really sleek hook at the end of this, okay? And it's going to make it so easy to use this. 500 likes just got broken. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. And I hope you're enjoying this content. Smash the thumbs up if you haven't already. Okay, let's shoot for 600. Let's do it. Right? So at this point, we have auth context provider. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and just start building this out, and I'll explain it as we do it. Okay, so I'm actually going to be using Firebase today for some of the authentication, and I'm also going to be using Expo Google App Auth. Okay, so Expo Google App Auth. This is a package which allows us to use Google sign-in for our oh, just got that nice donation. It allows us to use Google sign-in inside of our Expo app, React Native app. Canal Geek Dev, thank you. He goes, you really rock it, Sonny. $10, I think, dollars. It has an R in front of it, but thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. The donations are flying today, guys. We're going to install this into our app. This allows us to have the Google sign-in. So I'm going to say Expo install, and let's get rid of that for now. That's just when we have compile errors. So you can see we're installing it. Expo install Expo Google App Auth. Okay, now that will go ahead and continue doing its thing. And then once that's done now, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start off the process. So we're going to come back to this in a sec, but as I mentioned before, part of this setup to go ahead and use, you know, our auth provider is to actually go ahead and get a nice little hook that we can use, because I don't like using a consumer, and that's the way they teach you in the React docs. I personally like to use hooks. Okay, so oh, thank you. R is a Brazilian currency. Thank you, dude. So export default, and we're going to say function, and the default function I want to export from here is called useAuth. Right, so it's a custom hook, right? And as you can imagine, this has got useAuth as the file name, so that's why we want to do it. Okay, so Nizar, that's a good call. Thank you for mentioning that. All right, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say return, and I need to use something called the use context hook. And you can see, look, it's already guessing what I'm doing, which is awesome, right? I need to import use context from React, and I want to actually pass in my auth context. Okay, now when I actually come to use this, you guys will see the amazing power that we have. Okay, Guy in Deep Sing, don't worry, dude, you're gonna see today that it does work. I'll show you how to do it. Right, so use auth, and you can see use context. Okay, so this is pretty much set up now. Okay, so I want to show you guys how we can actually pull through this data, and then I'll show you how we can enhance it afterwards. Okay, so at this point, imagine if the value over here that I passed through, I'm just going to pass in something like, you know, user, and let's just imagine the user was just Sunny. Okay, and let's go ahead and hit save, and then inside of our app.js, I'm going to go ahead and pull through my AuthProvider. Right, so you see AuthProviders come through. Oops, hit save, and let's just see if our app looks good at this point. So let's go ahead and open it up, and we can hit refresh. And you're going to get used to coming back here and doing an R to refresh. Okay, now you can see we're in the login to the app page. So I want to check something. I'm going to go to my login screen, and I want to use that user. Okay, so remember I showed you previously inside of the useAuth file. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this on my right hand side over here. I showed you a second ago how we had the value being passed through here as user Sunny. So if I want to get that user information, what I can do is I can say const, and I can destruct the user from the useAuth hook. Okay, and I can import that. And what's happening now is, because it lies underneath that part of the tree, as I mentioned over here, because the auth provider wraps the stack navigator and everything under the tree is then powered up with it, you can go ahead and get this information. So at this point, if I go ahead and say console log the user, now what we should be able to see is if I refresh my app, you can see when we touch the point here, you can see the Sunny comes through. Right. So, and by the way, guys, this is how you inspect the logs. You can either do it here, or you can do it with the Expo developer tools. So if I see right now on the iPhone 13, you can see it says, where's it gone? Sometimes it comes through on here, sometimes it does not. In this case, I haven't gone up, but the easiest way I'd say is check the console over here. And that's how you console log out to a React Native device. Okay. In this case, you can see log into the app, and you can see we can actually pull through values from our context provider. Okay, so now that that's set, you can see how we've connected things together. Okay, so you can pause it, check out that stuff, get into it a bit more, but that is the easiest way to use the context API, right? So I really do recommend you just kind of familiarize yourself with that before we carry on. Okay, so at this point, I want to kind of, obviously get a bit more dialed in with this. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to go back to my stack navigator. And eventually, remember this user that we had over here. Oops, sorry. I'll need to actually make that a bit more readable. The user over here that we had hard coded, I'm actually going to go ahead and make this pull from, you guessed it, our newly found useAuth hook. Okay. So this one right here. I'm going to go ahead and import this from, so let's go ahead and say import useAuth from, not screens, it was actually from hooks. There you go. Okay, and you can see now, because there is a user, I can see the app, right? If I went over to my useAuth screen and I change this to no, you'll see that we are no longer logged in. So you can see it definitely goes through. Okay, so you can see that looks pretty good at this point, whereas if I was logged in, boom. So now you see we have some very, very nice sort of control at this point with our application, right? So the auth provider is passing down information as a global data layer. Now I'll do a quick little diagram here to explain what the hell all that means, right? So I can see a lot of you getting confused. So right now, imagine this is our app. Okay, so this is like our app.js. Now imagine what we're doing, right? So I'm not going to do .js, but imagine that's our app. Now imagine the context layer, right? So in this case, the AuthProvider, right? Imagine we wrap it around the app. So at this point, we've got the AuthProvider. Okay. Now anything that's declared underneath the tree of the AuthProvider, we can access the values that are passed down. So this stuff right here, where we've got value user, we can access this at any point inside the tree after it's passed down through after it's a child of AuthProvider. I hope that makes sense. Okay, Edison Smith says that makes so much sense. Thank you, Sonny. Appreciate that, dude. Okay, and the best way that I like to use it is, rather than using the consumer pattern, I use the hook pattern over here, which makes it so much easier because you can just say const destructure a user from useAuth. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense than using it the other way. So now basically, to put it into simple terms, as you can see over here, if I want to pull information, it's a one-line bit of code. Super easy to go ahead and use once we get up and running. Okay, now this is the cool part, because we can build this AuthProvider. We can make it as powerful as we want, and we can also have variables, we can have functions, we can have all this good stuff in there. My girlfriend's in the chat, there she is, she goes, so proud, please match with me. I actually did match with you in the chat earlier on the Tinder demo, so we're gonna try and build our way back to that right now. Okay, so in this case, you can see we have our first bit of sort of information getting passed down. So I'm gonna now implement the authentication part of the build. Okay, once we got the authentication, we'll then go to building the rest of Tinder and the app that follows. Yeah, we're almost at 600 likes as well. Smash the thumbs up button if you're enjoying this content. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and set up Firebase at this point. All right, so the authentication here takes a few extra steps, but not to worry. As I mentioned before, just take your time, it'll be all good. Okay, so we're gonna click on go to console, click on add project, and here I'm gonna say Tinder to YouTube and click continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics. You can if you want. I don't need it, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, now as I mentioned before, today's build is being sort of, powered by the guys over at Tabnine. So make sure you race to get that 100, user limited discount, right? So it's 6 months for half price if you use that first link in the description. It's going to help you out a lot. And in my opinion, the price pays itself off. So let's click continue. And if any of this is a tricky at any point, right, the use effects, the state, any of that stuff, second link, I've got React Basics 101 for free. Okay, so it helps you out a lot. All right. I love that. He goes, we have just 2 screens. We can lift state. Yep, as simple as that, guys. All right, so at this point, we're going to click the cog and we're going to click project settings. Right. So over here, there are no apps in your project. So I'm actually going to add 2 apps. You can add the web app. I'm going to add 2 apps for now. Okay. The first one is iOS. So I'm going to click iOS. And I'm going to try and hide the credentials, which are sensitive at this point, but for now it's okay. Now, here's the important part for Apple Bundle ID. Okay. Now for the Apple Bundle ID, you need to use this special one because we're using Expo to go ahead and build out our app. Okay. So right now I'm just trying to find the one I needed. So I'm just trying to find, where is it gone? Yep, host, there it is, found it. Okay, so you need to type in host.exp.exponent. Okay, so please do not mess this up, and there's a reason for this. Host.exp.exponent, right? And that's because it's Expo, right? And what this is going to do, let me explain this one. This allows Expo to get through the Google sort of safety restrictions, right? Or the sort of limitations when you're trying to log in with Google. If you don't do this as the app bundle ID, when you try and log in, it'll say redirect to URI error. Okay. Now, if you come to try and deploy this app, right? If you try and deploy this app to the App Store, you're going to need to repeat this step, but change the app bundle ID. Okay, there is a whole guide on this on the Expo website, but I'm going to show you how to get it working with the Expo simulator so you can develop. And then all you need to do is swap out the bundle ID with a new bundle ID. You just need to follow it along, right? But I hope that makes sense. My girlfriend donated £1. Thank you so much, babe. Ben Rennie says, please hide your credentials before. Yeah, I know. I'm going to hide it. Don't worry this time. I'm going to click on register the app. And then I'm just going to make sure that nothing pops up. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and set up our iOS device at this point. So first thing I want to do here, as you can see, I says download Google service info.plist. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly download that right now. Okay. I'm going to download that into our Finder. And then I'm going to go back over to my code and I'll show you how we pop that in. Okay. So what you want to do once you've got that file is I'm just going to go over to my, let me quickly, I've got it down here now. So I've dragged it down here. Command B. And what I want to do is I'm just going to pop this in our directory over here. Now make sure I've got 2 in this case. So I need to get rid of the -2. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this to get rid of the -2. Hit enter. Angelino says, hey, Sonny, greets from Belgium. What's up? Papa Fam is present everywhere, guys. That is awesome. Almost at 600 likes. Awesome stuff, guys. Thank you so much. All right. So in this case, oops. Okay, there you go. Let me hide that. It is what it is. Okay. But you want to hide that. You want to make sure it's super safe. Okay. But you see Google service info plist. Okay. So you obviously want to keep that private. Okay. Now, what I'd recommend is if you do this in a production sense, you actually store a lot of this stuff in environment variables, not in this way. Okay. But in this case, we're going to keep it simple. So after we've done that, we're going to click on next. Okay. And what you need to do here is you can ignore this next part. Okay. You can ignore this next part, click next. And after that, you can click next as well. I'm just making sure nothing pops up. It's hard to remember what's going on. Click continue to console. Okay. Now, once that's done, we get down here and you should have what I have at this point, right? So this is how you can pretty much guarantee that you're at the right point. You see an app ID, the encoded app ID, bundle ID, host, exponent, and then you've got your Google service info. This is basically like your key that allow you to connect to your backend. Okay. Victor Vitor says, greetings from Stockholm. Thank you so much for another app. Thank you so much, dude, for tuning in. So we've done iOS, right? I'm going to do the same thing for Android, right? So again, I'm going to do the host.exp.exponent, and I'll show you how to do this in a second, but we're going to click on register app. Okay. We're going to wait for that to go ahead and do its thing. And as you can imagine, there's a little bit more setup when you do this, but it's okay, right? You just got to be patient and then you can get through it. So you can see download Google services.json. So I'm going to click on download right here. There you go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply pull that into the same location inside of our code right now. All right. And I'm going to rename it and I'll show you my screen. Okay. So what I've now done, guys, is I've gone ahead and pulled it in the Google services.json file. Okay. So you'll get the same thing at this point. All right. So at this point we click next, and then you can see you've got all of this stuff. We can ignore that because we're using React Native with Expo. So we can click next, and then we can click continue to console. Okay. So now you can see we've got the Android app and we've got the Apple app here and Android app there. Okay. So that's the first step that you need to get things up and running. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to our Expo Google App Auth, and we've already installed this one right here. Right, so we're going to click documentation for the master branch. You can go ahead and click this to go ahead and get a nice read. And you can see this is going to show you how to roughly use it. But I'm going to simplify this for you to make it a little bit easier. And that way you can go ahead and follow it a little bit easier than doing all that rubbish. So inside of AuthProvider now, we already actually went ahead and installed the dependencies earlier. So if you check in package.json, you should have Expo Google App Auth, right? Version 9. Okay. So what we got to do now is we need to import the following. So at the top of the file, you need to go ahead and say import all as Google from that library. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and install Firebase. Okay. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to combine this with some Firebase stuff. But firstly, actually, I'm going to, let me think about how we're going to do this. All right. Oh, thank you, Stirring Cowden. Always jumping in, dude. I love that. Thank you so much. $7 donation. Hi, Sonny. Keep it coming. Thank you for your expertise. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for tuning in. And almost at 600 likes. That's absolutely sick. All right. So let's go ahead and carry on. So we got this nice. So at this point, we've got import all as Google from Expo Google App Auth. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a function here. And this function is going to be responsible for, right now, this actually set the user as no. So I want to see the login screen. Okay. So we should see a login screen now when it refreshes. You can just hit R if you want to force the refresh. Okay. Let's check this out. All right. I love the chat sometimes. It's like, you know, we get these little inspectors that are like, you're not doing this right. I know I'm doing it. All right, sign in with Google. And this is going to be asynchronous. All right, it's going to be an asynchronous function. and we're going to do some cool stuff with this, right? And it's going to be really cool when you see what we can do with this, right? Sanju Sarkar, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for making me fall in love with Next.js. I'm going to make you fall in love with React Native now too. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to say await Google dot login async. Okay, and what we need to do here is we need to pass a config, right? And this config essentially allows us to go ahead and connect to a Google login, which allows you to get that nice pop-up, which then does all that good login stuff, right? And then what we're actually going to do is combine that with Firebase to actually keep track of who's logged in and who's not. Okay, so at this point, we're going to say, I can see the chat popping off right now. It's so funny sometimes. Oh, 600 likes. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Awesome stuff. This is nice. All right. So what we need to now do is a bit confusing. You need to keep close track with me, right? We're going to say cloud.google.com. All right. We need 2 credentials at this point. Okay. We need 2 credentials. So I'm going to go into my cloud.google.com, into the account that I'm signed in as, click console on the top right, and then we're going to check this out, right? So what we're going to do is click on, there should be a little drop down over here. Now mine says Tinder 2, but what I actually did is I created another one, Tinder 2 YouTube right now. So we're going to go into the correct folder, into the correct project. We're going to click on this navigation menu, and I'm going to click on APIs and services and credentials. Okay, so this is the important part. Okay, so I'm going to hide it for a sec to make sure there's no special keys which get leaked out into the internet. Right, but at this point you won't be able to see all the keys, so it's all good. But you can see we've actually got some auto-generated stuff for us, right? So you can see when we did our Firebase stuff, you see auto-created by Google Service. This is actually Firebase that did that, right? TK says your way of explanation is excellent. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it, man. So in this case, iOS client for host exponent, right? And same here for So it should be one here for Android, but it's fine for now, right? I mean, maybe it's using web client. All right, but there will be one there. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I can check it afterwards. But anyway, there's going to be a part for that, right? So at this point, we've got iOS client, right? So what I want to do is actually, I think it should be there. So I need to double check. Oh yeah, okay. So at this point, you can see we have, where'd it go? Android, there we go. Fingerprint. Okay, so we need to do this fingerprint thing. Now you're probably wondering what the hell is a fingerprint? Well, it's just a security measure to make sure that we connect to the right thing. So what I'm going to do right now is it's a little sort of procedure you need to follow. So I'm going to go ahead, go into my terminal, right? And you're probably going to need to be logged in with Firebase login, right? So you're probably going to have to do Firebase login. I'm already logged in. But once you've done that, what you need to do is, Expo, we need to do the following. We need to type in Expo fetch Android hashes. Okay, Expo fetch Android hashes, right? And I can share this because we've actually got a few things. It says there is no valid key store defined for this app. Okay, and I'll show you when you get this error, you actually have to do a little build process. Okay, but what it's trying to do right now is it's accessing the credentials for my Expo logged in account for the project Tinder to YouTube. Okay, so you're gonna have to probably log into Expo. Can't remember exactly what I did, right? But drop a comment if you get stuck on that, and I'll clear it up. But at this point, you need to do a build. Okay, so we need to say Expo build, I believe. Let me just see if I remember the exact thing. No, it wasn't Expo -- help. Forgot what the command was. Okay, so it was Expo build Android. There you go. Expo build Android. So Expo build Android. Okay. And this will go ahead, create a bundle for us. And then here you can see we've actually get this coming. So what would you like your Android package name to be? So I need the package name to actually be what I said before. Okay, so it needs to be host.exponent.exp.exponent. Okay. And then it says it's already in use, continue, yes. And then you can do either or. So I'm going to say APK. Let's just do APK. Doesn't matter. All we're going to do is try and get the thing. So this is the bit that you need to keep track of, right? It says, would you like to upload a key store or have us generate one for you? So I need to generate a new key store. Okay, and these keys are quite important, right? These keys are the ones that allow us to sort of use that special file that we downloaded earlier, right? It allows you to go ahead and prove that you are you. Okay, so at this point, we need to go ahead and we're going to let it do its thing. Now, at that point, you probably might face an issue because you may not have Java installed on your machine. So you need to go to Google, type in Java, download it, and install it on your machine. And the reason being is because Android requires Java to compile the code. So when you actually come to this build process, you're actually going to need to have Java on your screen, on your computer. Okay, so let's wait until that gets done, and that will go ahead and actually generate those key stores that we're going to need. Okay, we're going to have a quick water break and then we're going to crush it and carry on. We've got loads to do today, guys, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Almost at 700 likes already as well. Absolutely incredible way to save this stream. And you know how I do it, guys. I'm not going to stop until we finish this strong. Right, and if you want to learn more about and sort of, you know, crush it with us in the Popup fam, hit the 0 to Full Stack community up on the third link in the description and join us at popupreact.com. Okay, so it's almost done. Let's see. It says building optimized bundle, generate source match, start a metro bundler, and you can see it built a bunch of good stuff. Okay, and checking if this build already exists, build queued, and then here, once you get to this point, it's actually going to deploy it to expo.io. So you can actually go ahead and check out, check it out once it's deployed, and then you can actually use one of the online simulators to view your app or so forth. But we don't really care about that right now. We're going to click Control C. Okay. And the thing I need to do now is Expo fetch Android hashes. Because it generated a key store, I should get hashes now. And boom, we get hashes. Okay. So I'm going to grab this SHA-256 hash. And obviously you should keep this super hush hush and keep it to yourself. But in this case, I'm just teaching you a demo. I'm going to click add fingerprint and boom, it says SHA-256. So it's a unique hash. We're going to click save and there we go. We have it on there. Okay. So we've got that one. And I'm also going to go ahead and maybe add in fingerprint. No, that's all right. We can keep one. Okay, cool. So we've got that done. Okay. So I've added in this hash and at that point we should actually have our Android one pop up here soon. Because we are going to need the Android one. Okay, so hopefully it pops up through here in just a sec. And we should come through here in a second. Oh, it's actually here. What am I talking about? It's right there. Right. So with that done, what we're now going to do, guys, is Android. Oh, okay. Sorry, I think I have another place where I can get it from. And it's actually in, okay, so I can show you where else to get it from. That's fine. Okay, so it actually is this one, but for some reason mine wasn't showing you, so I'm going to show you where to get it from. Okay. Nice. Jetlam podcaster. I like that comment. All right, so we're going to go ahead and first start off with the iOS client. So this client ID is basically how we're going to go ahead and tell our app where to go look for the correct connection to this Google sign-in, right? So let's go back here. Command J to hide this. I don't know why I've got it so high up. Okay. So Google login async. We need to create a configuration file. Okay. So this config file at the top of the file, I'm going to go up to the top. I'm going to say const config equals, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is pop in scopes and permission. And what this basically does is it tells Google that where we need scope, the scope of the profile, and I need the email. And what permission should we get access to? We need the public profile, I need the email, I need the gender, and I need the location. The gender would have actually been pretty cool, but I didn't do the gender. I just realized that now. But yeah, I guess it's pretty cool. I did open swipe. You get girls and boys on the swiping. Okay, so in this case, we've got the config here. Okay, but what we need to do next is we need to say iOS client ID, iOS client ID. Okay, and this client ID, I'm going to show you where we can get it from. So what you want to do is you want to go into your Google service info plist file or your Google services.json file. So one is for your iOS and one is for your Android. I'm going to hide the screen quickly while I get my key. Okay. So inside of the Google service info plist, there is a part which says client ID. Okay, and I'm trying to think about how I can show you this. Okay, so I'm going to do this bit so you won't be able to see the full thing. Okay, so there you go. This is a good way of doing it. Aha. All right, so you can see at the top here, I've only copied a bit of it, but you can see at the top we see string, and that's going to be the one that you need to copy, that client ID right there. Okay, so you need to copy that and then come back with me. Okay, so this is for the iOS app, I believe. No, is it? Which one was for watch? I always get confused. This one is for the iOS app, Google Service Info plist. And if you forget, you can simply check by going back here, and you have Google Services and then the Info plist. So the one that I just showed you was Info plist. So I guess it's there anyway. All right, so we've got app.json. Let's go to AuthProvider. And what we're going to do is I'm going to paste that key in here. Okay, so I'm going to paste. Oh, it wasn't sharing the screen. That's fine. So I'm going to paste that key that I showed you over here. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm going to paste it in there. Now I've got a nice little trick now that I can go ahead and do to make sure people don't go crazy on my stream and start hijacking everything. But I can go ahead and hide this key like so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say 1 second. There we go. All right. So what I've done now is I've hidden the key from you guys, but basically over here for iOS client ID, I put in that value that I've copied. Okay, it's a really nice little thing, right? Probably wondering like, oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I know, I like it too. All right, so we've got that one. And then the next one we're going to do is Android client ID as well. Okay, so I'm going to show you where to get the Android client ID. And also thank you so much for, I think it was, who was it said? Somebody said a really nice comment just a second ago. Oh yeah, Sharia Pandey says, keep on doing this, mate. You're basically making new programmers every day. Thank you so much, dude. That's awesome. I really do appreciate you guys tuning in and supporting the channel. We're almost at 700 likes as well. Awesome stuff. Okay, so what you want to do now is go over to Google Services.json. I'm going to quickly hide the file while I show you where to get this one. But what we're looking for is a client ID, and it is in here. I'm going to show you where it is right now. Okay, so I have grabbed the client ID. Okay, so this is the one that you need access to. Okay, so it says Auth client, and it has the client ID. Okay, so you're going to copy that and then come back to app.js. No, sorry, not app, just stack navigator. No, sorry, useAuth. What am I doing? Yeah, useAuth. And then you're going to paste it in here. Okay, so I'm going to paste it and hide that key, and that way you guys can't see it. But remember, if you are doing this in production environments, use environment variables. I'm just trying to keep it somewhat simple for you to follow along with, right? I don't want to kind of overload because there's a lot of information in today's build. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste that in right now, and I'm going to hide that key. I'm going to say hide stream. Very nice little plugin I found. Okay. And then at the end of that, we're going to have a comma. Okay. Cool. So with that said, now you should have the following. Okay. So you should have your config. So you've got Android client ID and iOS client ID. And I've hidden the keys from you guys so that way we don't get any, any issues. But here I say Google login async, and I pass in that config. Okay. Now, once I've got the config, this will go ahead and execute an asynchronous call. So you can see it returns a promise. And whenever we have a promise, I can actually go ahead and do .then. Okay. In this case, we don't actually need the await if you're going to do that, but you can say .then. And I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to do an asynchronous call with this callback. And we're going to say the login result is what comes back from them. That sort of call. And I'm going to do something with it. Okay. So I'm going to say if the login type, so if the login result type was a success, so if you successfully logged in with the Google pop-up, then I'm going to go ahead and log in and do some cool stuff with it. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and set an error and do some other cool stuff as well. Right. But let's just go ahead and check that this works at a somewhat degree. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I've got a function here, and I'm going to go ahead and pass this through here. So rather than, where we had the value, I'm also going to pass in sign in with Google. And if you do that, it's the same thing as doing shorthand. So I'm going to pass in sign in with Google. And now we have access to this function inside of our app. So you can see we can actually have not only the user variables, but we can also have our authentication methods pass through this context API, right? So we're going to have sign in with Google. So if I go over to my login screen, and you can see this is where we're right now, right? I'm going to go ahead and say const and I'm going to pass in, I'm going to get my sign in with Google from useAuth. And you can see where I'm going with this, right? If you want to change up your sign in provider for whatever you want, you can just hot swap it and do that. And it's not that difficult, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and create a button here. And this button is going to say login, right? So I'm just going to say login. And on press, I'm going to go ahead and trigger the sign in with Google function, okay? So let's go ahead and do R on the terminal to go ahead and refresh our app. And you can see you cannot find useAuth. Okay, so we need to do that. And whenever that happens, you just need to click I to open it in iOS, or you just click on Expo Go and it will do it for you. Okay, and you can see Tinder to YouTube, and you can see it opens it up. I cannot find button. Okay, so I forgot to do that as well. And then do a refresh. Okay, so looks like my thing doesn't want to play well today. So whenever you get this issue, there's a few things you can do. You can either close the app like so, and then you can open it up again, and it will force it to go ahead and try and re-download the new one. Sometimes, I'm not going to lie, it does get stuck, in which case right now I think it's going to, oh no, there you go. It's gotten stuck, yeah. But if it does that, then I just do that as a trick to go ahead and force it to restart. Okay, almost at 700 likes, guys. You know, so if I click on login now, you should be able to see it says Expo wants to use google.com to sign in. All right, so if I click continue, wait for it, we should see a pop-up. Okay, it says accounts.google to sign in, and you can see here there is no URI error. Right, it allows me to do that. Now if I click OK and it does this, then it says restrict your client. This app is not yet configured to make OAuth requests. To do that, set up the OAuth consent screen in Google Cloud Platform. All right, so we need to go ahead and set this up in a sec as well. Right, I've not done a step here I need to do, okay? But we will get that done in just a second, and then we can continue on, okay? But I'm gonna show you how to set up all of the useAuth stuff right now. We're using Firebase Firestore for the real-time chat later on, yes? Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and show you pretty much, the reason why I'm gonna do this is for the sake of time, but I'm gonna go ahead and accelerate through the sort of what we need to do at this point. Now, I do want to have a few additional things here that we can go ahead and do at this point. So I mentioned before, guys, that we actually wanted to use Firebase to keep track of what users were signed in. So after we logged in, I'm actually going to go ahead and log you into Firebase using your Google credential. Now, how do we do that? So I need to go over to my Firebase. We've already set this up, which is kind of cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and say Command J, and I need to install Firebase into my app. So I can say Expo install Firebase. And this will go ahead and install Firebase into my application. Okay. And this is Firebase v9, by the way. Okay. So once that's done, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a final step here where I say add app, and I'm going to add a web, right? Because I need something called a config. So if I click this now, I'm going to go ahead and say for the Tinder, I'm just going to say Tinder to YouTube, and I'm going to say register app. I'm going to hide this for a sec because I don't want to expose my credentials. And I'm going to click on, and there you go. So when you get to that next screen, there will be some credentials which pop up with a snippet of code. Okay, so I'm going to show you what you actually get through when you get to that screen. So when you get to that point in the build, what you should see is this. Okay, so you should see something like this. Okay, so you want to copy this. So you want to click this little copy button down here and copy all of this into your code. Okay, and then these credentials, which are blurred out right now, you actually want to go ahead and store them in environment variables or whatever you need to do to go ahead and hide them. But in this build, I'm actually going to keep it quite simple. So I'm going to copy that right now. I'm going to create a file called Firebase inside this level. So I click on app.js, I click firebase.js. And over here, I'm going to paste those values in, right? So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to paste those in, and I'm just going to quickly hide the credentials. Okay, so I'm going to use my nice little hide stream trick. Okay, so I'm going to say hide stream. Give me 1 sec. And oh no, can I not hide several lines? I thought I might be able to do that. Okay, so I guess I can't do that. In which case, I'm actually going to see if I can do this for everything. So, all right, give me 2 seconds. And if you're enjoying the content, guys, smash the thumbs up button. It helps this channel go a long way. You have no idea. And this takes a lot of prep work. Okay. So what I have now done is hide all the credentials like so. So there's going to be 6 values here that come back. And then you're going to get that inside your Firebase config. Okay. So as you can imagine, this new Firebase version 9 uses yes, it will be available after. This uses the new Firebase v9. So you're going to see the new functions that we're going to be using in today's build. Okay. They're going to be using the latest and greatest. So once we've got that ready, what we now need to do is we need to say const, and I need to get the authentication object. So you can see it's already beating me to it, but that's using v8. So we need to now say get auth, right? And you can see it passes in the Firebase config, but what I need to do now is actually go ahead and import get auth from the appropriate place. Now, because we have this new v9 way of importing things, we need to say import get auth from Firebase /auth. Okay. And this will get us an authentication object that we can use to do logins and all that sort of stuff. Okay. So, Jake, can you just handle something, please? Yeah. And then we're going to have const db equals, and we're going to go ahead and get the database at this point too. Now the database we're going to be using for today is called Firestore, right? Firestore is a real-time database. It's a NoSQL. It's basically like an upgraded NoSQL database that Google provides to us. It allows us to have real-time data. It's going to power up all of the sort of, the features of our application as we go on with this build. Okay. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say get Firestore. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop this in, and I need to import that. Now I import Firestore, that get Firestore from the following. I say import get Firestore like so. Okay. And now you can see I've got my app, auth, and DB. All right. Now what I'm going to do is this is called a singleton pattern, whereby we initialize it once in this file, like the auth and the DB, and then I just access it outside of the app, or I use it wherever I want inside of my app whenever I need access to these variables. This will give me access to the authentication, so I can do things like log in, I can do things like all that good stuff, and DB will allow me to post information to my database. Okay, so now that we've done that, I'm going to go back over to my application, and I'm going to click on continue to console. I'm just hiding it for a second. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the Firestore database now. So on the left hand side of the screen, Firestore database, I'm going to create database, and I'm just going to click start in test mode because we're going to need to do this anyway afterwards. Click enable. And once that's done, I'm going to go over to authentication. So what I'm doing right here is I'm setting up my database. So I'm preparing it, and I'm going to go ahead and prepare my authentication so the backend is ready to do what we need to do. All right. We reached 700 likes. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Awesome, awesome stuff. Let's keep pushing. I think we're going to break 1,000 today. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is go over to our authentication, and I'm going to go to get started. And all I need to do at this point is go to, I'm going to actually have Google. Okay, I'm going to click enable, and I'm going to click project support email popup react, and I'm going to click save. Okay, now with that done, we now have prepared the backend to go ahead and do this. Now it says download latest configuration file, configure SH1 certificate, and download Google services. Oh, okay. So what I forgot to do was actually give the SHA1 certificate. All right. So what we actually need to do is go back to our project settings, and remember what I showed you guys before. Okay. So I went into my code and I did that sort of, fetch hashes bit of code. Yeah. So I did fetch Android hashes. So do that same command. We actually need the other hash. Okay, so I'm going to show you which one, and you can see right here I need the SHA1, so the SHA1 hash, right? And I go down to my Android apps and I add in the second fingerprint. That's why it wasn't adding it to Google Cloud. Okay, so now we have 2 fingerprints. That's great. I now need to actually grab the latest Google services JSON file. Okay, so I'm going to do that right now. Right, so I'm going to grab that one. I'm going to replace it with the Google services. The client ID never changed, by the way. Okay, so that will stay the same. But I'm going to do that quickly now, and I'll show you what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to open up my code. I'm going to grab that file. I'm going to pop that file in and replace it with the one that I have. Okay, so I'm going to delete my Google services file, and I'm going to go ahead and do rename. So I just re-downloaded the Google Services JSON file and I popped it back in there. Okay, so now we have the latest thing available. Okay, so we have the latest sort of hashes and fingerprints available. So if I go to my credentials now and I refresh, we should actually see the Android one here. Okay, so wait for it. Let's see what we see. All right, while that's loading. Okay, there you go. Nice. We've got Android client and we've got iOS client. And if you do want the shortcut for the client IDs, you can actually grab them here. Okay, just FYI if you need them. Okay, so at that point, we're going to go back to our code and check this out. I'm going to go over to my sign in stuff over here. Okay, so there we go. So once we're back at our useAuth. Okay, the first thing I want to check is I want to actually see if it configured that option for me. I believe I'm not forgetting anything now, but I want to see if it's done it for me. So at this point, when you get stuck like this and you try and hit R and it does nothing, I would actually recommend you just cut the terminal and you start it again. Right, it doesn't take too long to do, but it's worth getting that up and running. It becomes a bit of an annoying issue that you have to do. Nice, noob developer Papa React builds are rocking. Appreciate the donation, dude. Thank you so much. Right, so that's running now. If I do R, it's going to go ahead and say I need to click I, opening in iOS. So whenever this happens, get into these annoying corner cases. I close it, I open it up again, and then we should see it in just a second. Opening project. And then give it a second. Now it says building JavaScript bundle. So you can get into these corner cases. Okay, it's a bit annoying. It happens. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so it says login. So I click it now and you can see it's about to log you in. And then what we need to do is click Sunny Sangers, try and log in and see what it says. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Right, so that is actually awesome. And I want to try and get some music pumped up in right now because this music is not doing it for me right now. Why is my music? Where is it? Okay, that's better. All right, let's do this. Okay, so what I actually want you guys to do is at that point, if you get rid of that error, it means that you've done all of those steps correctly. Okay, so you've done all the authentication steps. So it should have just closed at that point. But the good thing is that now we can actually tap into the user's logged in state. We actually just logged in. Okay, so what we need to do now is, as you can see, I logged in, but if I go over to my code over here, and I go to my users in authentication, I'm not logged in, right? So how do I actually go ahead and push that logged in user to my Firebase to keep track of the users? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to my if we logged in successfully. I'm going to upgrade this and we're going to have to move pretty fast because there's a lot to do right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the ID token and the access token out of the login result. The way I do that is I do the following code. I say I get the ID token and access token out of login result. Now, once I've got that, I say const credential, right, equals Google Auth Provider. Now, where the hell did Google Auth Provider come from, right? We actually import that. I'm going to import that from Firebase Auth. So go up to the top of your file, import the following, okay, because we're going to need these afterwards. We're going to need Google Auth Provider on auth state change, sign in with credential and sign out, okay? So we're going to need all of those things, so grab them while you can. So what this is going to do now is we just logged in with Google, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to construct a credential from that login, and then I'm going to pass this special credential over to Firebase. Firebase understands what that credential is and it stores it in its users, right? So then we should see it update on the user side. Okay, so now we say Google Auth Provider, and what I'm going to now do is say, I'll need to go ahead and say .credential. So you should see .credential. So you should say your IntelliSense come up. And this is going to have two arguments. It's going to have the ID token and the access token. So look at Tabnine comes in clutch, right? So once we've done that, looks pretty good. Okay, so we've got that looking all right. And then I'm going to say await sign in with credential. Okay. And what this special function does now is that this is what we're essentially, this is where we actually take this separate library that we just used, Expo Google App Auth, which prompted us with the Google sign-in. We got all the relevant kind of access tokens and stuff from Google. We now create a credential from that, and then we use it to sign in with our Firebase authentication. And that's very important because it's going to power up the next step. Okay, so once we do that, we can go ahead and continue on. Now, if we actually didn't have a success at that point, right? So I'm just going to check something, guys. So if this was a success, sorry, so that needs to be up at the top there with that. Yeah, it needs to be inside of the if success block. If it wasn't a success, then I want you to say return. Oops, just do return. And I'm going to say promise.reject. Right, because it's basically failed at that point, right? Or that means that the user's cancelled the sort of login process. Okay, now I can catch and I can do finally afterwards, and I'll show you what we can do there afterwards. But you're actually going to get this slight annoying issue at this point where it says async storage has been extracted from React Native, and now this is because the React module has the Firebase module hasn't been updated correctly. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide these warnings for us until you can basically get rid of that yourself properly, or you can do what I'm about to do and just hide it for the duration of this build, because I'm not gonna go through all of that now. So you need to go to app.js, go import logbox and say ignore all the logs for now. Just for now, it's not a main fix. It's just because we're trying to get through a big demo right now, okay? And that will stop that annoying thing popping up. Okay, so at this point, I can go ahead and go click login, and then I'm going to click continue. Use async storage. Yes, you can use that. It's actually part of the npm module that I installed though. So you have to go into your node modules, update the dependency, and do some clever stuff with that. So I'm going to click Sunny Sanga. Now, as you can see, before I click it, there's no authenticated provider, right? But if I do this now, I build a credential, I pass it to Firebase, and I sign in with a credential. At this point, if I hit refresh, I should see a user in here. Right, so I can't see a user in here, and let's see why we cannot see a user in here. So we messed up something at this point, and we need to see what went wrong. So we didn't actually catch anything. We didn't actually check. So it says undefined is not an object. Credential get ID token response. Okay, so what I actually did here by messing up is I forgot to make this an await, because inside I've got an asynchronous call. So I actually messed that one up. And we have async. Let's go ahead and see. We've got Google async config, and we've got the login result. And we say if the login type is a success, then we log in, we get the ID, and we get this. We build a credential from it, and then we await the sign in. Okay. And there you go. I messed up. So sign in with credential is a modular function. And now the new modular functions require you to pass in the authenticated object. So remember the one I created from our Firebase file? I need to import that, and that's the first argument. And then the second one is the credential. I rushed it. You need to be careful. Okay, don't make that same mistake. Okay, Muaz says you're the GOAT, almost 100k. You deserve it. Thank you, my man. We're almost at 800 likes, and we're almost at 100,000 subscribers, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, man. So I'm going to do Command K to hide the terminal, and then we're going to go ahead and do a refresh to make sure we're good. And I'm going to click login. And I don't know why my terminal is playing up today, but it's all right. So we're going to click Sunny Sanga. And at this point, I should see a signed in user. Okay, because we didn't get an error there. So, aha, there you go. Okay, so that worked really nice. All right. And the problem is that we simply weren't passing in the auth object. So you're using a modular function without the auth object. So it doesn't work. Okay. So that's, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna handle that one in a sec. So right now, we don't have the unhandled promise rejection. So what we're doing is at this point, we're rejecting if you didn't do anything, if you weren't logged in successfully, but we're saying it's unhandled. So we wanna handle it if it failed for whatever reason, okay? So the way we do that is we go up to this then block and we say catch, right? And with the error, at this point, I'm gonna say set error to be error. Now we don't have a piece of state to go ahead and keep track of the error. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create that piece of state now. Remember I said the AuthProvider is just a functional component. So all the state stuff works here. You can say error set error equals use state. I was about to say use error. And then we basically in the beginning, we don't have an error, right? So it's going to be no. Okay. So it's just going to be no for now in the beginning. But what we're going to do is if we get an error, we can set the error, and you're going to see exactly where I'm going with this. It's quite powerful with what I'm going to do here. And then afterwards, finally, we're actually going to go ahead and do sort of a loading state. Now I'll show you the loading stuff afterwards because it's quite a cool little thing that we're going to go ahead and tap into. Okay, so I'm going to click login. Actually, no, not yet. Sorry. I'm going to just leave that for now. We've already handled the rejection, so it's all good. Okay, so we're signed in now. Right, but how do I actually know if the user signed in? So I signed in, but my screen says I'm not logged in, right? Because right now the user is no, right? So how do I keep track of the user? Well, we've got this very nice handy function called on/off state changed. Now, if you've seen any of my builds, let me know in the comments right now what we think we're going to do, and I can try and beat you to it. Okay, so I'm actually going to have a use effect hook. Okay. And what this use effect hook is going to do, remember, if you don't understand use effects, second link in the description, get access to my React 101 basics for free on Skillshare with a 1-month bonus included. And I explain all of this good stuff like use effects and all that stuff, so we can actually explain that and break it down. And there's also a YouTube video on my channel right now. Okay, so in this case, you can see use effect. Now, when the component or when AuthProvider mounts, what I want to do is firstly make sure you've imported that we have. I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to call that on/off state change. Now, this function is very powerful. What this does is it essentially fires off. It's listening to the authentication set, and it fires off if there is ever a change in the user's state. That means if you were logged in, that it would fire off that user as an event. If you log out, it will update and it will fire off another event. And then whatever you decide to do with that information is up to you. What we're going to do is keep it as a sort of tracking mechanism to tell if the user's logged in or not. Okay, so I'm going to say on/off state changed, and it's a modular function, so I need to pass in the new auth object. That's Firebase version 9. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's not async. I'm just going to do this. Okay, but what we actually do is we get back the user every time. Okay, so what you can do here is you can say if the user is present, that means that the user is logged in. Okay, or they just logged in, or whatever the case, but it means that they are now logged in. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of the user in a piece of state. So I'm going to say const user set user equals use state, and I'm going to say initially the user is going to be no. Okay, so if there is a user present, we're going to say set user to be that user right there. Okay, else they're not logged in, right? So you can say not logged in, or they signed out, or whatever it is, but this will get fired off when this happens, right? So we say set user to no, right? If they log out, we want to set the user to no. We want to kind of reset that, right? And then what we can now do is this user right here, we can actually go ahead and pass it through here. So we can shorthand this and we can just say user. And now if I do this, you see how we're logged in, right? So if I actually refresh the app, right? And this is super frustrating because I actually want I'm not sure why it's not showing me my terminal in the correct way right now, but let's see what's going on. So I'm going to close this terminal and I'm going to restart the terminal again. Okay, so I'm going to say Expo start. Okay, it's only happening when I'm live, which is a bit annoying, but anyway. Okay, so we've got that done, and then I'm going to click on refresh. So reload R. I'm hitting R in the keyboard when I reload the app. Okay, guys, almost at 800 likes. Let's go. It's doing amazing. So now you can see it basically had a second and then it logged me in. So if I do R, watch how there's a little delay and then it logs me in. Because what it's doing is it's connecting to Firebase, and then what happens is it says, okay, was there a user event that fired off? In this case, yes. And so it sets the user and then it updates the state on the UI. So that's why you get a little delay. So to get rid of that initial delay, what we actually do is we're going to use something initial loading state. So this is a little pattern you can use. I'm going to say loading initial, and I'm going to say set loading initial equals use state. And by default, that's going to be true. Okay, so we have this loading state, which is going to block the UI in the beginning. Okay, so after you go ahead and set the user, whether or not they're true or false, whatever the case, I'm going to set the loading state after that to be false. Okay, so initially the app's going to begin with a loading state of true while we fetch the user, and then it only gets set to false after we set the user. Okay, so with that bit done, what I'm now going to do is, and also as you can see, it returns an unsubscribe object. As I mentioned before, this is a listener. All right, which means that this is actually going to be an unsubscribe function, and this is going to come in handy later. So pay attention to what I'm saying now. Okay, so in a use effect, you can return the unsubscribe to clean up. And basically what this will do is it will clean up the function by detaching the listener if there was ever a re-render. But what we can do is we can actually say, if it's a one-line piece of code, we can get rid of the unsubscribe. We can make it a direct return, and that will actually trigger a unsubscribe for us. So that's a super clean way of doing an unsubscribe because it implicitly returns an unsubscribe. Okay. So at this point, the loading initial, I can use this to block the UI. And the way I do it is I say, if loading initial, if there is no loading initial state, so if we are not loading, then load the children. Now, what you'll see is that there's no delay, right? There'll be no UI and it only shows the home screen once it gets that information. Okay. So Ilyas says, wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, see, that's pretty cool. Oh, that, you mean the unsubscribe? Yeah, it's an awesome little trick. But now you can see with the loading initial, we don't get that jitter. It just loads the actual app up. Now, what you could do at that point is you could load a splash, you could load whatever you want to do. But that's kind of a little trick that I like to do, right? Just so you don't get that little jankiness on a mobile phone, right? Because it kind of throws you off. I'm not logged in, I am logged in. What's going on, right? So that's kind of an annoying thing you don't want. Now, I'm also going to have a loading state, okay? Now, the loading state is going to be for whenever we're doing any kind of UI blocking logic. So for example, if I click on login, then I want to make sure that I can actually, set some form of global loading state. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is Magnetic says use reducer now would be better than 3 use states and then re-rendering. Of course, I'm going to show you a little trick as well, by the way, dude. So stay tuned. So I'm going to use useMemo in a sec to go ahead and make it even more efficient. We're going to say use state, and at this point where it says loading is going to be false in the beginning. Okay. Now, whenever I do any kind of sign in with Google action, what I'm first going to do is set the loading to true. Set a loader to true, and then after it's all said and done, catch is basically if an error went wrong, then is if a promise went right, but finally happens regardless of your promise's outcome. So at this point, regardless, I'm going to say set loading to false. And look how good that was at figuring out what I wanted to do. Tabnine for the win. Okay. So you can see finally set loading false. Okay. So now what I can do is I can pass that down as well. And I can say loading. Okay. So I can pass that through as well. Right. Use reducer is built in Redux. Yeah, you can use that. That's fine. But I'm going to show you this way of doing it. Okay. So you've got loading. Now I'm also going to show, we're also going to pass through the error if there was ever an error. And the final function that we care about at this point is actually a logout function. Okay. So we've done a sign in with Google. So I'm also going to have a sign out. So in this case, I'm going to call it a logout. And I'm going to say this is an asynchronous function. In fact, I don't actually need, yeah, we will have it. I'll show you why in a sec. You don't actually need that to be fair, right? In this case, I'll say set loading is true in the beginning. So set loading is true. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say sign out. Now, where the hell did I get sign out from? Because I imported it from Firebase Auth. That's why I didn't call the function sign out. And you might run into that yourself. I've done it a few times, right? So to do this, you pass the authentication object, and this will sign out the current user who is logged in. Okay. So at this point, I can do sign out dot, and I'm going to say, if there was an error, then catch the error, right? I don't need to do anything after they've signed out. I really don't care at that point, because what I'm actually doing instead is the on off state change picks it up, right? So that's why after we sign in as well, I don't need to set the state because it happens in the use effect. But here I can say catch the error if there is an error and set the error to the error. Look how nice Tabnine is. I just like that. It just saves me that issue of, that headache of typing it in, right? And then after I'll say finally, set the loading to true, set loading to false, right? And there you go. See how much quicker it makes you as a coder. So nice, right? And log out. I'm going to pass that through as well as a function. So we've got sign out, we've got sign in with Google, and we've got log out. Okay, nice. So at this point, you can see we've got all these handy functions. So 800 likes as well. Boom, that's what I'm talking about. The energy is coming up, and we're almost done with the authentication portion of today's build, which means we're going to get into the really fun Tinder stuff. Okay, if you're watching this back in replay, you can use the timestamps. It's all good, but this is a big part of the learning today. Okay. So we're going to try and move and get into a big flow state right now. All right. So we got the logout over here. So what I'm now going to do is go to the home screen. And as you can see in the home screen, I had the go to chat screen, right? So I'm also going to have another button just to test something right now. This button will say log out. Okay. So this is going to say log out. And on press, I'm going to trigger the logout function. So what I want to do now is say const, and I'm going to pull the logout function from my useAuth hook. Okay, I'm going to pull that in from logout. So as you can see now, it's very expansive, right? To go ahead and do this, it's very powerful when you start doing this stuff, because now I have this very nice custom sort of hook that taps into my higher order component, which is using context API, and you can see it's just so powerful, right? So when I click this, I want to do logout. Okay, awesome. So if I do Command J, and now I got this logout button. So if I click logout, boom, I'm now logged out. If I click login and I click continue, I sign in. Now you should see, wait for it. Boom, I'm now logged in, and I can click logout. So we have authentication, ladies and gentlemen. That looks pretty damn sick, right? So looks pretty nice, right? So at this point, Sunny, can you repeat which extension autocomplete what you're writing? Yes, I'm using Tabnine AI autocomplete, right? So it's an awesome extension, and in fact, you get 50% off for your first 6 months if you use my special link in the description. The first link in the description will give you 50% off for your first 6 months. So check it out, dude. It's going to really help you out, right? I work with these guys for a while. They're awesome, and it definitely helps me when I'm coding. Right. So in this case, you can see our authentication flow is working, but there is one optimization which I have not shown you before that we can do to make this a little bit better. We're going to use something called useMemo. Now, the problem with this is, right, if any of these change for whatever reason, if the loading state changes, it causes everything, or the user, where the user is shown, where the error is shown, where the sign in with Google is shown, it causes all of that to re-render. The entire tree has to basically re-render. That's expensive, right? Instead, what we want to do is I want to basically essentially cache as much as I possibly can. And I only want to sort of, change this if an error triggered, if the loading state triggered, or if the user state changed, okay? So the way I do that is I say const memoed value. I'm going to call this memoed value. And I'm going to say useMemo. Okay, now I recommend you do look at this on the React docs as well. But what you can do inside of useMemo is it's similar to a use effect in the way that you write it. You have a dependency array afterwards. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to return an object. So I'm going to basically wrap this in a parentheses and return an object. Now, what I'm going to return here is simply this stuff. So it's no different. It's just going to be that I'm moving it from here to the useMemo. And instead now I'm only going to update this information if the user changed, if the loading changed, or if the error changed. And you can optimize as much as you want or do whatever you want to do. The point is that now what I'm doing is I'm not passing in the individual values. I'm passing in this memoed value. And what this memoed value does is it caches the value. So imagine if you had an operation or a variable which took like 5 seconds to load. If nothing changed in that dependency array, just give the value that you previously calculated rather than wasting another 5 seconds to give that value again. Right? Instead, now you've got it cached, boom, you give it, it's way quicker. There's no need to re-render everything. So that's what benefits, that's one of the benefits of using memoization. Okay, so in this case, I'm passing that through here. Okay, looks damn good. Okay, and one thing I want to show you is if I go into my login screen and I pull in my loading state, what I can show you is that if it says, I can basically say, if you're loading, right, check this out, if loading, then I'm going to say loading ... else log into the app. Now check this out, okay? So it says log into the app. Obviously it looks like crap right now, but if I click login, see how it says loading? Aha, see that global loading state kicks in, Sunny Sanga, and then wait for it, loading, boom. Aha, looks really damn nice, okay? So this is pretty cool. Right, so it looks really good at this point. We've got our chat screen, we have our authentication. So we are now finished with our authentication provider. You just built your first higher order component, which looks something like this, right? So we now have this beautiful AuthProvider, which wraps the rest of the children inside of it. And then it's gonna go ahead and basically power it up with any authentication requirements that we need. Okay, so we've done the authentication portion now. Now we're going to go ahead and build the remainder of the app. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and build out the Tinder app with the cards. We're going to build the match functionality. We're going to build the chat. We're going to build the chat rows. And we're going to do all of that. And I'm going to make this look really nice. And we're going to move at full speed right now. Right, today I'm not streaming on Twitch, by the way. I'm only streaming on YouTube. Okay, but smash the thumbs up button. Almost at 900 likes, almost at 1,000 today. Honestly, I think we're gonna crush it. But yeah, that's absolutely killing it. Right, so this is the use hook that we created, the use auth hook. Absolutely looks amazing. All right, so you can go ahead and pause at any point there to go ahead and capture it. But yeah, that's what we just basically done. We set up our connection to our authentication, and now we're going to move on to the next step, which is customize our login screen. So that's the first thing we're going to do. And I'm going to go ahead and move very fast now with this sort of UI component because we have a lot of work to do. Okay, so for the login screen, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in. We're going to need the navigation. So I'm going to say constant navigation equals use navigation. I'm going to need this in just a second. Okay, because I'm going to need to actually redirect the user at some point. Actually, no. So at this point, there's two ways I can customize. I don't want this header. I want to customize it to make it my own look, right? So I can do this two ways. I can either go to my stack navigator, go to the page over here, and I can customize the options. So here you can see it says options, and here you can actually go ahead and customize this. I can say header shown. Oops. I can say header shown, and I can basically say false. I can do it there, right? And what that's going to do is it's basically going to get rid of the header for me. And you can see how it went up into that safe area, right? So we're going to show you how it's going to go ahead and save the safe area. So I'm going to show you how we can fix that. But what if I don't want to spam our higher level stuff over here? So if I want to do it at the component level, I basically go into my component and I do the following. I say use layout effect, which is basically a use effect, but it triggers on the UI aspect as opposed to when the component mounts, right? So when the UI is finished painting, basically. Now what I say is navigation.set options. And this is a special function which basically does what I just showed you before. Here I can say header shown, okay, header shown false. And that does essentially the same thing, you can see. But now it's inside the component level as opposed to spamming up the rest of the higher level stuff. Okay, so at this point I can add a safe view, which means it will never go into that thing. But right now I want to have this kind of neat looking screen that I have that I showed you just a second ago. So where is it gone? Where did I close it? All right, I'm gonna open this up again. Let's go ahead and open this up right now. Yeah, there we go. So you can see. Oh, it always makes me think I saw every stream, it catches me off. Right, I'm gonna build this right now. So you see, I don't want it to hide the top, so I want to expand it all. Right. So the way I do that is I'm gonna do the following. So we're gonna go ahead and just start this out. So I no longer want this. I no longer want the button like that. I want to have an image background. Okay. Now, image background is a special React Native component which allows me to use an image as the background. So in this case, it's actually a components like so, and the image background is going to be this gradient. That's actually an image. Okay, so you can see image background. Sorry, there you go. And I'm going to import this from React Native. Okay, and what this is going to do is it's going to go ahead and have the source, which is going to be the back. Right, so it's going to be the Tinder PNG. So what I need to pop in here is what the picture is that it's going to point to. So this is the picture that it's going to go ahead and point to. And right now we have nothing inside of it, right, which is why it's freaking out. So what I'm actually going to do is add in a piece of text, right? So a piece of text, and this text is going to say sign in and get swiping. Okay. And right now I'm getting a weird error right now, which is saying undefined is not right. So where's this coming up? Image base. Oh yeah. Okay. So in this case, I need to go ahead and give this two things. I'm going to give it a resize mode of cover and a style, which is Tailwind Flex 1. I'm going to go ahead and import my Tailwind, and then let's wait for this to come back. Okay, so the reason why you can't see this at the moment, and the reason why I was complaining, is because image background needed to have some styling applied to it. So in this case, I've said Flex 1, basically grow as much as you can and use up the space, right? So over here, you got resize cover. You can make that contain, it's basically like object fit for the web, right? But to make this visible, I now need to make this have Tailwind. I'm going to make this a Flex 1, right? So it uses up enough space. Now you can see boom, and you can see sign in, get swiping stuck over there, right? So I'm gonna make that look a bit cleaner in just a sec. But what I want to do is that is basically, if I use a button, you see it came up like the text that we had previously. So if you want a custom sort of looking button, what you do is you make something called a touchable opacity, okay? And you can see touchable opacity like that, right? And what this does is basically you can wrap whatever you want in it. So in this case, it's still hidden over there, right? And we can't actually click it. But I'm actually going to show you how we can get that to the center of the screen. So right now I'm going to use style, and you can see how that's so nice. It helps me save a bunch of time. I'm going to say the background of that button should be white. But before I do all that, I'm going to say it should be an absolute position button. I want the bottom to be 40. And I want it to be width of 52. Width of 52. And I'm going to make the text Tailwind text center. Okay. And then this needs to be a little bit more straight. So I'm actually going to make this... let's think how we're going to do this. I want this to be, if I want to add in, so basically Tailwind can't do everything with React Native. So what I need to do sometimes is customize it with the style. So without React Native, you actually add in a style like this as an object, or you add a style sheet. But if you want to have both, you can have this and you can reference your style sheet, or if you want to be lazy like me and type in margin horizontal, you can do that too. Margin horizontal, and I'm going to give it a 25% margin horizontal, and that way it gets it centered. Okay, because it's 25% centers it. And then I'm going to say BG white, and now you can see that. I'm going to give it a padding of 4, and I'm going to say it's rounded to XL. So you see why I love, honestly, why I love Tailwind so much. It's so nice. It's utility classes, which allows us to write our CSS really quick, right? So looks pretty good at this point. I'm just going to hide that. There we go. Looks a bit messy. So at this point, do you code live or do you have the solution ready? I have to prepare it. Anyone who does it live like that is lying, right? You have to prepare some of the stuff, but then I run into debugging issues all the time, like today, where I have to do it live, right? So in this case, I'm also going to make this font bold. So font bold, I'm actually going to say semi-bold. But there you go. Okay, so this button I'm actually gonna have on press. You know what, I'm not gonna lie to you though, a lot of it, so some of it is prepped, but there are a lot of elements where I do freestyle it and I add stuff in. I've been guilty of that, and that's why some builds go on for quite a while. Check this out. So, and now when I click that, it should say sign in with Google. And if you see touchable opacity, when I click this button, can you see how the opacity changed, right? The opacity changed, okay? Now, one thing I did wrong there is I put the on press on the text. I want the on press on the touchable opacity. That way, when I click this, it does it, right? But opacity is because the opacity changes when I click it. You can also get different ones like touchable, where is it gone? Touchable, highlight base, and a few others, right? Touchable highlight and so forth. Okay, but I like touchable opacity. It's got like a nice kind of app feel to it, right? Guys, almost at 900 likes. Quick little water break. We're going pretty strong right now. Okay. Check this out. Right. So Andrew says, never done anything with React Native. Currently rewriting a pretty awful front end for HR app. Dude, I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain. But it's worth trying this out. So it's pretty fun to do. Right. So now you can see sign in, get swiping. So if I click this now, boom, and let's click Sunny Sanga. And you can see now I go to the login screen. Right. So it looks very clean in what we're doing right now. Now that's actually that portion done. The login screen is done. Now, as you can see, we are logged in, right? So if I go ahead and do refresh, you can see I automatically come to the login screen because of that loading initial inside of our authentication state. If I log out now, it's only then do I come back to the screen. And you can see I can't get back. I can't swipe back, right? So it actually blocks me out, okay? So now we're gonna move over naturally to the home screen, right? So you can see as it's pretty cool how we progress through this build. So I'm gonna go to my home screen. And you can see this looks like, yeah, this looks rubbish, right? So I'm going to make this look a bit nicer. So for the home screen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with deactivating this top portion, because what I want the home screen to look like is this. I want to customize the header and do a bunch of cool stuff with it. And I want to have this cards and all that good stuff. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, I'm going to use the navigation option with that use layout trick that I showed you earlier. So use layout effect. And I'm going to do the following. Remember, this is just like a use effect, but when the component paints on the screen. Okay. So here I'm going to go ahead and say navigation dot set options. I'm going to say the header false. So navigation dot options. In fact, you can do it all here, yeah. But there is actually a handy little thing. Now, in none of these screens actually need the header. So what I can actually do is I can set a default. Right now, the default can be as part of the stack navigator. So here I can say, let me just double check where I put this. This is going to be in the stack navigator. It's called default options. So default screen options. And what you can do here is you can pass default options for the screen. So I'm going to say the header shown should be false by default. So now you should be able to see if we were to refresh, it should be not there. In fact, which is strange because it is there. And that's weird. It has worked before. Okay, but I'll show you anyway. All right, I'm going to set that anyway because I want that to be the standard. But over here then, if I have that back, I can say navigation.set options. And it's good to know both, I guess. But I'm going to say header shown false. And there you go, it gets rid of it. Now, as you can see, it flies up into that dangerous area, right? So the way to get rid of that sort of danger element, right? Because some phones have a notch, some don't. And obviously you don't want to sit there and say, if iPhone 12 do this, if iPhone this do that. I mean, it's a headache, right? So instead of doing any of that rubbish, we can go ahead and for inside of here, we can use something called safe area view. Okay, so it's not just a normal view, it's called safe area view. Right now, the safe area view, I need to import it. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to safe area view. Oops, safe area view. And as you can see, I get two options. It's actually going to be the normal React Native one that I want. Okay, React Native. Now there has been a time where I need the other one, but you can see now it actually pushes the view down out of the danger zone. So it's a very handy little trick that you should know about. Okay. Somebody said header no. Oh, okay. That actually might be a way of doing it. Okay, so let's try that out. So you can see now it should bring back the. Oh, to be honest, that's probably why. Oh no, didn't want to do that. Okay, so that's probably brought it back. But if I go to my stack navigator and I say header no, you're right, because when you do header, you can actually pass a component in. But if I just say header no, let's see what happened there. If it didn't, that's fine. Okay, I mean, we're not going to mess around with this, but yeah, it has worked in the past. I'm going to debug it right now. That's fine to do now. Okay, so we're going to deactivate the header shown false. Ben Carter says screen options. Yeah, I've done that, Ben, but it's it said it for the default screen options. I don't think it came up as screen options. Yeah, maybe you're right in the sense of it could just be screen options. And then inside of home screen, I don't have this. Let's have a look. Okay, I think you're correct. Yes. Okay, so it's actually not default. It's screen options. Good call, guys. So yeah, we can actually simplify our code now. Thank you for that. But yeah, that's how you do it. It's going to be screen options, not default screen options. Right. So now you can see that looks much better. Right. And now if you want a header, we can explicitly say we want a header, but just don't forget that we added that in. Right. But thank you for clearing that, Ben. Appreciate it, dude. So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to actually create the header. Okay. Now the header is going to be at the top. So I'm just going to mark it. I'm going to say the header goes here. And then I'm going to say end of header. Right. And that should help us out a bit. Right. So the header over here. Now let's go ahead and build this. So I'm going to say I'm going to view. And this view is going to have only if the user is signed in. Well, in this case, we are signed in, so it should be fine. But the user can be, I don't know, that's fine. We can grab it now. So we can say user. And you see how easy that is, guys. We just pull the user through like this, right? So it's very, very nice. Koki, this is actually a native app, so it's already on a phone, right? So you can see view. My full-time job, by the way, is 0 to Full Stack Hero. So third link in the description if you want to join the popup fam, the official community and course. That's my full-time job, guys, right? And building amazing YouTube videos for you guys. Right. So in this case, we're going to say touchable opacity, and I'm going to go ahead and import touchable opacity. And the first thing I want to do is build the left part. So I'm going to build this right here, right? Sorry for the poor resolution, but that's going to basically be my user profile image, the picture. Okay, so with the user, I get a bunch of information back. One of the bits of information is called the photo URL. That's what comes back as the user. Okay, so if I do console log on the user and I go ahead and say console.log user at this point, so user, and I just do this, now you can actually see back the user that we get back. You can see all their credentials. So let's have a look. You can see all this good stuff comes back. Photo URL, that's actually the Google login picture, and you can see display name, email, and all that good stuff. So you see how clean this build is, right? Jay, can you please mod? All right, so right, so and it says notifications off, but dude, yeah. All right, so as you can see now, we need the user.photo URL. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and say image. So I'm going to get an image, right? And the image is a self-closing component, and I'm going to go ahead and import it like so. Okay, and then at this point, I'm going to say the source of the image is going to be from the user URI. So I'm going to say, and it's not just a normal src source. Here you pass an object where there's a URI, and the URI is going to be the user.photo URL. Okay, so that's the one I just showed you. Now, nothing is shown because we haven't passed any styling to it. Okay, so for this image, I'm going to give it a style, and I'm going to go ahead and say style equals Tailwind, and I need to go ahead and probably pull that in. I'm going to say the style here should be a height of 10 and a width of 10 as well. Okay, width and a height of 10 and width of 10. I'm going to say rounded full. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's cool. So you got height of 10, width of 10, rounded full, and it says cannot find a variable. There we go. So in this case, I'm going to go up to my import this. Okay. So as you can see, I get my nice little picture. The little picture comes through. As you can see here, we've got the image and we've got the touchable opacity. Now, right now, if I click it, it gets a nice little highlight effect, but nothing actually happens. Okay. And, right. Jay, check Slack if you're watching this, dude. All right. So as you can see, we've got touchable opacity, and right. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I've lost my place now. So I'm going to say Tailwind of absolute style, Tailwind absolute left 5, and I'm going to say top of 3. I want this to be absolutely positioned, and as you can see, it's there, right? And don't worry about I am the home screen and all that stuff. I'm going to reposition everything, okay? But this is how I want it to be for now. Okay, so in the middle over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it as a Tinder logo. Okay, now that logo I've actually downloaded and I've just saved it. Right, so what I'm actually going to do is, just for an example to show you that you can have a hard-coded value as well, I'm just going to pop a logo.png at this level. Okay, obviously you should have an images folder, do all that good stuff, but I'm just showing you how you can do it from a URI or from an image. Now, if it is static assets inside your build, I would recommend doing it like that. And then you can compress them and manage it and all that good stuff. But yeah, you can do it that way as well. Okay, so, oh, that's horrible. Wow, absolute. What the hell was that, man? Okay. Absolute, there you go. That's why it just sits on top, right? And I'll show you this afterwards. So right now, I'm just gonna comment out these because we're just focusing on the header. Okay. So after that is done, I'm now gonna have on this part, I'm gonna have touchable opacity for the image. So touchable opacity, and this is gonna be for another image. And this image is going to have the source, and this is going to point towards that logo.png. So the way I do that is I say require, and then I go ahead and find the directory of the location. So in this case, it's going to be logo.png. Okay. Now for the styling of that image, I'm going to go ahead and say style equals Tailwind, and I'm going to go ahead and do a height and width of, oh, look at that. Look how nice that is. This one's actually going to be a height and width of 14. So instead, I'm going to do height and width of 14 and hit save. And now you can see it pops in. We get a nice little Tinder logo. It's going to be clickable because that's going to be what brings up the modal. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to position that in a second. Okay. So in the view here, I'm actually going to say style item center to centralize all of my elements. So I'm going to go ahead and say items center. And I'm going to make it relative. So that way, if anything is absolutely positioned, aka this thing, it's going to be in the center of that. Okay. So item center. And what have I done here? Yeah, I've messed this up. So that should be inside there. Okay, there you go. I get this. I got my nice clickable element. Looking pretty good, right? Looking pretty good, right? So with that said, we are almost at 900. We are 5 likes away from 100 likes, guys. I'm going to restart my playlist because I liked some of the new songs that I added to it. Okay. And I want to have a water break, but we're going to go another half an hour before I have a water break. Otherwise, I'm going to have to run to that bathroom. Okay, so let's carry on. So I'm going to now do the right hand side, the little chat bubble. Okay, so those chat bubbles are actually pretty cool because they come in when you install your app with Expo. Okay, so as in when you set up an app with Expo, you actually get something called Expo vector icons. I'm going to show you this right now. Expo vector icons. Okay, so if you type in icons on Expo, you actually get this right now, and this by default comes installed when you set up your app. So you can go ahead and pull it in like so. Okay, now you can actually browse all the icons at icons.expo.fyi, and here you can actually go ahead and type in anything. So you can search for an icon or family. So if I typed in something like, and also you can filter between different types. You can have font awesome and design, all those good things. So it comes out of the box when you're using Expo. Really kind of easy to do that. Okay, so this is how I actually find all the things. If I need a heart, I can go ahead and use a heart and so forth. So that's how I'm finding these, in case you're wondering, okay, when I use them. But the one I'm going to use right here is I'm going to pull in a couple of different ones, and design and TPO and TPO and ionic icons. And as you can see, if I click into it, I can see all the different variants. So I can see what needs to be typed in when I want that, right? Andrew Cathcart, you can use that as well. I'm just trying to show you variations, but yeah, you can use that. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to chuck in. Chandra says, this is so exciting, bro. Thank you, dude. I appreciate the excitement. That's what I'm talking about. So at the top now, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say touchable opacity. And I'm going to say inside of it, I'm going to have an ionic icon. And what I'm going to do is a nice little emit trick, right? And the ionic icon is a self-closing component. And this one is going to go ahead and say name. And the name here is, you see, I get all this IntelliSense, right? And this one is actually chat bubbles sharp, right? And it's actually going to be S plural, chat bubbles sharp, okay? And that's going to represent the bubble, that one that we see over there. And the way I get it on the screen is I give it a size. So in this case, I can say size of 30. And as you can see, it comes underneath, and that's because of item center, right? Now, remember I said I want to also use absolute positioning. Now you can use, you know, something like items or justify between or justify evenly, and that will also work. Okay. So I want you to know that you can use those as well. So absolute. And okay. So at this point, I'm now going to do absolute right 0. Oh, I was wondering what that was. I could hear fireworks. I was like, what is that noise? Right 0. And I'm going to say right 5 and top 3. Everyone's probably watching like, what are you doing, dude? There you go. Right. So you can do that, or you can actually have, you know, justify between. I'm going to show you both. You say justify between. You can do it something like this. If I got rid of the absolute positioning and I got rid of this one, you'll see some difference. You do that, but then you need to say flex row. So do flex row, and you can have it like that. And then you can add a padding around the side. I mean, you could do that as well. So if we did that, let's just do padding X of 5. you could do that as well, right? I'm gonna actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep that one a bit cleaner. Okay, so there you go. Handy little demo of how you can use both touchable opacity. Okay, so at the top right here, what I actually want to do now is change the color. Now I've already got the Tinder color on the record, so I can go ahead and say color equals this hash, and that's going to be the Tinder kind of pink, similar to it anyway. And now I can actually hook these up, right? So I'm going to have it so if I hit this button, I'm going to log out. Okay, so we're going to try that right now. So the first one, I'm going to say on press. If I do that, I'm actually going to say log out. Okay, and this I'm going to get from my logout from the useAuth. Now look how easy it is. Once you pull that in, boom, I'm logged out, sign in. It's just so sleek, right? Once you set this up, Andrew says, looks good so far, man. Thank you, dude. Right, and I'm loving that you guys are, you're enjoying this with me. We're nearly 1,000 likes. We've overcome so many hurdles today, which is awesome to see that we're pushing through it as a team. Right, so you can see here we've got this, right? So we've got this middle one and this. Now the middle one is going to be responsible for when we actually update our users' information, which I didn't take a screenshot of, but we will do, right? And I'll show you where it is. Okay, and then this one is for the chat. Okay, so for the this one on the right, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be an arrow, and it's going to say navigation.navigate, and this is going to go towards the chat, right? So this is going to go to the chat screen. Now, obviously we don't have a back button, so you get kind of trapped at this point. And my swiping, for some reason, oh, there it is. Yeah, swipe works. Okay, so you can do that. You can do this, and then you can swipe back. But obviously we want to have a button there as well, right? Oh, Harsh, look at that, Jay. Right. So, oh, nice, Andrew. He says, very handy seeing you do all the styling. I think what Jay was talking about is joining 0 to Full Stack Hero. Third link in the description. Oh, we have the internal community, so it's awesome to see. Mebon, don't know what you're talking about. 143. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna go ahead and set up this one as well, right? So you see right here, we're gonna go ahead and do the following. So I'm gonna have the cards next. Okay, so over here, I'm gonna have the card over here. I see these middle cards, and then I'm gonna have these little buttons over here as well. So this little cross and heart. Okay, so for this middle one, I'm actually gonna have the modal pop up, by the way, right? So I'll show you how we do that as well afterwards, right? But then I think now maybe let's do the card. Yeah, let's do the cards. So for the cards, we're gonna use a swiper library, right? So there's a nice little library called a reactnative deck swiper, right? reactnative deck swiper. So if I go here and I say reactnative deck swiper, you're going to get this nice kind of, there's a few things here. We've got the GitHub repo here for this one, reactnative, and you can see they've got an example of how you can use it. Right, so it's an awesome library. Hopes you get this nice little functionality, but there's a lot of things that we have to consider at this point when we build this. All right, so pay close attention. So I'm going to grab that. I'm going to go back to my app, Command J. I'm going to say yarn add reactnative deck swiper. I'm going to hide that. Okay. And at this point, I'm installing the dependency required. Okay, nearly at 1,000 likes, guys. If you're enjoying this content, smash the thumbs up button, destroy it, and let me know that you're enjoying this right now. Document.write, I love you. I like that. All right. So at this point, we got I love you too, everyone. All right. So at this point, we've got this, and I've got the I am the home screen. Oh God, what happened now? Refresh. Oh wow, that's weird. So we've got that open now, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. So you can see they've got an example down here of how you can use it and style it and all that good stuff. I've simplified this a bit for you, so you don't have to kind of mess around with it too much. But if we go up to the top now, you can actually import the swiper library, and then I'm just going to go ahead and pop it in down here. Now the swiper library requires a few different things, so we're actually at the end of the header here, and what I'll do is I'll keep the comment in there to help you out. But instead of all this stuff now, I'm going to have the cards. Right, so cards. Okay, so I'm going to import the swiper like so. Okay, now swiper is eventually going to look like this, but obviously we have to style it. We have to make it look pretty good. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is I'm just going to pull in a bit of dummy data to help us out with this, right? So what you can do is you can use this dummy data if you want, or you can just use something different. But right now we've got some dummy data here, and you can see it's just an array of 3 objects: first name, last name, occupation, photo URL, and age. And I'm just using this to render something on the screen while I work. Okay, so before we get the backend set up and everything else, so I'm going to say cards equals dummy data, right? And you can see, whoa, there's no render method, and that's fine. We're going to go ahead and fix that, right? So this requires a function called a render item, right? And what this does is it goes ahead and you get each card as a object when it renders through them. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say it should be a view that gets rendered out. So let's go ahead and say a view. A view, and inside that view I'm going to have let's just imagine I have a piece of text which says let's just do card dot, and this is going to be card dot first name, okay, because that gives us each individual thing. So card dot first name, so it says render card is not a function, so render item, sorry, it's render card, my bad, it's render card. It's such a relaxing bit of music in the background. Right, so you can see there, it's just weirdly there, but we need to style it and make it look pretty good. Okay, so I'll show you what's going on right now to make this look like that. But what we need to do is surround this in a view so we can kind of encapsulate it and have some control over it. Okay, I'm going to put my swiper object inside of it. Koki says, Sunny is smashing it. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. So view, here I'm going to say style equals Tailwind, and then here I'm going to say flex 1. I want to use the space available. And I'm also going to do a negative margin 6, so I'm going to pull that thing up. Right now, obviously we can't see what's going on here, but you just got to trust me in this just for a sec. Right, the background color of swiper, I'm also going to give a sort of, there's a container style that we can go ahead and do some stuff to. I'm going to say here we're not going to use Tailwind there, sorry, I'm going to use background color of transparent. Okay, and that's actually going to be a string. There we go. Okay, now for this one, for each card, I'm actually going to make it have a background color. So let's say background color Tailwind, and you can see Tabnine just coming in helping me out, right? It really saves me a bit of time when I'm doing that. I'll say BG white, and as you can see, not yet, we need to give it a height 3/4, and if I gave it a background, let's just say red 500. Let's see if you can see that. No, not yet. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to say rounded XL. And in fact, what I'm actually going to do right now is refresh, because I'm pretty sure it is there. I'm just not sure though, I'm not seeing it. So we get the render card, and I'm showing out the card, and the key would be card dot. Each one should have an ID. In this case, let's just give them all IDs, fake IDs. 1, 2, 3. ID 4, 5, 6. And 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. There we go. Each one is going to have its own key. So it's going to say key is going to be card.id. There we go. And why are we not seeing this still? We have to figure out what's going on. So, oh, okay, I figured it out. Okay, so this is where you have to be careful, right? Safe area view is never actually expanding to use the width that it's allowed to use, right? Oh, and also, yes, thank you, Murat. That's why I love it sometimes. This is not returning, right? You have to be careful of that, right? So at this point, when you do this, if I actually wanted this, I could do return with the parentheses or a direct return. So you might run into this exact issue, and it happens to all of us, as you just saw, right? So I'm gonna do that. Now you go, now it's returning, right? Now, obviously right now, there's still the issue that I mentioned, which is this one where you got style, and you have to actually allow this to have flex 1. And that means it will use up as much room as it possibly can, right? Now let's do a refresh and let's see what's going on. Right, so refresh, aha, nice. Now we got a red card, right? And obviously, as you can see right now, I can swipe up, I can swipe down, I can swipe left, I can swipe right. But you see, I swipe through all the cards, right? And it seemed to work, okay? But what I wanna do is I wanna limit it to only be swiping left and right, okay? And obviously I wanna make it look a bit nicer than that, right? So at this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'm gonna go ahead and give the card, firstly, rather than just some text, and also the background here, I want to be white. Right, and right now, the annoying bit about this is because it's painting the card on, you have to probably do a R refresh manually whenever you make changes here. Just something to know. Okay, so here I'm going to have an image. I'm going to say image, and this is going to have a source, remember, and it's going to have a URI because that's how we do it here. We say card dot, and here I've got photo URL, card dot photo URL. Okay, and refresh. And we don't see the image again because we don't pass styling in. So remember, you can see the effect the styling has in this case, right? So you have to always kind of have your images have their correct kind of height and width. So in this case, I'm gonna say height of 4, oops, height of 4, and I'm gonna say width of 4, and rounded XL corners. And I'm gonna absolutely position it top 0. So I'll do that in a sec. So let's do this. And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to make the view relative. Yeah, I'm going to make the view relative because I want to absolutely position something. If you don't have relative on the parent component, it's relative to the overall screen, and then it kind of throws it in there, right? So no, it's not built in, dude. It's a package I installed. So he's asking where where swiper is from. So here I'm going to say absolute. I'm going to say top 0. So I'm going to stick it to the top. And then I'm going to refresh because now I've added in this new image. Aha, look at that. All right, so I get Elon and I get another Elon. That Pokemon cards, NFT win. All right, so at this point, I've got my cards. Pretty cool, all right? And then I want to do something a bit cooler with this, right? So I want to have, at this point, a sort of, you know, like a kind of a white kind of container at the bottom, which has some stuff like this where it says, you know, like this is this. And then I also want to show the cards stacked up. All right. So a few things that I want to add here. So where we have swiper, I'm actually going to go ahead and say stack size is 5. And what that does is it will have 5 cards behind. You just don't see them right now. Right. But trust me, they're there. Right. And I'll show you how to get them. Right. So we say stack size, and then I also need to do something called card index. The card index should start at 0 every time. Right? That means that it starts from the first thing in the list, right? And trust me, that will come in later on quite handy. Now I'm going to deactivate the vertical swipe because right now I can swipe up if I want. So I'm going to say vertical swipe false. And right now when I swipe out, oops, false. When I swipe out now, you must animate. Okay, so I've actually messed one thing up in this case. I need to go ahead and do vertical swipe, animate. I'm actually going to do animate card opacity as well. But let's refresh because I've made a change and it's hot reloaded. Let's try it now. There you go. All right. So the animate, by the way, animate card opacity was when I swipe out. Can you see how the animation comes in? All right. So it animates out. Oh, it's because I changed the stack size. That's why it didn't pop in. My bad. Remember, there's hot reloading here, so you have to actually do a fresh reload. And can you see the cards behind now? It's actually pre-rendering them behind. Okay, so smash the thumbs up button if that is looking damn good, right? Shex World, what's up, man? Good to see you. All right, literally almost 1,000 likes as well. Sick. All right. So we've got the render card on the screen, right? So we can see the card coming up right now. You guys are smashing it. What's up, Abhishek? All right, so we've got the picture over here. So now I'm actually going to go ahead and put that white box there, okay? So next to the image, so it's just going to be adjacent to the image, I'm going to have a view. And this view is not the view that you're thinking about. This is still React, right? So we've got view, and I'm going to have inside of here 2 things. So I'm going to have another embedded view with a bit of text inside. So this one's going to be, and in fact, I'm going to use Emmet here. I'm going to say view with a bit of text inside. And I'm going to say, this is going to be card dot, it's actually going to be display name, not first name and last name, because that's the way we model it in the database. So I'm going to say, for now, it's fine. I'll do first name, last name, first name, and then I'll do card dot last name. There you go. And I need to camel case this one, first name, last name. And outside of that view, I'm going to have another thing, which is going to be for Actually inside I'm going to have another one, but this is not going to be for this. It's going to be for the card job. So it's going to be card dot job. And in this case, I've got occupation. So I'm going to change that to job. Okay. So we've got card job. And as you can see, it comes up here. So Sunny Sanga, and then you can see you've got Elon's, but you just can't see it right behind there. Okay. So outside of this, I'm going to have card age, and I will show you why I've done that. So card.age, and this is going to have a closing bracket, and you can see Tabnine just coming in so clutch, right? And you can't see where it is right now, but the whole point of that is because I've got one container, which is the first view, containing two pieces of text, and they're stacked up on top of each other, hence this one, right? And then I've got the other container with the age in over here, right? So as you can see, you've got the first container with the two pieces of text and then the age over here. That's why it's doing it. What's up, Luke? Good to see you. We made it back, dude. We fought past the tech issues. We brought the sort of, you know, the energy back, and we're nearly at 1,000 likes, which is dope, right? Good to see you, man. So in this case, I'm going to add a style, guys. I'm going to say Tailwind. I'm going to say, what should I do here? I'm going to say BG white, firstly, to make sure I can see it. I'm going to give it a width of 4, so that way we can see even more of it. And again, it's not going to show this because it paints it on the screen and it doesn't show it. So I'm sorry, I have to refresh hard to see this. So if I do Command J, I do R, now you'll see a white section. Okay. Now what I want to do is I'm going to make this absolute bottom 0. Now the parent is relative, right? Which means that if I do absolute in this case, it's going to be relative to the parent. So if I do bottom 0, then you're going to see it. Remember, it's painting it on there, right? So we have to go ahead and actually refresh it like so. Right? So that looks pretty good so far, actually. And then I'm going to say justify between, and I'm going to say item should be center. This should mean that the text gets split apart. So justify center, items between. And now again, refresh R. And okay. And we've got the view over here. And we need to say flex row because by default it's in a column. That's why it's stacked up on top of each other. So flex row. Which is different to the web. Web we typically have, you know, by default the other way. Now we've done justify center, but actually I should have done justify between. Okay. Now I do want to add a padding on the x-axis. So the padding on the x-axis should be of 6 and a padding on the y-axis of 2. And that means it won't touch the sides and you have a little bit of padding on the top and bottom. All right. And I want the bottom to be rounded off. Right now it's hard to see, but that's a square corner at the bottom. So I'm going to say rounded bottom edge XL. So it should be cornered off. And then that for now will do. And I need to style the rest of it. So quick few things. I'm going to add some styling here to make it look quite flush. I'm going to say the text should be extra large and it should be a font bold. Boom. And then that one will look pretty good once I refresh. And then the style down here for the age will be text 2XL. And Tabnine is coming in fire right now because it's helping me code much quicker. Refresh. First link in the description to get your first 6 months for free. Right? You can see that looks pretty good right now. Sunny Sanga. And if I check this against this one, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. In fact, I think we're pretty much there with that one. So back height of 3/4. Okay. So in that case, what I want to do now is actually add in a little shadow so I can't see it. Now, frustratingly, I do love the shadows in React Native, in Tailwind CSS, but we don't get Tailwind shadows in, you can see Tailwind class unknown. We don't get that in the React Native package. So I have to manually do this with style sheets. So this is where I'm going to show you that you can combine the two worlds and you can have the traditional style sheets. So I'm going to say const styles equals, and this is how you typically do your styles with React Native, right? So style sheet.create, and then I say card shadow. And I'm just going to create some custom styles down here. Now the shadow properties over here, you can go ahead and look into, but this is going to generate a shadow, right? So shadow color is like a slight gray. It's going to have an offset. The opacity is going to be 0.2. So it's going to be a very light shadow. Small radius and elevation is going to be 2. And you're going to see the effect of this. I'm going to import style sheet from React Native. So I need to import that from React Native. Okay, and then if we refresh, now you should see a nice little shadow. Oh no, sorry, I haven't used it yet. So we need to go down to our need to use the shadow, and I'm using the shadow where I've got my card text. So here, so whenever I want to combine Tailwind styles or any, you know, two different styling languages or paradigms, you want to go ahead and put an array, and I want to do comma, and I can just literally concatenate the styles. So I can say styles.card shadow, and just like that, with a refresh, bada bing, bada boom, I get these cards. Look at the difference a slight little shadow makes. Right? Smash that thumbs up button if that shadow looks much better now, because now you can actually see that it's a card and it's stacked up. Right? Now you're probably wondering, but Sunny, you don't have it saying match and pass or nope top, right? How do you get that? Right? So I'm going to show you how to go ahead and do that as well. Right? So in the top here, we actually have this cool thing called overlay labels. Right? So this is a prop that comes through. And what this does is it takes an object, and this object is predefined. Okay, so there are actually predefined things here. So if you have a look over here in overlay labels, default props. So this is how I figured out what the map was, right? And you can change the element to whatever you want. You can actually make it look like a, you know, whatever kind of no sign, sad face you want. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do for the left hand side, I'm going to make it give it a title and a style. Okay, so the style is pretty much what we're used to, but I'm going to say the title is nope, and the style is a label, and the label is text aligned right, and the color is red, right? And I'm aligning it to the right because when I do this, it needs to come on the right hand side of the card, hence why that way I can see it. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing with right. Okay, so here I'm going to say right, and that one is going to be outside here. Right, so we got right. So now if I go ahead and do this, you see match and nope. And if you can see this one, if I don't do text align this, yeah, you're gonna see it comes up over in the left side. You see that? It's very hard to see, but it's in the left side over here. Yeah, nope, right? But if you do text align right, well, only for the nope, then it comes up on the right hand side. Whereas this side comes up match. And then you get that nice cool little effect, right? Papa Fam, S. Mohammed Basit, nice. Causa said, is this pre-recorded or live right now? Now you know, dude. Right. So looks pretty cool, right? So we have that doing its thing. William Peterson says live. Yeah, man, we're live and we're almost at 1,000. I just saw, I must have been him. Must have been. Smash the thumbs up button. Quick little water break, and then we're going to continue on. And I'm going to show you how we can have these little cross and heart buttons to do the swipe functionality for us. You're going to learn useRef as well if you haven't used useRef. I do have a tutorial on that on the channel, but you can check it out. Andrew said he's a beast. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, man. So come on, Jay. At this point, we've got the card down here. I'm going to now do, there's these special functions that they give us. Okay. So in this case, I've got on swiped, and you can see you've got loads of them. On swipe right, on swipe left, and you can tap into these functions, right? So I'm going to do on swiped left. And for now, I'm just going to have an arrow function, which just says, you know, console log, swipe pass, right? So swipe pass. And because you're passing, or if you go left, you're kind of like saying, nah, right? Or swipe nope, right? So I'm going to call it a pass though. That means you passed on that person. On swiped right is going to be a function. And we're going to say console log, swipe match. Oh God, what is that? I'm going to say swipe. So, oh God, come on, swipe. It's not going to be pass, it's going to be swipe match. Okay, so pass and match. Causa says, thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate the content. Appreciate you, dude. And Emmanuel, hello, dude, from France. Right. So in this case, now we can check this out. If I swipe right, it says, one sec, what is this? Tailwind class items between, where am I using that? Items between, items center. Oops. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay, there you go. That's why I was looking a bit janky. Yeah. Wondering, it seemed a bit off to me. Yeah, there you go. All right, so now if I hold this open and I swipe right, we should see swipe pass or swipe match. Sorry, swipe match. There we go. Swipe pass. There we go. So now I can see, I can tap into that moment in the life cycle when I swipe. So we can do something with code right at that point. So right now we've just got this console log, and I'm actually going to leave them in there for now. All right, and we're going to do something interesting with it afterwards. Now, I'm going to set a background color here. It doesn't really do much, I'll be honest, but I'm going to set it there. I did it before. when I was coding this up. And there was a point at which I thought it looked nice. So I'm going to remember to throw that in. Okay. So at this point, I can't swipe up and down. It's only left and right. And we get our nice little overlay labels. Now you can re-enable the vertical swipe and add like a super like feature, but I'm going to leave that up to you guys, right? Because we've got a ton more to do. Okay, so how do I add 2 buttons here and then I can tap into it and I basically make it automatically do that? How do I do that? All right, so nice try, Sonny. Your girlfriend couldn't find the difference between the real and the clone. Yeah, I know she couldn't. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and do a ref. So I'm going to basically create a reference to the swiper card. Okay, so at this point, cause it yes, it will be live afterwards. All right, so I'm going to go to my home screen and I'm going to go ahead and say const ref. Now I'm going to make a reference to the swiper object, right? So a reference is like a pointer. It allows me to point at any object on the screen. So in this case, or any element. So I'm going to say swipe rep equals use ref. I've got a tutorial on this inside of my React Basics, second link in the description. If you find that bit confusing, make use of the class. It's free. Please, please, please make use of that React Basics class. It's free content. And if you want to really dive into it, third link, join Zero to Full Stack Hero. Okay, but use ref. This is basically how we create a reference. So to connect this reference to point at something, I go to my swiper and I basically say reference equals, and I just pop in my swipe ref, and now it's connected. Now it's pointing at the reference. Okay, so I hit save and it says cannot find useRef because I need to import useRef from React. Okay, and there we go. We get rid of the error. At this point now, I can do some pretty cool stuff. Okay, because what I can do now is I can have 2 buttons. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create those buttons now. So I'm going to go down to the bottom of the screen and I'm going to have a view. Sorry, I'm going to have a view and I'm going to have 2 touchable opacities, right? One is going to be for the X button, one is going to be for the heart button, right? And what I'm actually going to do is this view is going to style them accordingly with justify evenly, right? So the styling is going to be the following. It's going to be Tailwind, and this is going to say something like it's going to be flex row, justify evenly. So justify evenly, okay? And inside of here, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity. And inside of that, I'm going to have that NTPO. So NTPO. Right. And that NTPO is basically one of the icon libraries you see from the vector icons. Okay. So the name of the icon that I actually care about is called cross. Right. So it's called cross. And guys, we are 5 likes away from 1,000 likes in this stream. That's huge. Wow. Given that we had so many technical issues, we are back, right? So I've got the first one here. I'm going to go ahead and copy and I'm going to paste the next one. Oops, name, not enough. There we go. And boom, we are at 1,000 likes. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much, though. That's huge. 1,000 likes. Yes, let's keep pushing, guys. I'll keep going. 1,000. You know, the retention for you guys is so sick. It keeps my energy up. Right, if it was no like, I couldn't do this if it wasn't for you guys. Right, it keeps my like energy up there to do these live streams. But that's huge. That is awesome. Amazing stuff, guys. In fact, I'm actually gonna go ahead and pump a big song right now, and yeah, get the energy really up. So now we have the touchable opacity there. I'm gonna change the next one to ant design, and this one's gonna be for the heart. Okay, and you can see they're tiny right now. I want to give them a bit more size. Right, so I want to give both of them a size of 24. As you see, I did dual cursor there, and then you can see I'll get a bit bigger. Cool. And now the touchable opacities, I'm going to go ahead and style both of those, and I'm going to say the style here should be let's give it a Tailwind style. Oops, Tailwind. And you can see I'm doing dual cursors right now, and I did that by clicking. And I clicked option and clicked in 2 places, and I can type. So I'm going to click option, option. Now I can type in 2 places, do the same job. So I'm going to say item center, and I'm going to say justify center, and I'm going to say rounded full, and width and height of 16. So width and height of 16, and I'm going to do BG red 200, and this one I'm going to change to BG green 200, and boom, I get colors. All right, look at that. Gagandeep Singh, what's up? He says, get down, Sonny. What's up, man? So you can see here, look at that, looks good, right? Now the top one for this one, we'll say the color is red. And this one, I'm going to say the color is green. Hit save. And now we get this nice little effect, right? Now, how do I go ahead and trigger a swipe or I trigger a nope, right? So Andrew says Tailwind is fit, man. I love Tailwind, and you'll see why. It's just so good, right? It's just so much better than doing it manually, right? So William says Spotify playlist, these tracks hit. Jay, share the Spotify playlist. All you need to do is actually sign up to the newsletter. We send it out to you. That's pretty much how we enroll people with the playlist. You get it for free. It's Epidemic playlist. It's called the Papa Fam playlist, right? So you just sign up to that. We'll send it out to you. It's straight away, right? So on the touchable opacity, here you can see on press, and here I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to connect to that swipe ref. So basically the clever part here is I say swipe ref. So the thing that is pointing at this card, go to the current thing you're pointing at, and this has got built-in functions which are attached to that object. So they've created these functions which we can invoke, and I'll show you how we found that. As you can see here, it says it has props. There's a method here. Methods, trigger imperative. You can use a reference. So that's what we're using. Swipe left, swipe right, blah blah blah. So I did the same thing. I did swipe right. And I'm going to do the same thing, but swipe left on this one. Swipe left. Boom. And let's check it out. Swipe right. Boom. Oh, okay. I got the wrong directions. All right. So this one swipe left. There you go. Swipe left, and this one swipe right. Oh. And that's just when I've got some compile error with my text cannot bind variable. Yeah, that's one before. Command K to hide it. There we go. Command J. And now you can see I can either swipe right or I can hit like. And I can do the same with that. That's pretty cool, guys. That is pretty cool. All right. So looks pretty nice. Okay. So you can see now we get this nice little behavior going on. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and hook this up in just a sec. But for now, we've got the UI done here. I'm actually going to go ahead and also do the little pop-up modal, do the chat functionality. We've got a lot to go, but we are doing damn well on time. We're just hitting the nearly 3-hour mark. So I'm going to go ahead and try and push for the funch. Did we lose the match and nope test? No, we didn't lose it. It just happened so quick. So when you do that, boom, it happens really quick that you don't, I guess it doesn't really render when you do that one. But I mean, you're clicking it. So it's quite a natural effect anyway. Right, but it's still there. So Carson is still there. Okay, this is looking pretty good, guys. So now we are going to do the following. I'm gonna basically try and have it so that, okay, we create a user, right? So I created a user here, but inside of the Firestore database, we don't have any track of a user. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if you haven't basically configured your profile, it's going to force a pop-up to come up on the first time you enter. So basically, if you sign up to the app, right, you sign in for the first time, or if you don't have any user information, it just forces a modal to pop up, and then you have to enter your information. I'm not going to do image uploading. Instead, I'm going to have 3 steps. I'm going to have enter your profile picture URL, just because for the sake of time. I'm going to have enter your job, and I'm going to enter your age, and then you can update your profile. We're going to do that right now, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do a modal as well. So let's head over to Stack Navigator to begin, okay? So if you want a modal right now, you can see we've got screens next to each other. So if I click on this button, it just goes ahead and pushes me over to the next screen. But if I want a modal, right? If I want a modal, oh, thank you, man. Ben says Sunny has been working for over 3 hours. If I have water now, dude, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna have to hold it off. But Stack Navigator here, okay? Now, these are normal screens, right? But what I need is a modal screen, and I need to adjust something called the presentation prop, okay? So the way you do this is you use something called stack groups. So, okay, so I go ahead and say stack group, and I go ahead and close this. Now I'm going to pop these into a group, and it works just the same way. Nothing changed, right? But I can have multiple stack groups, and I can apply different styles based on each stack group. So I'm going to have another stack group. So let's do stack.group. And inside of here, I'm going to have a screen, and this screen is going to be for, you guessed it, the modal screen. This is going to be the pop-up where I adjust the user's information. I'm going to call this one the modal screen. Okay. Now for this stat group, I'm going to go ahead and actually change something called screen options. Screen options. Okay. And here I'm going to change something called presentation. And the presentation here, you can see I get these pop-ups. There's loads of different types. We're actually going to be using a transparent modal when you match, right? But in this case, I'm going to have a normal modal. So I'm going to show you different types of modals. Okay. So if we go ahead and hit save now, it says you have not got a modal screen. So Command B, go over here. Let's go into our screens. I'm going to create a modal screen.js and do our React Native functional export. Boom. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, I am the modal. Hit save, go back to my stack navigator and then come down here and I'm hit control spacebar. Do not have modal screen. I need to just import it manually at this point. All right, and then do modal screen. There you go. Nice. So now if I click this, I want to navigate to this screen and look, here's the wicked part, right? And I'll be honest, I didn't realize it would be this easy when I did it. I was kind of shocked, right? And I was really happy because I thought they're going to love this when I show them this. But check this out. Because I set presentation to modal, it's so clean because all I have to do now is navigate to the screen just like any other, but it handles it as a modal. So if I go to my home screen, which is this screen over here, and I go to this touchable opacity at the top, which is this one. And basically what I'm going to do is on press, and I'm going to go ahead and say, douche like this. I'm going to say navigate to the modal. Okay. And now check this out, guys. It's that simple. And look, I can pull it down as well. And I get all of that UI. That is so nice. And you can mess around with all the different variants. The transparent modal is this one that I'm going to do afterwards. That's where I match. Okay. But how sick is that? Right. Looks really nice. Right. P gameplay, React Native Firebase is awesome. But it's also for the, it's not for Expo. Okay. So I don't think it's for Expo. So it's more if you're using it for the React Native CLI. Right. So this is cool. Right, that's really, really nice. And yes, it is case sensitive here. So you might want to have constants for your root names. So that's what I'd probably do if it was production, right? And check this out. Shuria says, I just went out for a while. Wow, this looks lit. Keep it out, guys. We're getting there, dude. So now I want to force this modal open when you don't have any user information. Now, how do I determine if you have user information? In here, I'm going to have a collection of users and you're going to have a user ID, okay? And then that user ID is going to be responsible or determining if you have any information there. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to basically say let's customize the modal screen. So first I need to go ahead and make this look the part, and then we'll go ahead and hook it up to the back end. Okay. So for this modal screen, I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull in my Tailwind. Oh, we don't have payment for gold version, guys. We have a lot of work to do still. So I'm going to go ahead and we've still got the matching logic. We still got our chat, right? So crazy. Causa says, wow, goosebumps. Honestly, we're doing a lot in a short amount of time. It's ridiculous, right? So we're doing Tailwind and then I'm saying flex one. I said to Jay, I was like, this is going to be a challenge, man. This is going to be a big challenge. I'm saying items should be center and I'm going to do padding on the top of one. That way it's not touching the top too much. And then over here, I'm going to have an image, and this image, I've already found the location for it. Okay. So I've already shortened the URL to help you out. I need to import this image. It's going to have a height and width of 20, and it's going to have resize mode contain. And that is essentially just going to say Tinder, right? So it looks kind of nice. And you can see now we get this really kind of sleek looking kind of pop up, right? I think that just looks so nice, right? And we have this open. So I'm going to have a text over here, and this text is going to say, welcome to the user. Right now, how do I get the user? Oh, you know, we done all that work earlier to make our life so easy. We can just say user from useAuth. Look how nice that is, guys. Import, come down to here, and I can say welcome user.displayName. That's the property that we have there. If I go into this, welcome Sunny Sanga. Looks pretty nice. Okay, and at this point I can say style, and I'm gonna do Tailwind, and you see how Tabnine is making me go quick at this point. Text Excel, text gray, of 500, padding of 2. Oops, not 2500, padding of 2, and font bold. Oh, Kex. For Kex. There we go. Flex. Thank you. For Kex. Typo. Everyone's screaming at me. They're like, God damn it. Oh, Jay, no. You didn't have to. You didn't have to time out there. I don't think it was. Yeah, that's quite funny. Andrew says, going to definitely move some of the global state into a provider, having nightmares passing state around through props. Yeah, dude. I hope now you can see like the effect or the sort of usage of something like what we did today, right? It's really, really nice. And also, guys, if you're watching this right now, please shoot an Instagram story. Right now, on the bottom of the screen, you can see it says SSSS Sanga, and tag me and just show me you're watching. I love to see who's watching, right? But let me know. That's so funny. All right, so you guys can go ahead and check this out. But you see, look, we've got Tinder pop up here. We've got that working. And now I'm going to customize and have the input fields over here. So at this point, I'm going to have 3 different kind of label and text inputs. Now, the label is nothing fancy. It just says text. Then the first one, I'm going to have a piece of text which says step 1, and it's going to have the profile pic. This is going to have text center, padding 4, font bold, text red of 400. It's just going to say step 1. And then we'll have some little input box. Now, for input fields on the web, we have an input field, right? But for the React Native ones, we have this nice kind of text input field. And this one's actually kind of easier to work with, to be honest, because you don't have to do e.target or value crap. You just have unchanged text. I'll explain it in a sec, right? So in this case, we're going to say text input, and we're nearly at 1,100 likes, guys. It's so sick. Everyone's in chat again, right? So we've got the text input, and I'm going to import it from React Native. There you go. And then you can see we've got the placeholder I'm going to pop in. So the placeholder, I'm just going to say enter a profile pic URL. Right, so enter a profile pic URL, hit save. And as you can see now, if I do Command K, I bring up the keyboard, and you can just see I can type in, right? So you can see it works really nice, right? So at this point, I'm going to do a little bit more styling to this. I'm just going to add a bit more style there. And there you go. We've got step 1, profile pic, enter a profile pic URL. Now I'm going to clone this and do this 3 more times. And I'm going to change the text in each one. We have step 1, step 2, and step 3. And step 2 is going to say the job, right? So this is going to be the job. And step 3 is going to be the age, right? So when you kind of sign up, this is going to be your thing, right? So it's going to say enter a job. This is going to say enter your age, right? Or let's just say enter your occupation. Let's be a bit more suave. Enter your occupation. Right. So cool. Looks pretty good, right? So you can see enter a profile pic, enter your occupation, enter your age. So once we've got that in, I'm going to add in the final bit, which is going to be a touchable opacity button, which I'm going to style up. So this is going to be a touchable opacity, and this is going to have a piece of text inside of it. Now I'm going to import the touchable opacity from React Native. And inside of this button, I'm going to say update profile. Okay. And this button, I'm going to style it to make it look quite nice, right? So I'm going to say Tailwind. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say it has a width of 64, a height of, I'm just going to say padding of 3. And then I'm going to say rounded XL. Absolutely position it with a bottom of 0. Okay, and you see it goes way to the bottom. I don't really like the way that looks, so I'm gonna have to figure out why that happened. But in this case, I messed it up, and that is because of I didn't do the text. Where's it gone? I did absolute bottom 0, rounded XLW 64. Okay, and then I'm going to do the text. I'm going to update the text here. So this is how the text will look. I'm just quickly shortcutted it. So I did text of white. Oh yeah, I didn't give it a background. So for now, I'll just say BG red of 400. Okay, and you can see it's way at the bottom over there, right? So I need to make that look a bit cleaner. Now the bottom should be 10, because that way it's 10 off the ground. All right, so now it will always be relative to the bottom. And there you go, update profile. All right, looks pretty good. You can use safe view, but in this case, I don't want to use a safe view, right? I don't need to use safe view. I mean, you can fair play. You can use a safe view if you don't want it to touch there. But in this case, I do want it to be up a certain amount anyway. So, right. So let's check this out. Now, I'm gonna have it. Now I need to kind of hook up these forms to state. These are all input fields. So I need 3 pieces of input fields to track what the user is typing in, right? So I need the first kind of 3 things, and these are gonna be the image, job, and age. So set image, job, and age. So I need to import useState, make that work. And I need to connect these. So for the image piece of text input, what you do is you say the value is image, but on change text, so this is when the user types in, it fires off the text that they just did, and then you simply say set image to text. And look how good that was with Tabnine, guys, honestly. And then we say value equals job, and we say set on change text. Let's see if it figured it out. On change text equals text set job. Look how nice that is. Wow. Tabnine. Value equals age. On change text equals text. Oops. Text set age. Right. So that's just mapped each field to it. Right. So now as you sort of type in, I can track it and I can use it in a call afterwards. And what I want to do is I'm actually going to have a Boolean value, right? So I'm going to say the form is incomplete if there is no image, or there is no job, or there is no age. And what I want to do is I want to style this button and deactivate the button if it is if it's deactivated. Okay, so here I'm gonna say disabled. Oops, no, disabled if there is an incomplete form. Okay, so if there's an incomplete form, I want to disable that, right? And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have a bit of regular styling, and I'm going to say if there's an incomplete form, then I'm going to apply Tailwind style of BG gray, BG gray of 400. Otherwise, a Tailwind style of, and what have I done here? I've done I have done, oh yeah, there we go. I don't need that. Tailwind, otherwise it's BG red 400. And then I can get rid of it from here. So it's going to be gray if you don't have this filled in. Now, if I fill each one in, so A, there you go, update profile. Otherwise, if any of them are deactivated, it deactivates the button. Right? Unwanted characters, yeah, you guys can always do, you know, validation, all that sort of stuff by yourself. I'm not going to cover all of those things, but you can feel free to, you know, you can always customize it. And you can also have autocomplete, all that stuff. Again, we're limited in time, so I don't always do it. But for the age, I'll show you a quick validation. You can say max length is 2, because I know we're biased, but we're not going to have people who are typically over 100 years old or 1,000 years old in this app, okay? And if you are, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be on Tinder, right? So keyboard type for the text input, I'm going to have numeric. And numeric means that when I've got on the age, if I do Command J and do R, okay, so my app froze. So when it freezes, you can go ahead and pop that open. And I'm going to have to restart my... Yep, I have to restart my server. Remember, it happens sometimes, you get that. So I'm just going to go ahead and do Expo start. Expo start. And that will go ahead and kickstart it off. Nice. Okay, so there you go. Just kickstart it off again. And in this case, I can go ahead and do R to refresh my app. It says I to open on iOS, and then get rid of this, open up Expo Go once again. It's a little bit annoying. You have to do this. You have to have a bit of patience for this. And then it should say downloading JavaScript bundle in just a sec. There you go. Then it will do it. So a little bit of a workaround at times. You're going to run into it. It crunches. But yeah. Okay. So at this point, we've got this. And you can see if I go to enter your age, Command K to bring out the keyboard, it's now numeric for the age. Whereas for these, it's keyboard. So kind of handy little trick. Hussein says, keep going, bro. You are awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support, man. Almost at 1,100 likes. So absolutely incredible. If you're watching this on replay, remember to smash the thumbs up button and check out Skillshare. I'll give you a free month, right? So it's going to help you out a lot. And why is my... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So with that bit done now, I want to go ahead and create a function which will go ahead and say update the user profile. Okay, so this is going to be the first interaction with the database, right? So we already went ahead and set up the database in the beginning. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say const update user profile. Okay, and then I'm going to say that this, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do, so this is where we use Firebase version 9 modular functions. Okay, so I also want to do the following. So, I mean, you can have, in this case, I've actually got rid of the header. But previously what I did have was I actually had a use layout effect, which styled the header. So I'll quickly show you an example of what I did there. I did the following. I did a use layout effect with navigation. I can pull in my navigation like we do our normal stuff. Navigation equals use navigation. Import that. And I basically did the following. So I said header shown true. Header shown is true. So this is what I previously had, by the way, guys. Oh no, it's just... Okay, so header shown true. Okay, so I need to cut my, it again, but yeah. I mean, I kind of prefer it without it, but when I demoed it, it did have a update your profile at the top. So it's kind of your call at this point. I had update your thing before, but I mean, this kind of looks pretty cool, to be honest. I think I prefer this without the header. But yeah, you can see the point, right? If you want the header, you can do that. Yeah, I don't want the header. I think we're good. We do need navigation though. Okay, let's do R to refresh. Okay, cool. We're good. Come on, Jay. Now, what I need to do at this point is I need to go ahead and set the user document, which means I need to add a document with the user's ID. So at this point, we're going to be using the user's keys quite a lot. Okay, and this comes from the user's profile. They have an ID attached to them, and it's called UID. So at this point, I'm going to set the doc. So I'm going to add a doc, right? And we're not doing add doc because I have an ID. So I'm going to set the doc. Thank you, Lumiere. He says, thank you for your tutorials. Only one of the best React Native series on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're also going to be the best for TypeScript, Next.js, all that good stuff. I got you covered. All right, so we've got set doc from Firebase. And the way it works now is it's kind of like this. It's modular in the sense that you have to add in these functions. So I'm setting a document, and then the path to the document is defined by importing doc. And now with this, you pass in the database. So in this case, I pass in the database, I import it from our Firebase file where we initialized it. And then what I do is I go ahead and I basically refer to the collection. So it's collection, document, and so forth. So in this case, it's going to be the collection of users. So it's going to be a user collection. And then the ID here would be the user ID. So let's say user.uid. Okay. And now at this point, afterwards you say .then, right? Oh, actually, sorry, not that. I need to actually give it some data to go ahead and add in, right? So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and pull in the following. So I'm going to get the ID, which is the user ID. The display name is going to be the user.display name. The image, job, and age is going to be from the corresponding 3 fields, which I've mapped to state previously. The final thing I need is the timestamp. Okay, it's quite important, the timestamp. And this is defined by something called server timestamp, because you never want to use your own timestamp. The reason being is because if you use your own timestamp, I'm in London, you could be anywhere else in the world, our times are different. Whereas if we use the central server that we're both using, it's the same and we can order our stuff appropriately. Oh, what's up, Raj? Good to see you in the house, man. Good to see you tuning in. What's up, bro? Much love. Looking forward to this build. A lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. But we have a long way to go. So I can't drink water just yet. All right. So at this point, we've got set doc. Now, after I've done setting the document, then what I can do is I can go ahead and say then, and I'm going to do a navigation, right? So I'm going to say navigation, because basically what I want to do is I want to close the modal after you're done. The way you do that is you can say navigation go back, or you can just say navigation.navigate home. All right. Navigate home, because the home screen is home. Okay. And then if there was an error at any point, what I'm going to do is catch the error And I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say alert on the screen. And I know this is a lazy way, you know, you can, I would say probably at this point, you can go ahead and upgrade this with some kind of nice UI trait or something, but I'm just going to have a simple alert. And then this is where we do it now. So if I pull this open now, I need a profile picture. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a profile picture right now. So I have one nearby, which is going to be a picture of me. So this one right here. Now there's a little trick you can do here. So I just type in any character, I click over it and I click paste. And there you can see I paste from my computer's clipboard to my React Native one. The job, let's say CEO of Papafam. CEO of Papafam. And then enter your age. Oh, okay, I'm 27. All right, update profile. So it should update and then dismiss or hide it. So something happened. What happened? Okay, maybe I didn't refresh. I didn't do something correct. Let's have a look. Okay, so I need to most likely refresh. So let's have a look. Oh, okay. I'm not actually using my bloody function. All right, makes sense. Update user profile. Okay, so in that case, what we need to do is we need to go up to. Oh, and also, by the way, guys, when you have this, right, because the actual function being called is using the argument like the same way, what you can do is you can actually get rid of that and you can just say set image and it will set it. It will actually invoke it with text, which is quite cool, right? If you didn't know, now you know, right? Why would I want a timestamp on the profile page? It's not right now. It's because you're creating the user at this point, right? You're creating your user card at this point. That's why. And trust me, that timestamp is critical later on, okay? So at this point, once you go ahead and say on press, I'm going to go ahead and say update the user profile, okay? So pretty slick. I can go ahead and do Command J. And by the way, all the code is available on the GitHub repo straight after this build is finished. So if you want access to the code, you want to shortcut everything, I wouldn't suggest you be lazy and do it. But if you want to, you can get access to the code and all the other code bases that I've ever done on YouTube in the link in the description. And that's the 4th link. Okay, so let's do this again. So let's go ahead and do this. And I'm going to say select all, paste. Oh, okay. I need to get my link again. And I'm going to grab it like so. Okay, so let's do paste. There you go. And the job CEO of Papafam. I'll build another build where I show you how to upload pictures. 27, and let's click update profile. Okay, so there you go. It updated the profile and then it took me back here. Okay, so if we refresh our collection now, we should see that there is a user with my Google ID. So this is the Google ID, and you can see my details are in here. So now we can actually check in from another user's perspective and see what's going on. So the first thing I need to actually do is I'll open up another simulator because I'm going to need it in a sec. So I'm going to open up an iPhone 11 because I already had one from before. All right, so I'm going to open up another phone. And we're going to use that in just a sec. But the point is that now what we can actually start to do is pull in the cards. Now, obviously I can see this is the predefined dummy cards, right? We actually want to have it so that it's pulling in the cards that we built. Okay. So let's check this out. You can Command V, Badam, but the problem is it doesn't always work. So that's a trick for everyone, and it always works. Austin says, can't wait to go through this tutorial from beginning. Keep up the tutorials. They're great. Thank you so much, Austin. Appreciate you tuning in, dude. So we have this looking pretty good at this point. So now what I need to do is the update's done. And I now need to do a fetch over here from the home screen to get these cards. Okay. And this is the intricate part. So I really need you to pay attention when we start moving into this territory. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to have a piece of state for all the profiles that load over here. Okay. So I'm going to go to my home screen. I'm going to say const profiles, set profiles. And we're going to say equals use state. And it's going to be an empty array to begin with. Okay. Now, because it's an empty array, that's fine. We can start to use that afterwards. But the point is that these profiles should be what we map through instead of the dummy data over here. So I can swap that for profiles. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and refresh, we may get an error because it may have nothing to render on the screen. Okay, oh no, that's not the reason why we haven't got use state. I need to go ahead and pull in my use state from React. So we've imported it at the top. Command J, Command R, oh no, sorry, just R. And now you can see it says undefined evaluating card ID. So one thing we need to do, which we need to do anyway to protect ourselves, is there are times where we either swipe to the end of a deck, in which case there won't be a card, or there's an asynchronous point where we're loading the card. So we need to check if the card exists. So the way we do that is we go ahead and say, if there is a card, then I want to render the card out, right? Otherwise, over here, so ternary operator, otherwise, what should I render out? Right, so I'm going to show you what we render out otherwise. So otherwise, I'm going to render out this chunk over here, and I'll show you and explain what we actually render. Otherwise, I'm going to render out this. This is a view, and it's basically just a normal card which says no more profiles, and it's just a little sad face emoji, right? So you can see it's little sad face emoji if there are no profiles that you find. And the fun part is that you can just keep swiping these and there's no profiles. It's kind of a nice little UI, right? So if there's no more profiles, you can just keep swiping and it's kind of like a sad little fun game, right? But that's kind of how you can do it if you don't have any profiles. Now, what we're going to do is when the actual home screen mounts, so we're going to create a use effect. I'm going to go ahead and do the fun. Whoa, Sasithiran VJ Singham dropped $7 Australian, $7.99 Australian dollars. He goes, Sunny, when are you going to put out a complete tutorial for beginners? I love your tutorials, by the way. So the second link in the description goes to my React Basics 101. It is completely for beginners and it's free, right? So make sure you check it out, as well as check out Zero to Full Stack Hero. That's completely beginner friendly. So yeah, that link in the description if you want to join our amazing community full of awesome devs. All right. Octavia says that's depressive. No more profiles. I know, right? It's pretty fun. Okay. So at that point, we're going to say use effect, right? So I'm going to have a use effect, and this is going to have the following. So this is basically saying when the home screen component mounts, I want to trigger off some code. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first say, well, actually, before we do this, I'm actually going to say use a layout effect, and I'm basically going to do something similar. But when the component finally paints on the screen, and you can refactor this, you can push, maybe use use effect, you can put this at a different layer, you can even put this at the layer of the authentication level. Well, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have it here. I mean, I actually thought of a good way you could do it right now, but anyway, right, we can have on snapshot. So I'm going to get a real-time snapshot, so a real-time listener. And what this is, the whole purpose of this is I'm going to go to the user here, and if you don't exist, I'm going to force that modal open. Right, so you have to enter your details in, okay? So Satvik says it's 3 a.m. and I'm still watching the screen. That's what I'm talking about, man. So I'm going to import doc, and then you can see I'm importing it from the top, and then I need to use the DB. So I need to import my DB, and that's it's modular. All right, so now, and I'm going to go to my users, and then the user is going to be the user who's logged in. So user.uid. Okay. Now this will give me a snapshot of this exact kind of collection and user. So the point here is if this does not exist, I should open that modal. So now the way I do it, I say if there is no snapshot, so if snapshot does not exist, then what I'm going to do is navigate, and I'm going to do modal. Okay, now you can make it a full screen. I understand you could just hide it, but I'm trying to show you guys a few tricks. Okay, so at this point I have a profile, hence why it's showing. Okay, but if I was to force delete my document right now, right, you can see if I was to go ahead and let me just double check what's going on. I've got navigation to navigate modal. Right now, by the way, this has got a unsubscribe function. So you'll see me do this a lot where we've got this little thing. I'll repeat it one more time. But in a cleanup function, you should detach your listeners, right? Because if you don't, I explained this in React Basics 101, then you're going to have several listeners as basically every re-render. It's going to attach a new listener. You don't want to do that. So in your cleanup function, you have to do unsubscribe, and that's basically the return function here. And we just store it in a variable and call it when you have any re-render. But if you have one line of code, I can just do this. I can return directly here and do an implicit return, and that will do the same thing. Okay. So at this point, if I now do a refresh, we should see it should force open my, let's have a look what happened here. So we've got snapshot. Let's console log the snapshot and see what's happening. So it found it. So it did find the, oh, wait a second. We've got this going on. What the heck was going on? Users are empty here. And we've got on snapshot, DB, users, user ID, snapshot. Now, do I have any other console logs? Console.log. Let's have a look. Console.log. Snapshot swipe past snapshot. Okay, interesting. That's interesting. That's old code then. Right now, this is showing a user. Oh, snapshot.exists is a function. Oh, okay. I always make this. All right. Oh, my girlfriend just ordered her iPhone. Nice. You can try out my new, my version of Tinder. No, don't be getting on no dating apps, right? But in this case, you can see now it worked. Okay, so if I refresh, you can see Sunny does not have information in his profile. Hence, it should throw that modal open. Okay, so if I now go ahead and populate this, if I do A, I'm gonna do select all, and I'm gonna go ahead and just do my little trick and paste. And I would say the job CEO of Papa Farm. I would say 27, update profile. And then you can see now I'm in. So I have a profile, right? Now, if I go ahead and get rid of, if I refresh, you can see it doesn't show the modal, right? It doesn't fit the screen because we're not using the full screen modal. We're using a normal modal, okay? Guys, we're nearly at 1,100 likes. Absolutely huge. Thank you so much. Okay, so at this point, you can see now it lets me through. So the next step is to fetch all the profile cards. So I'm going to first show you by fetching all of them, including my own, which you shouldn't see. You should only see the one that you're matching with or whatever. And then we'll do the filtering process. Okay, and then we got chat. So let's keep going. All right. Wow. Okay, I'm going to try and get this done in 5 hours. Okay, so we've got use layout effect. And what I'm now going to do is have the one that is responsible for fetching the profiles. Okay, so I've got profiles here, so I'm going to create a use effect over here. So use effect, and this use effect is going to go ahead and have a dependency array. And what I'm going to do inside of this use effect is I'm going to go ahead and say, on snapshot. And I'm actually going to do this a different way, right? And there's a reason why, and I'll show you afterwards. I'm going to have a unsub, which is empty over here, and I'm going to create a function called fetch cards, which is actually going to be an asynchronous function. And this is because later on I have to do some clever stuff inside of here. Now, eventually, all I'm going to do is just call this outside. So fetch cards. And this is basically, if you ever want any asynchronous calls inside of a use effect, you have to wrap it in an inner asynchronous function, and then you can have your async awaits. A little trick if you didn't know it. Okay. So at this point, what we want to do is we're going to say const, I'm going to say unsub equals, after all of this, by the way, we need to return the unsub. Yeah, that's how you do it. So we say unsub equals, and I'm going to say on snapshot, and I'm going to reference the collection. So it's not going to be this one. So I'm actually going to check all of the users here. So there'll be several users here. In this case, we got one. So I'm going to say something like the collection. So it's not going to be just one. So I need to import it from Firestore. Where is it gone? Firebase collection. Okay. And then I'm going to say, go to the collection, go to the DB, and it's going to be the users collection. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is you have, when you have a snapshot, you have a real-time listener. So we have a snapshot that gets fired off. And what I want to do here is I'm going to set the profiles. Okay. I'm going to set the profiles to, and this one, you have to kind of hang in there with me on this one, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm setting the profiles, and I'm mapping through this data array. And what I'm doing is I'm going to build an object. Okay. So I'm going to build an object. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say snapshot.docs.map. And for every single doc, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return, I'm going to reshape it. So this is what a map is. You reshape the object. So I'm going to say, okay, I want an object where the ID is doc.id. Okay, and I want the rest of the doc.data to be spread out, so I don't have to do doc.data. So now profile should be a flat looking sort of nice thing to handle. So if I do console log profiles now, and I go do this and I clear my console and I save, now what we should see is, look, I get a nice kind of flat URL. I get an array where the object is Sunny, and oh no, so it's this one here. That was a re-render. So I get an array where the object is with one object inside of it, age 27, ID, display name Sunny, job, photo, and so forth. Nice. Okay. And what I'm actually going to do is eventually, rather than just mapping, I'm going to do some clever stuff at this point to make sure we don't show the user's card. Okay. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to have two profiles. So I'm going to go ahead and add a second profile, and this can be Merbon's profile or however we want to do it. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say on here, I'm going to say Expo Go. So I'm going to open up Expo Go. And you can see Tinder to, oh, no, not that one. I'm going to do I. Oops, no, it's not that one. It was Tinder to YouTube. So what I do now is if I hit I here, it says opening project. So I have the second phone up. Okay, so I'm going to sign in on that phone, and I'm going to use the popup React account, which I'm going to pretend is the right one. Okay, so I need to use another account here, not my one. I'm going to quickly log into the popup React account. Right, so I'm just logging in on a separate screen to that account right now. She's in the chat. Okay, so I just need to go ahead and authorize it. So let me quickly just prove that I am who I say I am. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Okay, so it just loaded up and it says welcome Sunny Sangha. So obviously in this case, it's going to say Sunny Sangha because that's coming from Popup React email where the name is Sunny Sangha. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create like a Merbon profile, which is my girlfriend. Okay, and we're going to use her as an example here. So I've got a picture of my girlfriend here. Let's go ahead and do this one. And in this case, I'm going to do a select all, and I'm going to do my little trick. So I paste in this. I don't know if this picture will work. Jay sent it to me. It's a TikTok one. I'm going to say model and dancer and accountant. Right? Accountant, and age is 23. And let's do update. Okay. And in this case, okay, that picture was actually didn't load. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to change that picture over here, and I'm going to change her display name manually to Merbon. Right, so obviously that's just an edge case. It won't happen to you, but I'm going to do it there. She's getting nervous because she's on here. That picture didn't come up, so boom. Okay, there you go. There's my girlfriend. Right. So we have me and we have Merbon. She's probably going to get well shy now, but it is what it is. So at this point, we've got me and Merbon on the screen. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is, firstly, it's not showing our names correctly. So if I go down to the cards where it says first name and last name, I'm going to go ahead and say card.displayName, and it should come up now with the right name. So you can see it says, for me, it says it here, but for her, it's going to have to, we need to reload the phone, and let's see what hers says. Okay, you can see it's there, Merbon, and mine's Sunny Sangha there, right? So you can see Merbon's there, and then you get the swipes through. Now, obviously, it's not saving our swipes or anything like that at the moment. It's just showing them out, okay? But the point is, my left phone, this is Merbon signed in. This is me signed in. So pay attention to that part, okay? This is Merbon on the left. This is Sunny on the right, okay? And you can tell by the S over here represents Merbon, and the S over here represents, this represents me logged in, okay? So that's how we're going to pretend right now, okay? So the point is this would actually be really hard to demonstrate if I didn't have a girlfriend. Okay, but at this point, what we're going to do is, Sunny, did you grab a jalebi? It was special. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead, and it is a dramatic picture, I know, I'm sorry. It's the only one I had online. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna make it exclude the picture of the person, right? So what we can do is, before we map and we set the profiles, what I now need to do is I say, before the map, I say filter, right? So I say filter, and I'm gonna go ahead and say filter through all the docs, and go ahead and check if the doc ID is, make sure it's not equivalent to the user UID. So the user who is logged in, exclude them, filter them out, and then set the profile. And that way you'll never run into your own user ID, right? So if I go ahead and hit save now you should see, there you go. Now Mehban sees me and I see Mehban, but we don't see ourselves. So we're getting into algorithm territory. Okay, I like to throw the word around, but it is what it is, right? It's just a case of the logic that we use to go ahead and exclude those pictures, right? Now you can eventually shift that over to the server side, but in this case, it's pretty cool, right? So now I can swipe on her, and she might swipe on me, who knows, right? But she's gonna swipe on me. So in this case, if I go back now, you can see we've got this. So it works, okay? It filters out the person, so you'll never swipe on yourself, right? So at this point, I now need to go ahead and record your swipe, and I need to record your passes, okay? So she said I would swipe on you. She did swipe on me. That's how we met. It is what it is, right? So at this point, if we swipe right, I need to go ahead and record a swipe. And if we swipe left, I need to record a pass, okay? So I need to create these two functions that will do that now. So the swipe left is pretty simple. We're gonna have for every user, so imagine here for Sunny, it's gonna have a collection where it says matches and passes. And then inside that, it's gonna have the user ID with the information of the user who you've swiped and passed on. And then we're gonna go ahead and actually exclude them from the profiles that go ahead and show, right? Dude, someone says, well, it's a model picture, so there you go, right? It was a modeling shoot that she did it for, right? So right now we're going to go ahead and do the following. So at this point, I need to actually make it easy to see what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and put our phones over each other or something like that. How do I do this? Okay, so Jay goes blocked. Amen. That's it. So at this point, what we're gonna do, I love that, Jay. I was gonna say, don't disrespect, guys. So I'm gonna say const swipe left equals, and I'm gonna go ahead and have a function here. Now, at this point, we can go ahead and do, this can be async, so async. Okay, I think she looks gorgeous. So at this point, we've got swipe left. Now, what I'm gonna do here, this is the part where you really have to be clever with what you're doing, right? And you have to really kind of think about this. So if we go down to our swipe left, on swipe left and on swipe right, now each of these returns something called a card index, and that actually tells you which card you just swiped on in the list of profiles, okay? So at this point, what I'm going to do is, if I swipe left, I'm going to call my swipe left function. I'm going to pass the card index. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing for here on swipe right, which I don't have a swipe right function yet, but I'll create one. Okay, so we have the two things. So swipe left, I'm going to duplicate this function and rename it for swipe right. So swipe right. Okay, so you have swipe left, swipe right. Now for swipe left, I'm going to basically have it. So if you swipe me left, it would add a record in her. I like that. So if we had a swipe left instance, it's going to go ahead and add it passes in here, right? So I'm going to do that first. So firstly, the thing we need to do is, if there was no profile which matched it, so in this case, remember the card index came back here, card index. So profiles card index. So basically what I'm doing here is, if you swiped on a card, so you get the card index, I need to check the card index in the profile. If it doesn't exist, then what I need to do is I just need to return. So I don't want to do anything. I want to kind of end the execution here. I don't want to interact with the database at all. Okay. Now what I need to do is I'm going to basically make our life easier, and I'm going to say const user swipe. So if I swiped on me, that user is basically inside of this variable, profiles card index, but it's easier just to, now we can say user swiped. Okay. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a log which says you swiped pass on that person. So it makes it a little bit easier for you when you're developing it. Otherwise, it can get quite confusing at this point. Fonza says, Sonny, bless you, man. Got an intern job because of the knowledge you are watching from watching your videos. Thank you, man. Dude, that is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I hope you, I hope you enjoy these videos and you learn more, man. Appreciate you tuning in. 1,100 likes on its way in just a sec. Absolutely crazy. So you swiped pass on that. Okay. So then I can say set doc. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the doc, right? And I need to import set doc. I think I did automatically do it. Yeah, I did at the top, set doc. There you go, set doc. And what I do is I set the doc, and it's going to be, I need to pass in my DB because we're using Firebase version 9. I go into the users collection. I go into the user.uid. So now I am at this point where I'm in the collection here, and I'm going to go into the passes collection, and I'm basically going to have a reference to that user. And the way I do that is I say user swiped.id. So you see a lot of the IDs are getting passed around now. So that way inside of the passes collection, there'll be a user swiped ID in there, right? Mr. Frank says, oh, you guys look awesome. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you, man. Frank, oh man, what's up? So what I'm going to do here is to make it easy. This is where the data goes in, but I'm literally going to just put this user swipe data in. Okay. So at this point, I'm literally just throwing it in there and putting it in there, right? This doesn't actually need to be here because we're not using any async await stuff. Okay. And here, I'll leave it there for now. Okay, so let's test this out, right? So Command J, and there we go, boom, refresh. And okay, so now if Mab, this is Mab on the left side, right? This is her logged in and I'm logged in here. Remember, check me in the corner. So what I can do now is I can go ahead and swipe a nope. So Mabon should now have, so this is Mabon's account. She has a pass, which means she passed on me. Okay. And then if it was the other way around, now if I pass on Mabon, she is now in my passes. Okay. So what we now need to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do the exclusion logic. And then I'll show you how to reset this so you can go ahead and develop it and test it. Okay. So at this point, now that we have this, you can see the problem is we passed each other, and we obviously wouldn't do this in real life, but we passed each other, but it shouldn't come up again as a card. Okay. So the way we need to do an exclusion now, and we typically want this to happen on the back end, is we now need to go ahead and have something like so. So I need to go up to my use effect over where I set the profiles. I need to modify this one. So in the fetch cards call, okay, so over here, now what I need to do is I need to create a I need to have a variable. So I need to say const passes, and basically what I need to do is at the moment when I fetch the cards, I need to fetch that information, the passes information as well. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and get that information. So what I do is I say get docs, and notice how it's get docs. It's not a real-time listener. It's just going to fetch that information, right? So I'm going to say get docs, and then I'm going to go ahead and get the collection, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. So, oops, get the collection, and I'm going to, yep. And oh my God, I'm going to say DB users, and I'm going to go into the user.uid, and I'm going to go into their passes collection. Okay. So that means I will get their docs. And at that point I can say dot then, right? So when it comes back, right? Because get then, yep, that's fine. When it comes back, that will give me a snapshot. Okay. And there's not a real time snapshot because we use get docs, not on snapshot. And what I can do here is I can go ahead and say snapshot. I'm doing a direct implicit return, hence why I don't have curly brackets. I can say snapshot.docs.map, and I can change the structure. Now I don't care about the entire user object. All I need is those IDs. So I'm going to map it down to the ID. So I can say doc.id. So now I have all the IDs here in passes. Okay. So when I fetch the cards, I have all the IDs. So I would have the IDs of all the people that you passed on in the passes. That'll be an array here. Okay. So at this point, what I need to do is I can say const passes or past user IDs. And what I'm doing here, if you passed on anyone, okay, if you passed on anyone, so if there was passes.length is greater than 0, then we can use that variable. But if there wasn't, If you didn't pass in anyone yet, then I need an empty variable, or let's just call it test. And the reason for this is because when I query on the back end, I can't pass in an empty passes array. You have to pass in a value. And it doesn't really matter that we say query for test. It really doesn't matter at this point because there'll be no ID with this in there. Okay. So what I can now do is, Mr. Frank, sending you a mail, the best couple goals. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, man. We both got our talents. But you can see here, past user IDs. So what I can do now, which is really cool, is I can actually go ahead and say, where we have our query, right? Now, where we have our collection, sorry. So here, collection, there's a new thing in Firebase v9, right? So if I want to query this data, so this one, what I do is I wrap it. So I say query, right? So the first thing you want to do is query and wrap, okay? And then what I do is I import query from Firebase Firestore, yeah? And then what you do is that allows us to pass in a second argument at this point, okay? And over here, what we can do now is, oh, sorry, no, wrong one. Here, right, comma, and you can see it says query constraints. So at this point, what I can do is I need to import something called where from Firebase Firestore. Okay, and basically I'm saying query this collection where, and then what I need to do is where the ID, right? And what I'm actually doing now is I'm querying all of these documents where the ID is not present here. Okay, where the ID is not present here. And what I'm gonna, and the way I do that is I say, and the ID referring to this one. So where this ID, so that's why I've copied the ID in here. You can't query on the ID, so you have to say this ID where ID is not present here. So the way you do that is you say where ID, and then we can do a not in, and then you pass in an array. Okay, so typically I can just pass in the passed in user IDs, but I'm actually going to upgrade it a little bit because I'm actually going to eventually need swiped user IDs as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have an empty array that I just spread this value into. Okay, so Etelman says, great videos, happy you keep going and trying new things and showing interesting builds for us. Thank you so much, dude, because this one was a very tricky build and it took a lot of effort to get to this point. And also, guys, we just broke 1.1K likes, 1,100 likes. Absolutely huge. Thank you so much, guys. So at this point, we've got the filter, the map, and as you can see now, past user ID. So if I refresh on this now, we should see no one. And there you go. It worked because now we can see that it doesn't show people that you previously passed because it's querying them out in the backend. So it's only showing where they're not in the past user IDs. So now we're basically doing it, right? We're querying around, querying it out. So I can do the exact same thing for the swipe right logic. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for swipe right logic. So I'm going to first do something similar. So I'm literally copying the same code. So if profile card index return, get all the relevant user data, which we do here, right? So user swipe, the same thing over here. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And then I'm saying the logged in user profile. Oh, okay, that's that one I can actually show you afterwards. But at this point, what we're doing is, if you swiped on a user, I need their details, right? So what I can do is, what I'm actually doing here is I'm saying swipe right. I'm doing set doc. Oh yeah, so I'm actually checking right now if it's already done it. Check if user has already swiped on you. Oh, so you also swipe. Oh yeah, so at this point, I'm gonna do this. So the first thing I want to do is this. User has swiped as first interaction between. So right now I'm just going to do that, right? So you swiped on this person, and I'm also going to say their job as well. And we're going to set the doc at the point that the same place we did the passes, but I'm going to do for swipes. I'm going to do the same thing with the user swiped. Okay. And now what I'm going to do, if you have more than 10 IDs, Firebase not allow query and give you an error. I don't think it does, dude. I don't think it does that. All right. So what we can do at this point is, and even if it did, you can move the logic to the front end. You can do a lot of different things. Okay. So obviously I haven't exhaustively tested that, but you can do, there's many ways around this, right? If you don't do not in, you can do, there's another array contains. You can also do that one, right? And that probably has a higher limit. So feel free to experiment. Okay. I'm just showing you a logical flow. So at this point, I'm going to do the same thing here, but for swipes. Okay. So swipes. right? And at this point, I'm going to do the exact same thing for swiped, right? Or let's call it actually matches, or did I say matches or swipes? I did swipes. Yeah, I did swipes. And I'm basically going to say here, swipes instead, right? And this is going to be swiped user IDs. Okay. And then what I can do is I can literally just concatenate it. All right. So I can say concatenate the past user IDs with the swiped user IDs. And now it will literally eradicate anyone who you swiped left or right on. Right, so you'll never get a duplicate. Thank you so much, Frank. $4.99 donation. Sunny, I am contributing to the sushi fund. #sushi. In fact, I might get sushi with Melbourne tomorrow. So thank you so much, dude. I actually appreciate that. All right, at this point, if you want to test this out, the way to test this now is you should see that we have passes here, right? So what you can actually do is you can delete the collection of passes to go ahead and force it to refresh. So let's delete that one. And you can see we would have got rid of one of them. So if let's do a refresh. And at this point, you can see that somebody get docs. I can't find variable get docs. Where have I got get docs? Oh, no way. Have I not? Oh, wow. Okay. You need to actually import that. Okay. There you go. Get docs. Wait, I've messed something up. Get docs. Now it's not showing here. So what did I change? Past user IDs, swiped user IDs, where ID is not in. One to get there. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, let's have a check. So I actually got rid of this one. Reference cannot find variable get docs. Let's check out what this is saying now. That's async storage. That's fine. We got rid of that one. Cannot find variable get docs. Home screen. Get docs. Where do I have another get docs? Get docs. Get docs. Okay, so this is where I simply need to refresh properly. Can't find variable get docs. Get docs. Oh wow. Okay, didn't even import it. All right, so that's why. Okay, so at this point, if I refresh, did I delete both passes? No, so this one passed. I didn't do it. So let's have a check. Delete collection passes. Okay, so let's have a look if we did this correct now. So if I swipe right on Sunny, so I'm on Meherban's account, and now we should see on this phone, we shouldn't see anyone. Okay, so we've made a mistake somewhere. We need to have a look where that mistake is. So what we've done is we've got past user IDs, swiped user IDs, where collection DB, where ID is not in. And then we've got this on snapshot. And I did swiped user IDs. And let's actually have a look if it counted as a swipe. Oh, what's up, Job Velanka? Welcome, dude. So we got swipes, and you can see that that ID is in there. So that's correct. And swipes and swipes. And then we've got this, unsubscribe on snapshot. Okay. And then we've got, let's actually just console log. And let's just see that we get something back in here. Swiped user IDs. Swiped user IDs, so I can actually check this now, and I can see array of test. Okay, so at this point I don't have the correct values, and that is because I know why. Yep. So the dependency array. So at this point we do need to actually put in, firstly we need the DB in there because that's needed, but that shouldn't have been the reason why, I don't think. In this case we've got array test. So we've got swipes dot length is greater than 0. Okay, this is interesting. So on swipes equals, oh, that's why. Oh, god damn it. Await. There you go. See guys, you have to await the docs. That's why we had the async in the first place. Now you can see we actually get a value in there. So she swiped right on me. I swipe left here as an example. I'm not saying I swipe left, it's a demonstration, but check this out now. So if I was to right here, that sounds horrible, swipe pass. But there you go. Now it doesn't show on a swipe or a pass. And you can see it doesn't break if I do this as well. Okay. So at that point, nice little debugging session. So I'm going to reset everything now. So we've got swipes and passes, and it works for both. And they can combine together to get the combined effect. So at this point, swipes go ahead and delete this. So now we should have both of each other on our screens again. Nice. Okay, it brings us up. Cool. So you can see it works very, very well. Look fresh, MC Fresh. He goes, hope you enjoy. Hope you're good. Couldn't watch live stream because I was working on the project, but definitely watch the record later before I go to bed. But thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you so much. Jack Q, will it be saved and uploaded? Yes, dude. Jay, leave that, dude. Leave it. All right. So at this point, let's do R, and I'm going to continue on. So. Okay, so now we have our swiping logic. So now what we need to do is go ahead and actually have the match logic. Okay, so how does a match work? Once we have the match, we can actually progress really fast through the chat part. The chat part, you're going to be amazed at how quickly I blow through that, right? Job Blanca says, I borrowed your idea and your Facebook now bought on your Next.js tutorial on my bootcamp capstone project. Thanks, bro. Absolutely welcome, dude. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you for supporting the Bob fan, man. All right. So at this point, we have this. Okay, looks pretty good. So now we have to build that out afterwards. That's fine. Let's do the match functionality. So we've actually got the sort of more complicated part out of the way. So how it eradicates swipes and passes, which is pretty cool. What we now need to do is the swipe right logic. Okay, so what we need to do is when I swipe right, we need to upgrade the logic so we can actually go ahead and check what's going on. So firstly, what I need to do is the user swiped. I need to get the user who is logged in. I need to get their information. So I've already got the user swiped information because it's inside the profiles, but the user logged in, I only have so much information, right? I don't have the sort of occupation and job and all that stuff. So I need to get that as well. The way I get that is I go ahead and do the following. Okay, I say const logged in user or logged in profile. Let's just say logged in profile because I need to fetch this from this point, right? This doesn't come out of my authentication provider. I have to get this. So I have to say equals await. And here I'm going to say await get docs. There's a reason why there's two awaits. Get docs or get doc, sorry. And I'm going to go ahead and get the DB. I'm going to say the users. I'm going to get the user.uid, user.uid. And once that's loaded, the first await, then I'm going to get the data from the second await. Okay. So that will give me the data from this user. I just want to make sure I didn't make a typo there. I feel paranoid about that. Okay, yeah. Await, and I get the doc. I go into the doc. So now the logged in profile, I have his information and I have the person who he swiped on, his or hers. Okay. Pablo says, Sonny, recently found your channel and it inspired me to learn React.js. Quick question, how are you emulating the phones? Using iOS simulator, dude. If you don't have this, you can use the Expo, various options with Expo. You can use a real device, you can use the online simulator, a few different options. Okay. So now that we've swiped, now this is the interesting part. So I need to first check if the user swiped on you. Okay. And by the way, this is just a kind of a disclaimer. Okay. For this tutorial, I'm actually going to be checking the other users' records, right, on the client side. I personally am doing this because it's easier for the demo, but if this was production, what I probably would do here is I would just take the logic that I'm about to show you and have it on a cloud function. So that way, whenever a swipe or a pass was made, or whenever a match is made, sorry, it would check to then apply this logic on the server. So that way, no user is ever looking at someone else's matches or passes because it's kind of like a, I would feel like it's a breach, right? But in this case, we're going to do it for the demo. Okay, so you can do that on the server in a cloud function if you really wanted to. But in this case, I'm going to do it here. So in this case, I'm going to say get doc. And I'm going to say the doc that I want is I'm going to basically go ahead and say, so what I need to do now is I need to go into, I need to pass the DB here firstly. Going into the users. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the user who we swiped on. All right. And I basically need to check their swipes. And I need to check if my user ID, so the one that is logged in, is there. Okay. So if that makes sense, then you're with me. Okay. So once that's done, that will give me back something called a document snapshot. Okay. So document snapshot. Now with that document snapshot, what I can do is I can say, if the document snapshot exists, so if the document snapshot dot exists, right, then the user has matched with you before you matched with them. So they already swiped on you before you swiped on them. Okay. So at this point, we need to create a match. Okay. So once you do that, we need to go ahead and create a match. Okay. So at this point, we can say, hooray, you matched with someone else. Okay. Okay. So if that's the case, then you matched on them. If it doesn't exist, right, then we can actually go ahead and create the first interaction between the two people, right? So at this point, the user was the first one who swiped out of the two, okay? Or the fact is they didn't get swiped on, right? That's what it actually would have done. User has swiped as the first interaction between the two or didn't get swiped on, okay? So that's basically what we can do here. And then you can obviously, you know, you can change that afterwards to go ahead and upgrade that if you want to have it, just exclude those results. Okay, so imagine you match with someone, right? Now what we can do is we can go ahead and say set the doc, right? And I can go to the doc and I can say db.users. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the same logic here. So I'm actually going to first record so if you match with them, I still need to record it in your matches, in your swipe, sorry. If I don't do that, it won't, you know, it's going to be a problem. Right. So I can actually I could put that outside, but I'm going to leave it in there for now. Okay. So once that's done, so I record the swipe, right? So that's the same thing I'm doing here, recording the swipe. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a match. So create a match. And a match is going to be not in the users collection. This is going to be a list of matches. Now a match, now the way I'm going to basically store matches is I'm going to have user 1's ID and user 2's ID. And I'm just going to combine them together to make their unique ID, because it's always going to be a match between one user and another user. So it will always get them. Okay. So the way I can do this now is I can go ahead and do the following. So I can create a match. I'm going to say set a doc. Okay. Set a doc, and the doc in this case, and firstly, by the way, I need to actually create a sort of function which will always guarantee that one user's ID goes before the other user's ID. Okay. I mean, you don't need to, but I'm going to show you a reason why it'll be handy later on. Okay. So I'm going to show you a quick little handy thing. So let's create a lib folder for utilities. So let's create a lib. Oh God. Oh, don't scream it. Lib. Let's go and say lib. Okay. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say generate id.js. Okay. Generate id.js. And this is the function I'm going to do in here. Okay. This is going to be const generate id. This is a helper function right now. Generate id equals, and this is going to take two IDs, ID1 and ID2. This is a handy kind of thing, even for like blockchain development and things like that. But you're going to say if ID1 is greater than ID2. So it's just doing a simple string comparison. And it's saying, okay, if that's the case, then it will return ID1 plus ID2. Okay. Else, it will return ID2 plus ID1. Okay. So you can go ahead and do that. Now you can actually really simplify this to make it super slick, right? But this is the kind of generic way of doing it. And I'll say export default generate ID. And I'll quickly show you how to shorthand this. So if you've got this kind of situation, you can go ahead and do the following. You can say do an implicit return, so you can get rid of this, and then you can go ahead and put a condition, and you can say if ID1 is greater than this, then it will return implicitly ID that plus ID2, else it will implicitly return ID2 plus ID1. And that's a whole function of its own. That's crazy, right? Now say if ID1 is greater than ID2, it will return ID1 plus ID2. Otherwise it will return ID2 plus ID1. A single line function. Okay. Little handy trick if you didn't know. All right. So at this point, I can go ahead and go back to my home screen. And when we create the match, okay, so create the match. So in this point, I can go ahead and say, set the doc. Job Velanka, thank you, dude, for the $5 donation. Nearly £100 already for chat donation. Absolutely huge. Thank you, guys. So we're going to say set doc And the document here is going to be, we're going to pass in the DB because it's modular. We're going to create a new collection of matches. Oh, okay. And then here we go. He goes, Job Blanca says, I gotta go, bro. I'll just check the replay on this one. I'm still developing my portfolio landing page using MERN. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for tuning in. Nicola says, yo, Papa, nice to see you. I'm the guy who asked for the mousepad. Oh, nice. What's up, man? Yeah, he asked for what mousepad I use on a late night coding session. But yeah, it's sick to see you, dude. So here I'm gonna say generate ID. I'm gonna import my useful function that I created earlier. So I'm just gonna try and import this. Generate ID. So let's actually go ahead and import my utility function. So import generate ID from lib. So it's going to be .lib / generate ID. Okay. And it's a default, hence why we don't need the curly brackets. So in this case, I can go back to my matching algorithm here, and we can say create a match, generate ID. And the first ID that I want to pass in is user.uid. And the second one is going to be user swiped .id. Okay, so a little bit different there. And I'm going to go out of here. Now, once the information that we need to set now, this part is really important. Okay, so pay attention because I use this information to do a bunch of searches in a sec. Okay, so at this point, we need to firstly create a users array, and I'm going to be using this afterwards to actually help us find the user. Now, this user array is not going to be users array, so it's going to be user object. And what I'm going to do here is the first key is going to be the user.uid, and the value of it is going to be the logged in profile. Okay, and the second user is going to be the user swiped.id, and it's going to be user swiped like that. Okay, this is an object, not an array. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an array of the users matched, right? The users matched. And what I'm going to do here is pass simply two strings, which is going to be the user UID and the user swiped.id. Now, when you're doing NoSQL, you can honestly store it however you want, right? So this is going to be used for a string comparison check later on. And this one is going to be used to actually go ahead and tell which user is which, right? Without having to do a secondary fetch, right? So obviously, if you want to keep data up to date, then you have to compromise with that. Right, but in this case, we're going to do timestamp, and here I'm going to do server timestamp. Okay, so server timestamp, import it from Firebase, and there you go. Okay, so that will create a match, right? And then once you've done the match, what I want to do is say navigation dot navigate, and this is going to go to the match screen, right? And what I'm going to do is this match screen is going to be this one right here. It's a match. You and this person have liked each other. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pass in the two users as props, because when you navigate to a screen, you can actually pass information as a prop, right? Simon Shampoo, Sunny Sanga for real, be doing the Lord's work. Thank you, dude. So here I'll say logged in profile, and I'm going to say user swiped, right? So user swiped. There you go. Nice. Is this pre-recorded or actually live? Simon Shampoo, there you go. It's definitely not pre-recorded then. All right. So in this case, we've got navigation. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So the only issue here is match, right? So if I go ahead, and I love seeing that there's so many people watching. They just didn't. I love that. They were just kind of watching. You know, they'll concentrate, and then they see it's live. It's live. It's live. Sunny, no cop out. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it, man. So in this case, match. Okay, so what I'm going to actually do is go to my stack navigator now, and before it complains, I'm going to create another stack group. So basically this, and this one is not going to be a presentation modal. This is going to be a different type of modal. It's going to be transparent modal. Okay, so this one's going to be called transparent modal, and that's going to represent this transparent modal, and you can see it's full screen modal. Okay, and this one's going to be called the matched screen. Okay, and this one's going to be called match, like that. Okay, which means that I need to now go ahead, create the match screen. So match screen.js, do React Native functional export, boom, and then say this is where we basically we'll build that rest of that stuff, right? So I don't know what happened over here. Oh, because I saved it. Oops. Stack navigator, match screen. Need to import my match screen. Okay, and then I need to refresh my apps, and then I need to go back to my home screen. And it should work now. Okay, so if you matched, oh wow, that was a mind-boggling thing, right? So now if you match, what we should have is a match with you and the other person's ID concatenated with the relevant information stored That way we can process it and do everything we need to do. Okay. Calistar says, hey Sonny, I finished Amazon challenge out there and also you're a beast. Thank you for your major contribution. And you changed that. Thank you, dude. I appreciate the nice words. Helps me get through the last few hours. All right. Escape into freedom. Love these tutorials, Sonny. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, dude. And Baldeep saying, if I'm context API better than using Redux, they have their use cases. So I wouldn't say it's better. In this case, it's a very good use case. Okay. So, and I hope everyone can see that, why it's so simple to use. Okay. So at this point, we've got create a match and you got navigation match. Okay, cool. So if I was to go ahead and test this out now, I mean, we may not see something pop up because we don't have anything there. But if I go ahead here and do this match, then what we can see is you swiped on Sunny Sanga, CEO of PuppetFam. If I swipe on Mehrban now, you swiped on Mehrban. Aha, hooray, you matched with Mehrban, right? So we matched. And then what actually happened on her screen is a modal came up. That's why I can't actually swipe. But the modal is just invisible. Like we haven't got any styling on the modal. But it worked. It definitely worked. Okay. So at this point, to reset the test, and I can show you that it worked, I can go back here and I'll show you how to reset and actually test this now. So there was a match that was made between two users, Sunny and Mehrban, with the user IDs, with the two IDs matched together. All right, and she's in the chat. She goes, yay. So in this case, I can delete the match to test this out, and I can go forward, delete my swipes here. This is how you quickly do an iterative test. So you can go ahead and swipe this, delete that, and you can go ahead and check this one, delete collection swipes. Okay. Okay. So now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and build out that match screen. And then I'll show you in one go how it works, because otherwise it's going to be a bit time consuming. So we've got the match screen now. So match screen, how we do this is we need firstly two things. I need those props that I pass through, right? So the props that I pass through, I'm going to say const navigation equals use navigation. I need to import that from navigation core. And the next thing I need is something called params. So really what actually happens here is we get the root. So there's this thing called root and we use something called use root, right? Use route, I don't know, American and UK, right? And inside of that, there's something called params. And params actually contains two things. So I can actually destructure it further and I can say the logged in profile and the user swiped is actually part of the params. Okay, so that comes through because remember when I actually sent the user to that new modal pop-up, that's what I passed along. So I basically extract that information that I passed along. I got a question from Kelbert. He goes, hey Sunny, how appears the users using Google Provider in the Firebase user authentication but not appears in Firebase users page? It does appear in the Firebase users page now here. So you can see it still comes up here. So I showed that in the beginning. So you just have to rewind it and check that one out. That's because you actually do a sign in with credential. That's where you do it on the AuthProvider. So it's actually part of this bit. It was this is the magic that makes it work. There you go. All right, that's how you actually add it to the authentication. Okay, now we've got logged in provider, user swipe, params. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to style this page out so it looks like this page. It's a match and you get all this beautiful stuff. Okay, and you get the two users as well. So in this case, if we've got the view, I'm going to go ahead and say style equals, and I'm going to import my Tailwind so I can start styling very quick. I'm also going to need touchable opacity, and I'm also going to need image. So I'm going to quickly do those now, touchable opacity, and I'm going to import image. And now what I can do is over here, I can say Tailwind is going to be height of 4. This one, I'm going to do BG red of 500. And you just have to trust me that I'm actually styling this right now, because I'm not going to keep testing it and show you. I'll show you once it's kind of semi up. Okay. And I'll say opacity. And this one, I want it very faint. I'm going to do 0.89. Okay. Why not use React Firebase hooks? Because it's not actually imported with, it's not actually imported. What happened here? One sec. Reactnative. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, it's not compatible with V9 yet. That's why I didn't use it. I don't know what's going on there. I need to refresh. Unable to resolve document builds from matchscreen.js. Tinker could be found read by node modules. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, oops. Why is that? Okay, weird. That's it. We're good. Okay, so At this point, I've got this, and I want to have opacity of 0.89. Okay. Beats says, what is the best CMS for backend? I'm actually going to be showing a CMS called Sanity soon, so don't worry, dude. I'll build a video on that. Okay, so now I'm going to have the top part, which is going to be it's a match. Okay, so at the top, I'm going to have it's a match. So I'm going to have view, and inside there, I'm going to have an image. Image is self-enclosed. The source of that image is going to be a URI. And inside of a URI, I'm going to have the appropriate shortened link, which I've saved you time. I can go ahead and grab that one. Okay. Now this is basically what we're building here. So I'm going to pop this over here so you guys can see it. Okay. So this is going to represent the it's a match part. We've already made it background red. The opacity is this color. And then if I go to view, I'm going to go ahead and say style equals Tailwind. And we don't need the array around it because I'm not using anything else. I'm just going to say justify content centrally. So justify center. And I'm going to do padding X on the 10 and padding top of 20 to give it a bit of a gap at the top. Okay, cool. And then we've got the next bit, which is you and so have liked each other. So I'll show you how I do that. So I go down and it says text style, text white, text center, and margin top. You and the user display who you have swiped on, because remember, you're not saying you are the logged in profile. You wouldn't say you and the logged in profile have liked each other. Otherwise it's like you and Sunny have liked each other if it's me. Doesn't make sense. Okay. So at this point I need two images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a view, and in this view I'm going to style it accordingly. So I'm going to say style is going to be flex row, and I'm going to say justify evenly, and that's going to be for the two pictures. So justify evenly. And this is going to be a margin top of 5. Okay, now this is going to have two images inside of it, and each one is going to be a height and width of 32, and it's going to be rounded 4. Right, and the pictures are going to come from the user logged in profile and the user swiped, hence why we can see it here. Okay, so this would represent the two pictures like so, and because we're doing justify evenly, it will evenly distribute the space. The final thing we need to do is touchable opacity. Okay, so touchable opacity. And I'm going to go ahead and put a piece of text inside of it. And at this point, I can say send a message, right? So I want to have something like that, send a message. And the style for this send a message button is going to look something like this. Got background white, margin 5, and that's how we acquire that styling. And then what I want to do is I'm going to do on press equals, can you get IntelliSense for Tailwind in React Native? No, not for Tailwind, which is why I recommend Tabnine, because it actually does a lot of it for me right now, as you can see. Right, and at this point I'm going to say once I click send message, I want to hide this. So I'm going to go back and then navigate to the chat screen. So I need to actually go ahead and do the following: navigate, go back, and navigate to the chat screen. Okay, and I've got my navigation there, and then I just need to go ahead and say style for the text is central. So it's style text center. And if we did that in one go, boom, wow, that's crazy, right? I hope it works in one go, right? So at this point, that's my draft. So what I'm going to do now is match and see. So Nabon's on the left-hand side. This is her account, and she can see me. I'm on the right-hand side. I can see her. So at this point, she swiped on me. At this point, if I go ahead and open up my Command J, you swiped on Sunny Sanga. And if I swipe on Mebon or I click this, oh, you and Mebon have liked each other. The only thing that didn't work is the image, right? Bowdy says Tag9 or GitHub Copilot, Tabnine in my opinion, right? So in the image here, I just need to go ahead and do style, height of 20, width of 4, and rounded. There we go. Aha. In fact, I don't actually need the rounded 4 because it cuts it off. You see that I actually cut it off a little bit. You could end up making that a bit bigger. Oh, that's okay. Let's just keep it there. Okay. So in that case, you've got it's a match. Looks pretty good. And if I send message, and you see how it closed it and it took me to the chat screen. It's just very hard. But how sick? How sick is that, guys? We actually just built a matching, like, that's what? Like, that's so cool, right? It actually worked out of the box, right? So now we have a match in there. Wow, why did I go super light all of a sudden? But yeah. Now we have a match in there. So if I refresh, because the match got deleted, the database did. So now I can see the matches. So what's really cool now is I can actually go ahead and just start using that information to generate the chat section, which we can race through now. I love that comment. Someone goes, it's juicy. And everyone was like, yay. So there you go. We matched with each other. Looks pretty good. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and build the chat screen. Okay. We're doing so well, guys. Literally, if you're enjoying this content, smash the thumbs up button. The GitHub repo, the code is available in the fourth link in the description. Tabnine 6 months available in the first link. Second link, React Basics for free, 1 month free. And the third link, if you want to join the community and do more awesome stuff like this all the time, every week, 0 to Full Stack Heroes, your game, right? So at this point, I'm going to do the chat screen. Now, with the chat screen, Luke says, beasting it since 4:30. You know what? In fact, it was actually, yeah, I'm going to say it was 4:30 because we faced that painful issue, which we ended up having. Oh, man, that was tough. That was tough. Right. So now what we're going to do is I'm actually going to create a folder called components because I'm going to have loads of reusable components now. So I've got a folder called components. I'm actually going to create my first header.js, and this one's going to be React Native functional exported component. And I hit save on that. Go back to my chat screen, and Gabriel Ortiz says, thanks for this amazing tutorial. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Eliminate. Hey, saying, whenever I create a project reactjs, there's a problem. I can't fix that right now, dude. All right. Awesome stuff, GG. Thank you, dude. All right. So in this case, chat screen. So for the chat screen, I'm going to go ahead and say, we're just going to do a quick thing here. Actually, I'm going to say, instead of a view, I'm going to use safe area view, and this is going to come from React Native, and I'm going to import a header. I love this song. And I'm going to say the header in this case should be title of chat. And there's a reason why I've got a title and all that stuff here. Okay. So this header, let's quickly build this header. Now the header, what am I building right now? I am building this header, and you can see this header is reused here and here. Hence why we're using the same header component. Okay. So let's go ahead and build this up. Header. So Tailwind lets you prototype faster, probably. Yeah, honestly, it does. Daniel Maher, Sonny, why don't you use TypeScript and React Native? Because as you can see, this is already really intense. So if I throw that in the mix, it's even more complicated. So right now, no. Props, these builds are huge, guys. So I'm just moving quite fast for them. So props come through here. We're going to destructure, get the title. And I'm also going to have something called call enabled. And that is going to render out a phone icon if you're on this screen. Okay. Obviously, it may not actually. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's just UI. Okay, so we've got the header here. So at this point, the outer header view is going to be style, and this is going to have Tailwind, and this is that means I need to import Tailwind, and I also am going to import a icon pack called Foundation. Right, so we're going to use that for an icon in just a sec. I also have Ionic icons because I'm going to have an arrow that comes from that, and I also need React navigation, so I'm going to pull that in now as well. Okay. And the top styling is going to say padding of 2. It's going to be a flex row because things are going to be in a row themselves. Items are going to be central. The items are going to be centered on the y-axis, and we'll say justify between, like so. Okay. And then if I go over to my chat screen, you should see now we didn't import header. There you go. And if I go back to my header, now you can see this comes up. So if I go into my chat, it doesn't say anything at the moment, but if it said I am header, like I am Groot, there you go, I am header, because it's in the safe zone as well. That's why it works. It's in the safe zone inside the chat screen, which is rendering the header. Okay, so we've got text, I am a header. So at this point, I'm going to have the top section actually have the arrow and the title. Okay, so for that arrow and title, I'm going to pop in the following. Okay. So this one right here, I'm going to paste in, and then we can go ahead and cover it because I want to show you more important stuff. So this right here is just simply a view with 2 elements inside. One is touchable opacity with an icon, and one is a text with the title, and you've got the irrelevant styling. Okay, so very kind of simple things. The on press, so when I press that back arrow, I just want to do navigation.go back, and that means it will go back to the previous page. So in order to do that, I say navigation.equals use navigation, and I import it from, I already got that, yep. And then that allows us to go back. Touchable opacity we forgot to import, so I can go ahead and pull that in. And now you can see, if I go ahead and see this, it says chat. Okay, now that doesn't look good because I haven't got a second element on the page, but I need to fix that. Flex for item sensor. Okay, now I'm gonna say if there's a call enabled, right? Then I'm going to render out that cool icon, right? So in this case, I'm going to render out touchable opacity, similar thing. It's just going to be a call button. Okay. Now, right now, this actually looks super strange. One second. Let me just figure out why I've messed up here. Let's go back to this button. So this is central. It's because I haven't got width of full somewhere. Chat screen. You see my chat screen. Okay, so it's not that one. It's going to be inside of my header. Justify between. In my header. Am I going crazy right now? Oh, fluoro, damn it, flex row. That's why. All right, I was like, what is going on? Vic Martin, yeah, you caught it, dude. Fluoro. Right. So in that case, if I click go back now, you see it triggers navigation go back. Right. So we actually have our own little custom UI. Right. And if I was to go into my chat screen and say call enabled, you can see we get a phone. Right. So now we can with this reusable component, which allows us to do that. Okay. So the next thing I want to have inside of my chat screen is something called a chat list. Right. So inside a chat screen, I'm going to go ahead and say chat list, right? So this is going to be another component, and this is going to be responsible for rendering the next part, which is this. This is going to be a list of UI components where we can have, several different lists of the users that you're talking to, right? Or you matched with. So we're going to go ahead and make this a smart component as well. So what I'm going to do is create a component called chat list. So chat list.js, and then React Native functional export. There you go. Chat list, and say I am chat list. I'll just say chat list. ... Right. Go back to our chat screen, import this in, and now we should see in a second I am chat list. So, and the reason being is because this needs to be style of Tailwind, and it needs to be flex 1, and that means we also need to import our Tailwind from the top. So import Tailwind, boom. All right, and now you can see it just flies off, right? Tailwind right now, and I don't think it was flex 1 that we needed. It was no, it's not flex 1 that I don't need. No, it's not flex 1. I messed up. Right. Style. There you go. View. Right. Chat list. There you go. Okay. So it just hadn't refreshed. Okay. So if we make an upload, I don't recommend you do that. Don't upload this, honestly. So this is more for a portfolio. Okay. This is to demonstrate skill. It's purely educational purposes. Okay. So don't be claiming that this is another app. Okay. So view chat list. Okay. So what we're going to do now is, and actually, you know what? We will have a quick 2-second water break and smash the thumbs up button, almost crossing the 1200 mark. Absolutely sick. Oh god, I need a bit more water. Okay. You guys, the retention is so good. It's actually incredible. Okay, let's destroy this build. Right. So right now we are building the chat row or chat list component. Okay. So view chat list. Now what we can do is inside of if you have, firstly we need to fetch all the matches. Okay, so that's the first thing I'm going to do. At this point I'm going to say const matches, and matches set matches equals use state, and this is going to be an empty array to begin with. Now we're going to have a use effect, which is going to go ahead and fetch those. All right, so fetch the empty matches, and let's go ahead and say boom. At this point I want to actually create a row time listener, because it has to be row time, remember, on snapshot, and we need the DB. So firstly I need to import on snapshot. I'm going to say DB. Actually we don't need DB yet. We need to say on snapshot collection and import that, and it's going to be the DB at that point that we need. And then I'm going to say go to the matches. Okay, and we're not just going to do all the matches, right? We need to query this. So I'm going to wrap this in a query, and I do like the modular stuff. It took a while for me to get used to, but I do like it. It's quite intuitive once you get the hang of it. It's just painful to learn something new, I guess, right? But you should be learning something new. So where, so I need to go ahead and pull in my where. I'm gonna say where users matched, right? So remember when you matched, right? We actually created this thing, this array. So where users match, and it should query to see if you are contained in it. So it's going to find all the ones with you inside of it. So users matched. And this one's going to say array contains. And obviously, you know, this can be refactored. I know there's optimization issues and not issues, but there's ways you can do this. You're always going to get that with NoSQL. So it's something which is always going to be present. So let's save that in the chat. Okay. So the next thing is a snapshot. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that snapshot, we should get back and set the matches to snapshot.docs, snapshot.docs.map. And I'm going to change the shape. For every doc, I want to have the following object that comes back. I want to have a implicit return with an object, and I want the ID to be doc.id with the, and I'm going to spread the rest of the data so you don't have to write doc.data. Okay. And remember, on snapshot has a unsubscribe. So remember, we're going to do implicit return to make sure we unsubscribe from that. So there you go, implicit return, and that will call unsubscribe when it does it. Okay. This is pretty cool. So at this point on snapshot, we should have, oh, there we go. Right, so use state, and I'm guessing use effect we've got. Yeah, okay. So over here now we have can't find variable user. Oh yeah, my bad. The user here is actually a dependency here, and we need to actually pull the user from our useAuth. I guarantee you guys are probably wondering like, whoa, that useAuth came in handy now. That's why it's really awesome. Isn't dangerous to keep that much data in one document? Isn't the limit 25 megabytes per doc? Dude, that is no way near 25 megs. That is tiny. That's text. Remember, we always kind of think it's a lot of information, but it's text. So absolutely tiny, man. So at this point, let's go ahead and do this, and you can see chat list. Okay, so Monty Crypto and Bobby Jonas, nice. At this point, we've got an array of matches now. Okay, so if I was to console log the matches, I should see something in the console. So if I go ahead and do this, right now I have no match because did I match? Yeah, we matched. Okay, let's figure out what's going on. So we've got collection DB matches. So that matches. We've got the where users matches is an array contains user ID. And the array contains user matched. Matched. Right. There you go. And now you can see, okay, now I've got a match. There you go. Mr. Frank, there we go. Just put clonegram.com based on Instagram 2.0 video. It came out awesome. Oh, that's awesome, man. Nice, dude. That is sick. Go check out Frank's website. $4.99. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, man. So you can see we now have a match that comes through. Okay, so we get an array with the match. Okay. So what we can do now is we can actually go ahead and list out. So typically what we're used to is we end up doing something like, you know, matches dot map, and then you go through it. But in React Native, you have something called a flat list, which is an optimal way of rendering through a list. And you can basically render out something every time you have an item, similar to how we map. So what we need to do right now is we're going to go ahead and change the flat list to or change the view, change all of this crap to a flat list. I'm going to say flat list, and I'm going to go ahead, and this is actually a self-closing component. And what I'm going to do here is import flat list from React Native. And then I'm going to actually firstly check, and I'm going to say if matches.length is greater than 0, only then should you show the flat list, right? So only then do I want to see a flat list. Otherwise, I'm actually going to show a very simple kind of message, which just says no matches at the moment. Okay. Now, a flat list expects a couple of things. Firstly, it expects the data. The data needs to be an array. In this case, it's matches. We need to give each thing a key. In this case, we have this key extractor function. And the way you go ahead and extract the key from each thing, because remember, when you're mapping through anything in React, you should give things a key, right? In this case, you say item.id. Okay. Oh, nice. Baram, what's up, man? This is sick. He goes, can't register. What's up, man? Good to see you. Eliminate. Keep it up, Sunny. Best teacher of all time. A week preparation for your videos in reactjs is big in helping crossover for WAG exam. Always motivated for no videos. Thank you, dude. It actually takes me quite a while to prep these videos, so I massively appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. All right. So we got the key extractor. So you're extracting an ID from each one. In this case, we're mapping an ID. So there you go. It maps out. The next thing I need is a render item. Now this one, pay attention to. Okay. So it's going to go through every single item right? But this is actually where you have the, you see it says info. But what we want to do is we get this info, but we need to destruct it, and you actually get a prop which is set. The key is set to item. It is set to item. I'll repeat that a few times. Set to item. You cannot change that, okay? Unless you say as, or you change it here to like card or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, but the point is that's set, right? Each time it renders out, now you can render out something. So what I'm going to render out is this new component which we're going to create called chat row, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass a prop called match details, and that's just going to have all of the information that gets thrown in. So that's going to be all of the match details that was basically set here, but for that individual match. Okay. I need to create this component now. So I need to create this component here called chatrow.js, RNFE. There you go. And the match details comes through here. So match details. Okay. Hit save. Now over here, I'm going to go ahead and import match details, chat row from import chat row from, let's do let's do components / chat row. Nice. And at this point we can refresh and we can go over to our thing, and you can see here it figured it out and it rendered it on the page. So it's just not showing anything for chat row. So we need to build our chat row now, right? So you see where we're getting there, right? We are getting there. The only thing we need to do here is the final sort of bit here is just say Tailwind, and I need to give this actually a height of 4. Now the benefit of using a flat list, guys, is that it actually becomes a scrollable list by default as well. So you'll see it comes in there, and you see there's a little bit of an asynchronous wait there, which is fine for now. It's okay for the demo, but it basically found that there was a match for you. Okay. Bobby Jonas, Sonny, please notice me, senpai, you're my role model. There you go. Happy days, dude. So let's check this out. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to chat row. Okay. Now for each chat row, this is going to be, again, what we're building right now is this, right? So this is a nice UI component. So I'm going to go into my chat row and I'm going to go ahead and build out the element itself. So right now, the overall thing is going to be a touchable opacity because you want to be able to touch that row, right? And then the inside of it, we're going to have an image and a view, right? So the first thing is the image is going to be an avatar. So we're going to have an image, and that's going to be a self-closed component. Image is going to be, oh God, image is going to be this one. And I need to import touchable opacity as well. Now the image, the source is going to be, I'm actually going to see if I can destructure. No, we don't need to. Okay, that's fine. So what I can do at this point is I can say that the image is going to be, okay, what I need to do is I get the matched info, right? But I need to go ahead and actually split that information now, because what happens is that matched info contained 2 users. So I need a utility function, which will help me now basically get rid of one of these users. Okay. So I need to actually do something pretty cool right now and figure that out. So I'm going to show you how we overcome this issue. So the first thing is, let's prepare this file. So const navigation equals use navigation. We're going to do a bit of kind of, you know, necessity or sort of things that we need anyways. We're going to say user equals useAuth. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following, useAuth. And then I'm going to say, greetings from Atlanta. Amazing build. Thank you, dude. Brazil here. Thanks, teacher. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning. That is so awesome. Almost 1,200 likes. Smash that thumbs up button. Destroy that like button if you haven't already. All right. So we've got this now. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to basically create this helpful function. Okay. So I'm going to create a helper function, and let's just go and do that right now. So lib, I'm going to create this function called get matched user info. And the whole point of this is, what I want to do is I need to basically go ahead and get only, I need to pass in the users array, and I need to pass in the user logged in ID, and I need to basically eradicate one of them and get it back. Now there are many ways you can do it, but I just want to make a helpful function that can do it for me. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and say const get matched user info. So get matched user info. This takes the array of users, which comes from the match. So this array of users. Right, so the array of users, and it will take the user logged in ID, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, I'm going to first copy it, because guys, you should follow immutability, right? You should always follow immutable patterns. I'm going to show you an immutable pattern, right? In this case, I'm going to show you some form of protecting yourself. So in this case, const, I'm going to say new users equals a copy of the old users. Okay, so I'm copying it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate this new users here. So I'm going to say delete, and this is actually a function here. So I'm going to say delete new users, and I'm going to delete the one with the user logged in ID. Okay, now there's so many ways you can do it, but you can use omit as well if you want. But in this case, user logged in, this will actually remove the user logged in object from the array. Or from the, remember, it's not an array, it's an object within objects. So object has, object inside of it. So I'm going to delete that one. And then I'm going to say const, and I'm going to destructure the ID and the user, ID and the user from, and this is a sort of clever one right here. So what I'm doing here is I'm getting the new users, because right now what that will do is it will make this a object with one object inside of it. So what I want to do is I want to basically flatten it. So you use a special thing called flatten or flat. I'm going to do object.entries, and what I'm doing here is object.entries. I'm taking the new users array, because it's literally right now an array that looks like this, right? It's an array that looks like this. So what I'm doing is I'm getting the key value pairs with new users, and I'm calling flat, right? And what this does is it essentially turns this into a array, a single dimension array with an ID and a user. So you have an ID and a user object, right? So hence I'm destructuring it with array destructuring to get the ID and user object. And then I'm going to return that as an object. I'm going to return as a nice little clean object where rather than having an embedded user, I'm just going to spread the user. And that literally gives us only one of this, that will give us all of these details without any of the extra data structures. That is data structures. When people say you need to learn how to data structures, that is how you sort of, manipulate through some stuff. It's pretty cool, right? I think. Right. All right, so that way we go ahead and do it. So this is going to be users, sorry. There you go. So we've got this useful helper function. Whoa, Baram, he gave me 500 CZK. I think it's Czech. I think. I can't remember. I don't know what the currency is, but thank you, dude. That's huge. He goes, Papa has cloned half of the internet already. He goes, the job that Sunny and his team are doing is awesome on and off YouTube. This is stamina and delivery culture and fantastic value for the audience. Special kudos to Jay. Baram is amazing. We actually work with Baram. He's one of our freelancing teams internally are working with him. It's absolutely a pleasure. Dude, thank you so much, man. Always nice to chat to you. It's true. It's a culture. It's a culture. That's how we do it. We try and breed this kind of level. So thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Export default. It's going to pay for sushi tomorrow. So we're going to export the default function. In this case, you can see ID and user. And now what I'm going to do is go back to chat row, and I'm going to go ahead and use that special function, because remember, I'm going to give it a quick explanation again. It's going to take this user object and combine it with a user ID and a rabbit. Thank you, dude. About 20 euros. Thank you. That's huge, man. Thank you. And it's going to basically transform this into a single object that comes back. Okay. So what we do is I'm going to create a use effect. And this use effect is going to be responsible for manipulating that data into a different shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the matched info. So I'm going to create a piece of state for matched user info. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to strip the matched user info basically by doing it like this. I'm going to say set the matched user info to get matched user info, which is our useful helper function. So I'm going to import that from our import get user from lib / get matched user info. And this one is going to go ahead and remember it takes the users. So it's going to take match details.users, match details.users, which is the array of users plus the user who is logged in. And that will go ahead and actually set the matched user. So it will strip out the user who we've matched with. Okay. And what this is dependent on is two things, match details and user. So we need to update this match details and user. Boom. There you go. That is slick. All right. And now we've got the user effect already in there. Cool. So at this point, what we're going to now do is it's Czech Republic. Oh, nice. Thank you, dude. Nice. All right. So in this case, I'm going to have another use effect. Okay. And this use effect is going to go ahead and check for messages, but I'm going to do that one afterwards. Okay, I'm going to do that one afterwards. That's basically how you get that, the last message sent kind of thing going on. Okay, so at this point, I got the matched user info, and I can now use that to render out the row. Okay, so for that image, I'm going to go ahead and have the following. I'm going to have a style, and this style is going to need my Tailwind, my trusty Tailwind. If you're not in love with Tailwind right now, I don't know what's wrong with you. If you are in love with Tailwind, smash the thumbs up to say thank you. Because yeah, I did that. I hope I did that. So in this case, we've got the following. So for the image, I'm going to say it's Tailwind rounded 4. And it's going to be height and width of 16 because this is going to be the avatar. So height and width of 16. And we're going to say width of margin right of 4 because I want it to be a little bit detached. And the source is going to be the URI. And this URI is going to say matched user info dot photo dot URL. And the matched user info at some point might be undefined because we start off with a value of no and then we reflect. So I'm going to optional chain to basically protect it from crashing. That's what it does. Okay, so it will handle it gracefully if that's the case. Now, if I go back here, you can see it doesn't show anything at the moment because our attachable opacity doesn't have any style applied to it. So the style here we're going to go ahead and do is Tailwind. I'm going to say flex row. In fact, I'm just going to pop this in here to rush it a bit. So we're going to say flex row, item center, with a little bit of styling there. And then what we're going to say is I also want to have a card shadow. So remember previously what I did was I had that kind of, just for shadows. Shadows are a bit annoying. We want to kind of get it right. So I'm going to import my style sheet at the top. So we've got style sheet and I'm going to go ahead and combine it with this style for the card shadow. And the way we do that is we simply have a Tailwind and we have a array and we do a comma and we just implement our card shadow. So we do styles dot card shadow. Right. Now at this point, let's see where it's at. Why am I not seeing this? So match user info and we've got the touchable opacity, chat row. So I can see that a chat row. Let's do that and just do a refresh. And let's go ahead and go to this and use state. Okay. So, and let's go ahead and try again. So go here and there you go. Whoa, everyone came up. Nice. And if I go here, I will come up. Nice. So you can see the other person. Now I've got a typo rounded 4. Is optional chain part of the template or do we have to configure it ourselves? No, that is part of JavaScript now. So that's actually a way of gracefully doing it. Now, I'm so thankful to see you use Tailwind in React Native. I loved it using web project, but I never knew I could use it for React Native. Thank you, Causa. It's awesome. Walker Lilliard says, hey man, you helped me get a job paying 6 figs. Love the content. Really excited to keep learning. That's huge, dude. Thank you so much. And you're literally part of the fam growing to 100K. So that is massive. Thank you so much for sharing that. Makes my day when I hear stuff like that. So at this point, we've got these two sort of, lovely lovebirds looking pretty all right. And we now need to have the, basically the text, right? So the text I'm actually going to pop in here because it's a pretty simple snippet. It's after the image. I've got a view with some text inside of it. So in this case, matched user info. And last message right now, I'll show you how to implement afterwards, after we've implemented the next part, right? But in this case, it will show the name now. So it says, Merwan, say hi, right? So when I click it, how do I throw it over to Sarah Mirza, hey Salim, hashtag PatFam, what's up? So in this case, when I click it, how do I throw this over to the actual, watching for South Africa, I was saying. So how do I throw this over to the messages screen, right? And do we have a messages screen? That's the next thing. So firstly, Stack Navigator. Let's check if we've got a messages screen. No, we don't. I'm going to go ahead and pop that in. And here I'll say messages screen. Boom, there you go. And apparently you can target. Oh, nice, dude. I didn't know that. So I'm going to go ahead and create a screen for this message screen. And it's going to be singular, not plural. And this one is going to have a message tag on it. I'm going to go ahead and create that screen right now. I'm going to say message screen.js. We are so close, guys. We are so close. React Native functional export. Boom. Go over here and I can go ahead and say message screen. Okay, hit save and go back to my Stack Navigator, import it. There we go. And now you can see over here, if I click this, we're gonna now hook it up to direct us to that screen. Okay, but firstly, I want to do two things. I firstly want to say in the message screen, we should have a header, right? So here, just to sort of render something out. So let's do a header. I'm going to import that like so, and I'm going to do core enabled. And this one is going to have the title, which we'll set in a second afterwards. For now, I'll just say title chat, but we can go ahead and change that afterwards. Okay. And what I'm going to do is on the chat row component, on touchable opacity, I'm going to have it so it says on press, and this one is going to have navigation. Oops, so it's going to be an arrow function because we need to do a little transition, arrow function to navigation.navigate, and I'm going to navigate to the message screen, but I'm going to pass over the match details as well. So now, because we've done all that fetching once before, we don't need to go ahead and, you know, overwhelm our database and keep having to fetch. You already know who the match is. You already know the person. We already done a bunch of stuff around it. So we need to just do that right now. Okay. Edson says, greetings from Brazil. Insta 2.0 was amazing. Going to watch this one later this week. Nice, dude. Ojima says, your vibe is everything, man. That's what I pride on, man. That's why I try and keep up the energy high. Thank you so much, dude. Chat row, and now what we're going to do is I need to pass over the match details. So match details gone flying around, as you can imagine. Okay, so at this point, if I click this, we should navigate to that component. If we do, smash that thumbs up button, because boom, we just went ahead and destroyed 1,200 likes. Crushing guys, and that worked. Right now, obviously this is in the safe zone, so I need to go ahead and fix that, but looking not bad, right? So this one right here, I'm going to change to safe area view, and then now you go, there you go. So look at that, chat. All right, so I'm going to change this chat to be the actual person's name. So if I go into my chat message room, message screen, and what I can do for the header here is I can use our little helpful function. I can say get matched user info, import our library. I can actually get the match details. So remember, the match details came through as a prop. Match is simple. I can go ahead and say const user. Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but I think I'm still all right. Somebody give me a thumbs up if that's good. I saw some weird thing happen. I don't know if it's still good. Let me know if it's still good. Okay, thank God. I saw my screen flickered and we're good. Oh, let's see cause equals all good. Thank God. Okay, let's carry on. Equals useAuth. useAuth. Fucking bro. Thank you guys. I love that. Okay, look, I know that's how I know you guys are watching. That is awesome. All right. We got this undefined match details.users is undefined at this point because I haven't gone through here, or I haven't passed in the correct value of match details. And let's see what we're doing at the chat row level. Make sure that we're not doing it right, because match details is actually message on press. Let's do a refresh. Come on, here. Okay, so go here. Okay, interesting. So match details, maybe I'm doing some dumb mistake. I am quick way to debug this is you go ahead and say console log your props, and let's just see what we're getting. And let's do a question mark here. Oh no, that's correct. That is correct. It's coming through. I messed up because title comes here and then I didn't do display name. Oops. And then it's rendering through to that, which is then causing it to break. Okay, that makes sense. So now match details. Okay, that's why. So boom, boom. Aha. Right now it's still not saying the right thing. It's saying get matched user info dot display name match details dot user get matched info core enabled. Interesting. Okay, so at this point I've got an error here saying can't find variable match details. Match details is guaranteed. Okay, now okay, let's actually debug that because something went weird. Props. All right, let's actually get rid of the header for a sec. Let's go here. Let's go here. And what we can do is we can actually see that the match details do come through. Okay. And if I go ahead and say match details, can't find, oh, oops, sorry. Props.match details. Okay. Let's figure out the user. Let's do this. Enter in. You can see undefined. Oh, okay. So I'm making a silly mistake here. So that's chat row. And let me see chat row. And what I've done is match details. And what we should have done is navigate message, match details. Okay. Let's see. John Clark says, love your content. What does the question mark do? It means optional chaining. It means if you don't have a value there and you didn't have a question mark, it would say undefined and it will throw an error. But in some cases you want it to just handle it gracefully and not sort of crash. Google something called no coalescing and look into the problem that it causes. And basically you need to, it protects you against undefined variables. And in this case, where there's an asynchronous action, we're allowing it to be safely undefined, and then it can basically pop in when it's ready, right? Match details. Before you had to say and then you had to access an object. It allows you to safely access objects. Match details. Okay, so weird thing happening right now. Message screen. Props are, oh my God. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. All right. Obviously it came through, but I'm looking at it as normal props, right? We're being silly here. So yeah, Daniel got it right. Yeah, thank you. Router equals use root, sorry. We have to use this as, remember, this comes through as the params, guys, the params. And then const, do you still work out something? I do. Thank you for asking. Match details equals params. And I'm going to go here. So match details. Now we have the match details, which means that we shouldn't get an error here, which means I should see a name. Ah, there we go. Nice. In this case, I should see Sunny. Oh, that's weird. So I'm on my account. I do this. I do this. I see Sunny Sango. Ugh, okay. What's going on? So message screen. It shouldn't say Sunny Sango. It should say, if I'm Mehrban and I click on Sunny, it says Sunny Sango. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yes, that's actually okay. The reason being is because remember, yeah, remember what we actually did here was Mehrban was the display name, but the user was actually, oh, that's weird. It was actually Mehrban. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. I made another rookie error. Right, I'm done. Display name, get match user info. Message screen. I needed to go to, this is actually going to be the user's, okay, so it's fair. That's actually meant to be like that to a degree. Okay, so the reason why it's doing this right now is because that is actually going to be, that's actually going to be the email of the user. So in that case, get title, we match with display name. Okay. I mean, what I'm going to do now is actually go ahead and say console log, get match user info. And you see Sunny Sango. Okay, fair enough. Pops up. But if I wanted to just see match details, I just want to see match details, user array, display name. And I'm passing in user.uid.displayName and param user.useAuth. That's a little bit confusing though, because we've got match details.users, user.uid.displayName. Now, in this case, display name is here, and I've got get matched user info, get this, blah, blah, blah. And this is saying user logged in, delete ID user. I'll keep saying keep up good work, Sunny. Thank you, dude. Get matched user info. Have I made a slight error here? No. Let's have a look. So did you receive why are the 3 dots under user ID? Property UID is not exist. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Strange. Okay, so right. There is the spread operator. No, we should see. Right, Sunny is here, and this one is Meban. But Meban, when you click it, it should pass through as Meban. Okay, that's okay. What I can do now is I can go ahead and say get match details. So let's do match user details, boom. And this will return an object. Now this object, Sunny, CEO of Papa Fam, but I tracked on. So my chat row might be broken. Chat row, get match user info. Chat row, get matched user info, user UID. Oh, okay. So, god damn it. Okay, we can get this. We can get this. All right, match details dot users user UID. And now what I want to do is, well, I mean that's correct because it's popping up with Meban. And then oh, okay, I'm just not passing in. I mean, okay, this is so strange. All right, so get set match user info. Match details user. And now in here, I've got the same issue. So I've got message. So message. I'm just debugging, guys, right now, if you can't tell. Okay, so let's figure this one out. So we have console.log match details is the params. So match details comes back with all the information. Oh, here's the issue. No, match details.users. Let's just double check what actually comes in here. So it comes back with me and with Meban. Okay, and then the user who is logged in this case is going to be console.log user.uid. Undefined. That's why. God damn it. I didn't import my user. Oh my god. I knew it. Damn it. Yes. Namir. Nice, dude. You caught it out. That's you definitely caught it out. There you go. Okay. There you go, guys. We made it. We made it through there. Let's go ahead and get some music in. Okay. That was good. That was cool. I was thinking, I was like, there's something's wrong here. All right, there we go. Yeah, Sunny Sanga, Meban. There we go. Okay. We did it. I like getting stuck like that. I think it shows you guys that it's human to get stuck and then we can debug it ourselves. Okay, so we have match details now and match details came from match details here. Awesome. So we got the message screen now. So what we can do now is we can go ahead and do the following. So we can say, smash the thumbs up button if that was cool, by the way. All right. So let's create a function. Let's actually go ahead and fix this up now. So we've got, okay, so the next thing we need to do now is here for the keyboard avoiding view. So this one is actually quite interesting and it's quite important. So we need to have two things. We need a sender message and a receiver message. And then we need to go ahead and do some other interesting things. So first thing I want to do is actually have at the bottom of the screen is have some kind of text input where we can go ahead and have some, you know, where the user can type in. Okay, so we're going to have a view and here I'm going to have the text input side of that view. This text input I need to import from React Native. Style is simple. It's just going to have large text placeholder. And we need to have a value for the input field, which is going to be const input. And we're going to say set input. So input set input equals use state. We're so close, guys. We are so close to the end. Use state. And this is going to be an empty string to begin with. Okay. So what we now need to do is set input. Mebon's watching. Nice. We got set and send message. So I need to create a function to send or send message. Okay, cool. So at this point, we've got our Mebon pops up, use state. Oh, rookie error, shit. There we go. So I'm over here. We've got Mebon, Tailwind. God damn it. Okay, one after the other. Next punch. Tailwind. Boom, boom. Okay. Mebon, there we go. Now you got this nice little kind of, and what we need to do is we need to glue this to the bottom of the screen, but we need to make it have a keyboard avoiding a view, like sort of behavior to it. So that way, if you're at the bottom of the screen, the keyboard actually lifts up so it doesn't ever get cropped. Now, the way we do that is actually quite interesting, and I'll show you how in just a sec. But what we need to do now is we need to have it as, well, we can do that in a sec anyway. I'm going to upgrade the style of my view. And this is going to have flex row, justify between, item center. And the reason being is because I want this to be a bit bigger. You see there's a border now. We've got a nice gray top mod, sort of a border at the top, border gray, pixel, x-axis padding, y of 2. And then we need to say, emotional football guy says, well, this build is fire. Amazing. Thank you, dude. I want to have a button as well. So this one's quite easy. Whoa, Jeff just dropped 20 Australian dollars, which officially pushed us over £100 in chat revenue. Hi, Sunny, greetings from Australia. Thank you for all the wonderful tutorials. Best teacher ever. Your tutorials have helped me get into a full stack developer role. Keep up the good work. Jay, screenshot that. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing that. That is absolutely huge. We actually had another person who got a 6-figure job as well. I wish we saved that one as well, Jay. Please try and find that. But Jeff, thank you so much, dude. Massively appreciate that. And I'm so happy you got a job. Thank you so much. Honestly, that really is just like ending it strong, man. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Button. Australia too. It's literally the other side of the world. It's so cool to see the impact that we have. All right, so I'm gonna say send. I'm gonna make the color of that button be like the pink that has the Tinder pink. And then I'm gonna say on press of this button, I'm gonna say send message. Now, if you notice, I've got this on submit editing. That's because when you're typing in and you hit enter on the keyboard on when you're typing in here. So if I hit return, that will go ahead and send the message as well. So either or, right? So Jeff says, thanks, Sunny. Thank you, dude. Honestly, thanks for sharing that. Huge, man. So in this case, send message. Okay, cool. So we got this, and then you can send the message. Now, message screen here, right? How do we do that? So where we have message screen, that's going to be basically where we have all the messages that populate. Okay. So what this is actually going to be is it's going to be a flat list. Okay. And what we actually need to do now is have a keyboard avoiding a view. So I'll show you how to do this. We say keyboard avoiding. There's the 6 figs screenshot. Oh, William, thank you, dude. I think it was William, wasn't it? I think he shared something, but I don't know if it went through or not. But thank you, dude. Keyboard avoiding view is the one that we need. And this one is quite a pain if it's the first time you're using it. I'm not gonna lie. I'll explain how we use it properly, but it's quite painful to use it when you're first getting it right. So all you need to know is that you have to set a few different things right now. First thing we need to do is we need to check if we're on iOS or Android. Basically, it pads the screen slightly different. It pads it on iOS with padding. On Android, it uses something called height. The whole container will have a flex of 1, and the keyboard vertical offset is 10, and I'll explain that one in a sec. Now what we need to do is put everything that we want to have inside this keyboard avoiding view inside there. Right, and as you can see, there's something there which we're not filling. So at this point, the only thing that we need to kind of do now is actually have the flat list kind of have some information in there. So if I go ahead and have, firstly, the safe area view should have a flex of 1 because it's not using up this full style, a full sort of range right now. So Tailwind is of flex 1, and now you can see it should push a little bit further down. And we need that to have a flex 1 as well. And in this case, I'm gonna have justify between, that makes sense. And then we're also gonna have keyboard avoiding a view. Okay, so at this point, I want my flat list, and that's gonna have all my messages. But there's a little trick we can do, right? Basically, when you've got that list of messages, how many times, if you've got this open and you click in that list of messages, you wanna hide the keyboard, right? So what we wanna actually do is we're gonna say touchable without feedback. So this just means a touchable area. And what we do here is we basically say, we need to import this from React Native. At the top, you can see touchable without feedback. We're going to import this and we're going to say on press, we're going to say keyboard.dismiss. And keyboard, we have to import from React Native, right? So keyboard gets imported from React Native. So that means whenever we touch inside of that list, it's actually going to go ahead and get rid of the keyboard. Okay. Now inside of here, I'm going to have a flat list. Right now, I'm going to demonstrate this in sort of a test quickly. I'm going to have a text and we'll say test. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to literally spam this down. Now, thank you, William Peterson, for sharing that, dude. Only expected you to have a single child. William, oh no, sorry, not that one. Touchable without feedback is going to be a single child. So, okay, so in that case, we can just do something like this. And I could do something like this. There we go. Boom, boom. Okay, so we almost spammed it all the way. So if I go ahead and continue more. Okay, so at this point, for that text input field, I actually need to make it stuck to the bottom of the screen. And the way I did that was I actually had that as the keyboard avoiding view. It should not be in this. It should be outside the touchable back. There you go. Now you can see it, right? So you can see what is actually happening here. So we have the keyboard avoiding view here, right? And this will be eventually a scrollable list. And you can see the outline over here with this, right? Now, what I need to do to make that essentially look a bit better is do BG white, firstly. Okay. Now, don't worry about that little gap. The reason being is we will have a flat list here, which will make it do its magic, okay? So with this bit, what I need to now do is have the following take place. So if I do keyboard avoiding view now, so if I go ahead and hit enter here, all right, I will fix this. Don't worry, we'll get to it. It's just a lot of overlap right now. The keyboard avoiding view has to actually go underneath this view. And then I need to do the following. So that's actually correct right now. Instead, what I haven't done correct and I haven't explained properly is I need a flat list here. There you go. Just do this flat list. Let's just build it. Okay, so in this case, if I've got data, my data can be the messages, which we're going to need to fetch. Right now, we don't have any messages, but we will have them in a sec. We're going to go ahead and say the style is Tailwind padding left 4. And then I need to go ahead and do the following. So for each of the messages, we're going to basically be collecting them in a certain way. So right now we don't have messages. So I need to quickly just go ahead and hook these up. So I say messages, set messages equals use state. And it's going to be empty array to begin with. So that way now at least we can use that variable. And we're going to say, okay, so messages. And then here I'm going to say the key extractor. Because remember, every single thing should have a key. So this one is going to be for every item. The key extractor will be key item.id. All right, Blue Lantern says, first time I'm catching you live. What's up, dude? And render item. Remember, is that kind of funky one that actually renders it out. Now remember, it works like so. You have to destructure with a key inside of item. And it doesn't change. It's always going to be item. Okay. And in this case, we have two types of messages. We have a sender message and a receiver message. Now, if you are the person who sent the message, in which case the following logic would apply. So if we had message dot user ID, all right, and I'll show you the messages afterwards. If that's equal to the user who is logged in, then you're technically going to be using a sender message, and that's going to look slightly different. Okay. And that sender message is going to have a key, which is going to be the item message ID, message ID. And it's going to have a message, right? It's going to be And what we're going to do is we're going to rename this item as message. Okay. And we're going to pass that through like so. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to have the same thing, but for a receiver message. Receiver message. Okay. And this is going to look slightly different now. So I'm not sure if I always spell this wrong, to be honest. I think it's receiver. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But the point is that there we go. So I feel like I had it right the first time. Okay. So now I'm going to create the sender and receiver message firstly. So I'm going to create the sender message.js, React Native functional export, boom. And I'm going to create the same thing for message screen and receiver message. Receiver message.js. There we go. React Native functional export, boom, save. Okay, we have two messages now. Okay, receiver with an EI. Oh, I had it right. Oh, damn it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's gonna bother me now. Okay, there we go. Receiver message. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Receiver message. Okay. All right. So message screen. That's why you need Tabnine. It just helps you out. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we have the sender message which comes through here. I'm gonna import that. We have the receiver message which comes through here. I'm gonna import that as well. So sender message. Do this, and I'm gonna just go Command D, receiver message. Yeah, there we go. All right, now each one takes a message prop. So in this case, sender message takes a message prop, and so does receiver. And this one has message as well. Okay, and then we should be able to see that there shouldn't be an error now when we have this bit here. Okay, cool. So you can see it actually takes up the full space, right? And what we can actually do here is I can keep it super neat. I don't actually need background white. If you want to keep it like sort of, you know, with this kind of gray theme, which kind of looks quite clean, right? This looks dope. And the point is when I hit enter now, I should be able to send a message up here and then it render out the list of messages. Okay. Okay, so I don't think you changed it everywhere. I did change it. Yep, receiver. Okay, so yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay, so with that said, now what I'm gonna do is we've got the logic over here for the everything that we needed, right? So forgot to rename in the component. I think I okay. Yeah. Fair play. Right. Receiver. There you go. Okay, we got the message here. So what we're gonna do is I like this song. It gets me the vibe. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and style my sender message, style my receiver message, and then we'll implement the message logic. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So sender message is gonna look the following way, right? So I'm gonna just go ahead and pop in some of the styles, right, so we can save a bit of time. But basically, the point is that the style here will look. Oh God, look that so. It's gonna be Tailwind, so I need my Tailwind. And this is background purple 600, rounded large, rounded top right, none. And there's a reason why top right. So it looks like a little bubble. And then it's gonna say padding on the x-axis, y is slightly less, margin x-axis, margin slightly less on the y, and align self. And I'll show you what these do in a sec or once we get it, okay? Skillshare course helped me a lot, lazy YT. Thank you, dude, that's awesome, man. Glad to hear it helped. If anyone wants any more additional help, then make sure you check out the Skillshare. So message comes through. Now the structure of the message, once we define it, it's going to be message.message. It's going to be like message.contents, but that's how you can check it out, right? If anyone else wants that, React Basics 101, second link in the description, make sure you check it out. Style equals, I'm going to say Tailwind, and I'm going to say text is white. Okay, so it's going to be like a white piece of text. Now what I'm doing here, by the way, guys, it should have shown this, is here. So what I've just done is I've just gone ahead and built the sender message, which is the purple. So if you send a message, it's going to be a purple one. If you're a receiver, so if the person you're messaging sent you a message, you can do this. Now that's why we get the top right none, top right padding none, and that does that little bubble effect, right? It's like a flat design, right? So we're going to do the same thing over there. And now flex start, by the way, crops it. Otherwise this would go to a full width. So what we've done by doing flex align self flex start is a little trick. We do this, And then margin left auto basically determines this space automatically, so it pushes it to the right hand side of the screen. Now you know, right? So we've got that. I'm going to do a receiver as well. Okay, so the receiver is going to be a similar thing. So the style is going to pop in over here. And then for the text, we're going to have a similar fashion. So we're going to have, rather than this, we're going to have the text, which is going to be text white. I need my Tailwind to pop in. And then the only difference with this one is we've got an image, and the image comes from the message.photo URL. Okay. In this case, it's going to be like so. Height and width of 12 to get this. And then we've got rounded 4 to get the circle. Absolute is going to be top 0. Right, and it's going to be minus left of 14. I'll show you this in action, but the point is, guys, is that this image is absolutely positioned right to the left negative 14, so it pushes to the left. And then what I've done here for this one is I've given it a margin left of 14, so this is margin left of 14, and then this one is absolutely positioned in to fill that gap. Right, now you can do it so many ways. Honestly, there's just one way I decided to do it, but you can do it however you want, right? So if I go ahead and save that now, what we can then do is go back to our message screen, and this is where the sort of funnel logic comes into play. Okay, so if I was to send a message now, I need to basically go ahead and have it so that that message goes up to a database, right? And where I'm going to store it naturally, which makes sense, is in that match. We're going to have a collection called messages, which is where we have all the messages for that match. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when you send a message, I'm going to say add a doc. I'm going to import that from Firestore. Add a doc. I'm going to go to the collection. So again, I need to import that from Firestore. Add a collection. Oh, thank you, dude. Greetings from Croatia. He goes, I just tuned in to listen to you while doing my Java homework for uni. It's always easier to study and learn while having this on my background. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. So you got collection, and I'm going to pass in the DB. Remember, the DB I need to import because it's modular. I'm going to keep saying it. Matches. We go into the match details.id. That's how we have the, remember we prepped this up beforehand. So we had all the match details that get passed through. Then we're going to go into this new messages collection that we're going to create. Okay, we're going to add a document in there, which is going to represent that message. Now, the input we track when the user types in. So the first thing I want to do is, most importantly, have a timestamp, so we know when the user typed that message. I'm going to import that from Firestore, and that's actually easier than the way we used to do it. And then the following details apply. So the user ID is going to be the user who is logged in. The display name is going to be the user display name that you are logged in as. And then it's going to be the photo URL. Now, the photo URL, because this is the photo URL that you've uploaded to your profile, the way we get it is slightly different. We have to go into the match details. We have to go to the user, which is logged in. So that's why I made it an object, right? Because we can access it like so with the key. And then we go and get that photo URL. And what this does, guys, is it makes sure that the person that you swiped on, you're going to see their picture when you're messaging them. Okay. And then the final thing is the message, which is the input. Okay. There you go. None of these files exist. What the hell? Firebase Firestore. Oh, God, what is that? Firebase. There you go. Yeah. And then we've got, after that, you can do asynchronous and then do then, but it's kind of easier just to do set input. And if you really want, you can go ahead and retain it. And if there's an error, restore the input. I just don't like to do it. I like to do set input straight away afterwards. Okay. At this point, if I send a message to Mehban, you should see if I say, hi, Mehban, and I hit enter, what it just went ahead and did is if I go into the match, you see messages. I sent a message. Sunny said, hi, Mehban, and that's his picture. That's the timestamp. That's the user ID of Sunny. And what you can see then is we should be able to go ahead and use all that information to render it on the UI. Okay. So now what do I need? I need a real-time listener, which can check on the real-time sort of status of messages. So I'm going to pull in my use effect. We are almost there, guys. So close right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and have an empty dependency array for the listener. In fact, here I just need match details. That's my dependency, and I need the DB. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on snapshot. And I need to import on snapshot. right? So on snapshot has been imported. I'm going to say go to the collection, and the collection that I'm interested in is a DB. So we can remember modular, let's keep saying it, matches. And I'm going to go ahead and do 808 summer. This is all in one part, dude. This is all in one video. Match details.id. I'm going to go into the messages. And basically now what I'm going to do is I need to query this on top of this collection. So I need to query, wrap the entire collection. And I'm going to go ahead and say query. And then I'm going to go ahead and say comma. Now I'm going to do order by. So you have to actually wrap the query first, and then you have the order by. And the order by is basically going to have two arguments. The first one's going to be the timestamp, and the second one is going to be descending, because I want it to order based on those values. Okay. Now, I think everything's good. All right. So at this point, what I can do is hit save. Okay. And now I have all of my I query for that. Yep, I've got this query, and I can go ahead and say comma, and it says snapshot. Right, and that'll give me the most recent messages, I believe, at the top. So I say set messages, and what I'm going to do is say set messages. Let me know if it's all crystal clear, guys, by the way. All right, just want to know because we're so close. Set messages. I'm going to say snapshot dot messages. Oh, sorry, snapshot dot docs. Snapshot.docs.map. And what I'm doing is that for every doc, I'm going to draw out the perfect sort of thing. So draw out. Guys, are we still on? I think we are. I think we're good. Everyone's gone super quiet. All right. I say ID, doc.id. And I'm going to go ahead and say doc.data. No, you can, Andrew, use async await, but the problem is that if I did that, it would only clear that after it updated to the database. I didn't really want it to do that. I want it to be instant. Like it feels like it's instant. That's why I did it. But now what we're going to do is we're going to return back this object, right? So we're going to basically map it to a simpler object, so I don't have to keep doing doc.data. Basically unwrapping it, okay? And then what we do is we say close. There you go. And then finally on snapshot is remember it has an unsub function, so I'm going to do implicit return, so it unsubscribes itself if there was ever a re-render. Okay, hi Mervan, there we go. Aha. Now the interesting part here is, well, firstly, congrats guys, that was pretty sick. Look, it actually comes up. Oh god, that was an error there. Image, I forgot to import image on receiver. There we go. I just had a feeling it was that one. All right, so if I go here now, you can see hi Mervan, and if I say so right now this is Mervan on this side, so I need to say hi Sunny, how's it going? Right, so if I do this, how's it going? Say hey Mervan. This is quite funny, right? But the point is, this is a bit, the only strange part is why is it like top down, right? So easy fix here. Firstly, it's in the correct order. We just need to do a special little hack here where we go into the flat list and we go ahead and say inverted, right? So I go ahead and do this little final piece of the cake, which is inverted equals -1. Now, boom, look at that. So now it will come at the bottom. So now if you say, what's up? And then it'll say, hey, how's it going? Nice, right? And there you go. And you can add the timestamp, you can add more styles, you can do whatever you feel like doing, right? But it looks pretty good, right? But here you go. Andrew says, too late at night to have two windows open talking to each other. How so confusing. Yeah, it's super. There is a very confusing aspect. The way I would say is have two things open and make sure you know whose side. So in this case, I'm logged in as Merban on the left and I've synced with Sunny. I'm logged in as Sunny on the right and I've matched with Merban, and then that way I can tell roughly what's going on. So as Sunny on this side, I see Merban's picture talking to me. As Merban, I see Sunny's picture talking to me. That makes more sense, right? Ali Noor said, something I thought the technical difficulty made you cancel live stream. Glad you're online and in top shape. Yeah, man, we pushed through. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is I'm actually got one more feature to do, which is this one right here, right? So quick little last message, and then we're actually done. All right, believe it or not, then we are done with an entire build. That huge. Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my chat row. That is crazy, man. Andrew Cathcart, how's this working in the background and stuff then? It's great. Yeah, it does a WebSocket when you're using a Firestore. It automatically connects it and all that stuff. Absolutely really powerful. Honestly, very, very nice. And in fact, what I wanted to show you is the keyboard avoiding view. Look how beautiful that works, guys. It goes ahead and avoids. And remember I said here, if I tap outside that space, it does the keyboard dismiss. That was that little kind of wrapper that I did. So really, really slick, right? The keyboard avoiding view, yes, I can show you quickly for that one. That one is keyboard avoiding view here. You can see it's wrapping everything that I want basically to avoid the keyboard view. So it wraps everything. There you go. See you on, he goes, I see your channel performing and you're a god, mate. Thank you for everything. Best wishes from Bulgaria. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. All right, Superbase, Andrew. It looks pretty cool. It's also SQL, so it might be interesting to look at. Okay, so at this point, we've got our chat and it's looking sick. We're almost at 1,300 likes. We actually broke 1.2K likes. Wow, so that's crazy. And I'm gonna now have a final bit of functionality whereby if I type in, it should show me the last message here. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. So chat row, let's have a look how we do it. So in chat row, I'm gonna have the following happen. So I'm gonna create a piece of state to keep track of the last message, okay? And this is gonna be a string to begin with, empty string. And what I'm gonna do is the last message, I'm gonna go ahead and actually set this. Now, I'll quickly run through how you get this functionality. We have a use effect. And what this is gonna do is I need to basically pull the messages in and I need to get the last one after a sort. Okay, so what we need to do is a few things we're going to have as dependencies. DB and match details are going to be the two things. Rap Undercover says, damn cool content, man. Thank you so much. HOA Sama, you inspire me. Thanks for uploading, creating content, man. Awesome. T1 number 1 Vodan. Amazing stuff, man. All right, so here we're going to say on snapshot, and I'm going to just do the implicit return to unsubscribe straight away. So I'll say on snapshot, boom, and I'll say query. So firstly, I'll do the collection because otherwise it gets confusing. Collection. I'm going to do DB, and then I'm going to do matches, and then I'm going to do match details.id, and then I'm going to say go into the messages for that match detail. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap. So first I need to import my DB. I'm going to wrap this with a query to make an order by happen, and then order by, and remember I need to actually import that, and I need to import the query. And I'm going to order by timestamp in, I believe it's descending. Yeah, so it'll give me the latest version. Okay, so we get that. And then after that, I get a snapshot. And what I want to do with the snapshot is I want to set the last message to snapshot.docs. I'm going to the first message because that's the one that we've ordered in, right? I'm going to protect myself while I'm accessing it, right? I'm going to go in there in case there was not an issue, there was not a message already present, and I'm going to try and find it, okay? And the reason why I'm protecting is because there may not be a message, hence why I'm protecting. Okay, so at this point now we have a last message. So what I can do now is you kind of, oh, that's a good point. You can also limit to 1. Yeah, so you could do limit 1 as well. I'll let you do that. But very good point. You could limit 1 to actually reduce the load that comes back. That's a great shout, dude. Because then you're shifting it to the back end. So I like that. I like that. So at this point where we have set say hi, here I can now say last message or say hi, something like that. So in this case I can swap this out with last message or say hi. So if there's no last message available, it'll just say hi. So in this case, let's see, on snapshot is not defined. Let's pop that in. Let's go here, boom, boom. How's it going? Aha. Okay, now if I say Papa Fam rules. Papa Fam rules. Let's go, guys. That is dope. Nice. Now, I don't have test data, but I did demo it in the beginning, right? So remember I showed you loads of different swipes and stuff like that. But what I'm gonna do to test this entire demo and the entire flow is I'm gonna reset the state of the database by doing one simple thing. And that is I'm gonna delete the match, I'm gonna delete the swipes, and then we're gonna replay everything. And I'm gonna demo this entire app to you because we have absolutely just gone ahead and not only smashed that build in half in about 5 hours, I think. But that was huge. We've absolutely killed it, right? I'm not going to add any more to it, but that is huge already, right? So if I go to the users right now, I can't believe we overcame all those problems and we did it no matter what, right? This is what the power of the pub fam's about. I'm going to close this now, and then I'm going to go ahead and reset the state, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. So if I go ahead and reset the store now, boom. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and log out as Sunny. I'm going to sign in. We have Google sign in this build. I'm going to go ahead and demo this out right now. Check this out. We have Google sign in. I can go ahead and sign in with Sunny Sanga. And then we can go ahead and we can swipe right, swipe left. So I'm going to swipe right on Merban. She's going to swipe right on me. And then whoever matches, boom, we get a match. Okay, pretty cool. And then let's go ahead and see if I got a match over here. Oh, I did. But let's go ahead and send a message. Oh, nice. That works. Pretty damn cool. And then as, I always forget this one, as Sunny, I'm going to say hi, Merban. And there we go, guys. That is so much functionality in one video. I don't know what to say. I'm amazed we pulled that off. That is huge. Wow. I'm shocked we actually made it through that entire video. That was absolutely crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and say a few things right now and say, firstly, thank you all for tuning in on this video. It was absolutely massive. All right, absolutely massive. You can upgrade this in any way you want, right? And remember, we also had the ability to upgrade your profile, remember? So it comes in, if you didn't actually set up your profile, you would actually get this prompt that comes up first. So we went through modals, we went through all of that good stuff, right? So I'm going to go through, we went through React Native, we went through Tailwind CSS, React Native navigation, including transparent modals and the regular modals, Firebase version 9 with authentication, with Firestore, real-time listeners, all that good stuff. You learned about the use context API with a custom use hook, with a custom use context hook that we allowed us to use it really easily. Swipeable Tinder cards with a matching algorithm, one-to-one messaging with real-time functionality, and tons and tons and tons of tips and tricks. That was sick. Thank you so much, guys. Andrew is literally using if you swiped on each other for a match for this one, but you guys can feel free to extend this if you want to. That was huge. That was absolutely huge. And yes, it will work across platforms. It will work on Android and it will work on iOS. And guys, I want to mention, if you do deploy, remember there is actually a step you have to do with the bundle identifier. You have to switch it so it goes from that host.exponent or whatever it was. It needs to change to that whatever bundle identifier you do. There's a whole documentation where you can do that. But if you want to upload pictures or do any of that good stuff, then feel free to go ahead and extend this build as much as you want. Remember, we use Tabnine to keep up with today's build. So if you want that 6 months free, first link in the description. If any of this was too difficult, React Basics 101 is absolutely free right now. For the first 1,000 who hit that second link in the description. Thank you, Frank, for the final donation. And yeah, if you want more awesome stuff like this, we have a live coaching call tomorrow and on Thursday for Diamond members inside Zero to Full Stack Hero. Every week, we have all course content. If you want to go from beginner to absolutely crush it, that's the third link in the description. And the fourth link is if you want a shortcut and you want to get the code for all my builds, fourth link's in the description. Andrew, thank you so much for tuning in, dude. Kevin, this is awesome, man. He goes, and what's the next project? Any spoilers? Well, guys, I have a roadmap of 9 before the end of the year. Yes, I said 9 videos. So how we pull that off, I don't know, but we're gonna try and figure it out. Okay. This took me a huge amount of time to prepare. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. And as we always do, I'm gonna end this one on a strong note. This is the Papa Fam way to end it out. We built an awesome Tinder clone today. Absolutely so much fun. We had so many different screens inside of our app. We had a beautiful UI. We had the ability to have a nice visible opacity, direct one-to-one messaging, real-time messages being popped up, Google Authentication. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. Subscribe, hit the thumbs up button if you enjoyed the content. And as always, this is your boy Papa React, and I'll see you in the next one. We did it. Take it easy, guys. Peace.